You're watching Fox Sports, home to the Daytona 500, the UEFA Champions League Final, the World Series, Super Bowl 45, and FoxSports.com.
We are Fox Sports!
This is Daytona. The fans, the cars, the action. This is our 10th season on Fox. Wow, 10 years. That's a long time for a team to stay together in this sport. In fact, that's the longest I've been on one team. And I gotta tell you, I think this is gonna be our best yet.
NASCAR racing is back. Back to its roots.
Good old days are back.
Good old days are back. Bump drafting is on. What's that line?
Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing, boys.
You're going to see some beating, and there's going to be some banging. Oh, yeah, and you're going to see some brawling.
I'll be waiting when he comes in.
And this is Kevin Harvick going after Greg Biffle.
Just like the good old days.
He can't be doing that. I won't put up with it.
Restricted play racing.
Who's ready? You ready?
You ready?
Are you ready for it? I know I'm ready. Let's go.
Let's go.
It's the start of something big. It's a day we crown a champion. It's the Daytona 500 on Fox. Fans from all 50 states from more than 30 countries gathering here at Daytona International Speedway for the Great American Race. Today we'll see famous names and legends. Athlete of the Year, Jimmy Johnson, going for a 5th straight championship. Carl Edwards, his wife Kate, pregnant with their first child any day now. Kyle Busch, who brings attitude. And Dale Earnhardt Jr. with great optimism. We'll see heroes and heartbreak as racing returns to its roots in our 10th season in the Hollywood Hotel, a traveling roadshow trackside here in Daytona Beach, Florida, to bring you closer to the races. Hi, I'm Chris Myers. We have our driver, 3-time champ Darrell Waltrip. We have our crew chief. He's won a Daytona 500. Jeff Hammond. A happy Valentine's Day, by the way.
Yeah, and you're sort of like a box of chocolates. You just never know.
You never know what. But we know what we're going to have on the show, and we got a lot to cover. I haven't seen you this excited about a Daytona 500 in 10 years. Why?
But it's because of the drivers. They're out there having fun. They're racing hard. NASCAR's laid off of them. They feel like they've been let out of a cage. I'm loving it, man. The races are close. This is going to be the best 500 ever.
You know what? I'm glad you mentioned the cage because this is the Great American Race, Chris. And the way I look at it, we got 43 line tamers out there trying to tame the Daytona 500, this track itself. Because if you don't tame it, it's going to eat you. And you think about guys like Tony Stewart, and Jeff Gordon, and Jimmy Johnson. I mean, it's going to be the greatest show on earth today.
It's the year of the Tiger.
Well, it could be the year of the driver.
That's right.
Let's check some of the quick headlines. 51-year-old Mark Martin, oldest driver to ever win a pole for this race. He'll start in his 26th Daytona 500. Meanwhile, his Hendrick teammate, garage partner Dale Earnhardt Jr., starting alongside on the outside pole. And a real adventure in Speed Weeks. From the first day, we counted at least 15 crashes, including Junior flipping and also Danica involved in her first nationwide race. A great finish. And speaking of dramatic finishes, Kevin Harvick in the Budweiser shootout, and in the Gatorade duels, Jimmy Johnson and Casey Kane besting the field. And how about it? The drivers, they're loving it so far. What will the new adjustments, who will that benefit the most?
Well, the aggressive drivers, and you say, who are they? There are 43 of them, folks. These guys down here, I've never seen the excitement. I've never seen the guys go out there, they run over each other, they bump draft a little bit, but they're doing it in an orderly fashion. They're doing it kind of like a gentleman's agreement. They know when to push, they know when to shove, and it's really paying off.
I mean, it's all been good. I mean, look at the way things have gone so far. I think every crew chief right now feels like they got a little bit extra because of the changes.
And some of those adjustments, let's go over the details and just some driver changes as you watch today's race. Jamie McMurray now in the 1 car. Martin Truex Jr. has moved to the 56. The biggest adjustment has come as fans spoke and NASCAR listened. Racing more in the hands of the driver. The gloves are off. It's back to full contact and plenty of attitude is okay. Drivers will get more wow out of the car of now.
So you want to know what's new with NASCAR? Well, I'm here to tell you. I've never been shy about my words anyway.
I'm still not a very big fan of these things. I can't stand to drive them. They suck.
These new changes should create some beating and banging and some pushing and shoving. All the stuff you love.
Oftentimes, what's old is new again. The rear wing is leaving, the spoiler's coming back. Hey, it's retro, baby. Like the cars we used to run. Ow! Looking good.
What are you going to see this weekend? What's new? Bigger restrictor plates.
This time, size matters.
For the first time since 1989,
The restrictor plate gets bigger.
If you must know the details, the restrictor plates are now 63/64 of an inch. But what you really need to know is this change means more horsepower.
It means more speed.
Another retro move is that NASCAR is going to police us drivers less.
That's music in my ears. We get to take matters into our own hands. You make me mad, I'm gonna let you know it.
But there's one change that we're most excited about today at Daytona.
You better listen to Larry Mack when he says, pull those belts tight one more time, boys, because bump drafting is back.
No more restrictions, and we're putting our foot down.
Yeah, down on the gas pedal.
We just want to race.
If you ain't rubbing, you ain't racing.
It's full contact sport. We just want the boys to have at it. We want them to have fun. We want them to be aggressive. We want them to put on a good show for the fans.
You're the only guy I know who carries a restrictor plate around. More horsepower.
That's exactly right. This little baby right here, since 1989, since you and I won the Daytona 500, the biggest plate we've had. We've already talked about it. Speeds are up. I mean, 3 miles an hour, Chris, and I'm telling you, I'll slap this thing if you don't do something nice.
Why did they do that sooner? Why not just take that thing off?
Well, because of safety. That's,
okay.
Safety, 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 and we got to have that. But it's like a basketball game. It's like a referee. It's got a whistle. He's whistle happy. Every touch foul, he blows the whistle. Now that's all off the table. Folks, they're going to let it be.
Yeah, you can bump and grind now,
with
baby.
more of that leads to tempers, and you know what that leads to? Drivers getting mad at each other.
And fans will love that. I mean, everything about it is about letting these guys be what they are naturally.
But here, 500 miles, you got to keep your emotion under control here.
I bet Tim McGraw does a song called Baby, I Might Be a Real Bad Boy, but I'm a real good man, and I think that's probably what we're going to see today, some real men racing.
All right, we have our pit crew, our Fox pit reporters. They go the extra mile over every mile, so let's check in with our foursome, beginning with Dick Berggren.
I'll talk to the driver who has won more races here at Daytona than anybody else in today's Daytona 500, Tony Stewart.
Want a dark horse for the Great American Race? How about young Brad Keselowski? He's unapologetic about his hard-charging style. We'll talk to him as well.
Mark Martin's the only driver in NASCAR history to lead the Daytona 500 at the 500-mile mark and not win. I'll talk to Mark about his chances of ending his day right here in Victory Lane.
Driver 24 is a huge fan of Valentine's Day, and not just because he has a beautiful wife. I'll explain when I talk to Jeff Gordon.
Thanks, Krista. The gang all here, and here's what's around the turn. We hope you stay with us. The champ, Jimmy Johnson, and the Big Chief, Chad Knaus, reflect on their fourth championship and how their relationship is as sweet as ever. Teammate Dale Earnhardt Jr. sat down with Jeff Hammond here to talk about a new decade, how that might mean a brighter future for both him and Junior Nation. And yesterday, Danica Patrick got behind the wheel at Daytona to find out how she finished in the nationwide race, how soon she might be running in Cup. We'll talk to her. And the Valentine's Day edition of Gas and Go. See who we have our hearts set on. Plus, Tim McGraw, the superstar, will perform for us here in Daytona. NASCAR on Fox, getting you ready for the 52nd running of the Great American Race, and glad you're along for the ride. The Daytona 500 pre-race show on Fox is sponsored by Sprint, proud sponsor of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series.
I really don't want to get that close to you. Peasy. Too bad. Yeah, that damn Peasy. What channel is this on? Peasy. Can you believe what that Peasy did?
And we look forward to a slice of peasy. We don't know if you'll laugh or cry or in what order, but you'll be entertained. Meanwhile, the showstopper here in Daytona, Darrell, was Danica Patrick after a 6th-place finish in the ARCA race, running for Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s nationwide team. She took a shot at it yesterday. How'd she handle the hype, and what kind of driver do you think she is?
You know, Chris, when I heard she was coming down here to race with us, I was a skeptic. I said, I don't think she can do it, but I'm a believer. After the run she had in the ARCA race, she handled herself. She learned a lot yesterday in the nationwide race. She'll be a better race car driver after she races with us a while.
Can't wait to see her in the Cup Series. Part of a 12-car wreck. Her day ended early. She wound up 35th. Not quite the debut she was hoping for.
My goal in the beginning was merely to finish because I was just getting the hang of it, and that's the bummer. You know, you just start to get the hang of it. You start to figure out how to fall into line and see 10 cars ahead of you. Unfortunately, these big tracks where you're running so close, you know, there's nothing you can do. Somebody slides sideways and smoke starts, and then another one spins, and then literally, I could not see out my window. I could not see out the front of the window. So, you know, you become a victim, and so it's just unfortunate to crash up a perfectly good race car on something that really wasn't your fault.
You go girl with go daddy. And as part of our Fox Sports Supports charitable initiative this NASCAR on Fox season, we're honoring the late Tom Murphy from Sprint by supporting a charity that was close to his heart. We ask you to join our team in supporting Ronald McDonald House Charities, whose programs improve the health and benefits of children and families when medical treatments are not close to home. Visit www.rmhc.org/Fox. We're glad you're part of Fox NASCAR Sunday, and a big race deserves a big draw. Tim McGraw, the Grammy Award-winning country music singer and Hollywood actor, part of the great crowd on here for the 52nd running of the Great American Race.
I like it, I love it, I want some more of it. And our dreams where the peaceful river flows, where the green grass grows. Labor Day weekend, I was 17. I bought a Coke and some gasoline, and I drove out to the county fair. When I saw her for the first time, she was standing there in the ticket line, and it all started right then and there. Oh, a sailor sky made a purple sunset, and that's a day I'll never forget. I had a barbecue stain on my white t-shirt. She was killing me in that mini skirt, skipping rocks on the river by the railroad tracks. Well, she had a suntan line and red lipstick. I worked so hard for that first kiss, and a heart don't forget, something like that. It was 5 years later on a southbound plane. I was headed down to New Orleans to meet some friends of mine for the Mardi Gras. When I heard a voice from the past coming from a few rows back, and when I looked, I couldn't believe just what I saw. She said, I bet you don't remember me. And I said, only every other memory. I had a barbecue stain on my white t-shirt. You were killing me in that mini skirt, skipping rocks on the river by the railroad tracks. Well, you had a suntan line and red lipstick. I worked so hard for that first kiss, and a heart don't forget, something like that. Come on! Like an old photograph, time can make a feeling fade, but the memory of the first love never fades away. I had a barbecue stain on my white t-shirt, killing me in that mini skirt, skipping rocks on the river by the railroad tracks. Well, she had a suntan line and red lipstick. I worked so hard for that first kiss, and a heart don't forget. No, a heart don't forget. I said a heart don't forget something like this. No, not something like that. Thank you. There's a place I like to go where I can hear the cotton grow. Midnight train whistles blow, dozen miles down the road. All I really have to do is just be still. There's a place I love to be. Mama, Daddy, my sister and me. First time I ever saw the beach, back to 1983. All I really have to do is just be still. When this world gets crazy and tries to break me, and I've had all I can stand, I can close my eyes no matter where I am, and just be still. There's a place that I can see where my baby's next to me, close enough to feel the heat, all wound up beneath the sheets. And all I have to do is just be still. When this road gets crazy and tries to break me, I've had all I can stand. I can close my eyes no matter where I am, and just be still. There's a place I need to go where the stained glass windows glow. Every part of me is known. Thank God I can go there. Thank God I can go there still. Hank Williams sang it, number 3 drove it, Chuck Berry twanged it, Will Faulkner wrote it, Aretha Franklin sold it, Dolly Parton graced it, Rosa Parks wrote it, Scarlett chased it. Smooth as a hickory wind that blows from Memphis down to Apalachicola. It's hi, y'all, did you eat well? Come on in, I'm so glad to know ya. Don't let this old gold cross or this Allman Brothers t-shirt throw ya. This cicadas make a noise with the southern voice. You got it, man. Hank it, and Jack Daniels drunk it. Tom Petty rocked it, Dr. King pegged it, Bear Bryant won it, and Billy Graham saved it. Smooth as a hickory wind that blows from Memphis down to Apalachicola. It's how y'all did you eat? Well, come on in, I'm so glad to know ya. Don't let this old gold cross or this crimson tide t-shirt grow ya. This cicada's making noise with the southern boys. Jesus is my friend. America is my home. Sweet iced tea, Daytona Beach. That's what gets to me. I can feel it in my bones. Yeah, smooth as the hickory wind that blows from Memphis down to Apalachicola. It's how y'all did you eat? Well, come on in, child. So glad to know ya. Don't let this old gold cross and this t-shirt roll ya. It's just boys making noise with the southern boys. Yeah, 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 yeah. A southern boys. I got a southern voice. Let me hear your southern voice, Daytona Beach. Come on. Woo!
The Daytona 500 pre-race show on Fox is sponsored by Subway Restaurants. Now, any regular footlong is just $5. Any, so hurry in. By DirecTV, it'll change your life. By Lowe's, for all your home improvement needs. Lowe's, let's build something together. And by FedEx, we understand you need reliable shipping options. FedEx. Fox welcomes you back, counting you down to the Daytona 500. People all gathering here. If you're out there watching at home, you have the best seat in the house. And there's the winning car from the Daytona 500 last year. Rolls right into Daytona, USA. Matt Kenseth started 39th, furthest back to start and win the race. It was a rain-shortened race. Thankfully, no rain in today's forecast. But temperatures are in the 50s today. It is sunny. It's the coldest Daytona 500 since the early 70s. And over our decade of coverage, we've had everything at the races, rain, sleet, and snow, to make sure that we're up to speed on all the weather and how it affects the racing that we'll watch. Joining us from our Fox Storm Scout Center is Rick Dickert. He's a member of the American Meteorological Society. At least that's what he tells us. Welcome to the show, Rick. We're glad to have you.
It's great to be here. I'm also Larry McReynolds certified, Chris. I spent 3 weeks with him. I've been under his training, so I'm all good to go. That may not be
a good thing, but he'll be here to help you. Whatever weather you tell us about, he'll break it down on how it affects the cars on the track.
All right, sounds good. Cool air mass in place. You mentioned it, Chris, but the rain is gone. We got nearly an inch of rain on Friday when that weather system moved through, but we had to widen out our radar to detect any precipitation in Mississippi, Alabama, and into Georgia. But the Sunshine State, all clear, sunny skies today, but chilly. Temperatures during the race will only be in the low to mid 50s. The average for this time of year is in the lower 70s. Winds won't be a problem either. On Friday, we had a peak wind gust of 43 miles an hour. Yesterday, 28 miles an hour. Today, I'm anticipating north to northwest winds anywhere from 5 to 10 miles an hour. We saw rain in Daytona on Friday. The last raindrops fell on Friday night, but look what some of the other NASCAR speedways received. That's snow. Atlanta Motor Speedway, 2 inches. Fort Worth, Texas Motor Speedway, over a foot. All clear today, but Fontana, maybe some rain late in the race next week. I'll be on it for you guys. Good to be here.
Anytime there is weather, Rick, we know you'll be on top of it. Welcome aboard. Glad to have you. Enjoy the race today.
Thank you.
I know you'll be watching our Storm Scout. And 1979, first live flag-to-flag Daytona 500. Got great ratings. Some people were snowed in and a great finish.
They were making snowmen on the East Coast, and we were mud wrestling down here in Daytona. It was quite a day.
All I know is when I was driving back up from down here, all you could hear up and down the radio, and every place I stopped to get something to eat, they were talking about the Daytona 500, just like they'll be doing today when this race is over with.
And weather won't be a factor. It'll be about the drivers. Mark Martin driving at his 26th Daytona 500. He has to feel like the Buffalo Bills of NASCAR. 5 times he's been the runner-up for the Cup Championship. He's never won this race. This might be his time to defy Father Time. At 51 years of age, he's on the pole in his GoDaddy.com car, which at his age is more like GoGranddaddy.com.
And Mark Martin playing Catch Me If You Can.
Mark can get the job done. He has the experience. He's smart.
Pole for Mark Martin.
Good job, Mark.
No driver in today's field has more experience than Mark Martin. Today marks his 26th Daytona 500. And Mark, with this new rules package and what you've learned over the past week, is today's race even more unpredictable?
It is for me. I've done a lot of racing down here, and this has been the hardest speed weeks I've ever seen to get rid of a car. I can work somebody over, get by them, and then they roar back up beside us and dirty up the air. The cars really stick together a lot, and I think you're just going to have to adjust to changing circumstances because it's 500 miles. All different things happen, different pit sequences, all kinds of stuff, cautions, no cautions. You got to be ready to adjust to whatever comes about.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
Mark Martin trying to be the first pole sitter in a decade to win the Great American Race. Chris?
I still do not see him.
I mean, he's defying age in terms of being in this race. His accomplishments off of last year at 51.
Talking to him the other day, and he said something that just broke me up. He said, that car has no idea how old I am. And he drives it like a 16-year-old, I'll tell you.
But the experience that he has, and in a race like this, what's that worth?
Oh, it's invaluable, Chris, because I think Mark's already said, he knows what this racetrack's going to be doing today. He understands already that this new package is going to keep everybody kind of around him. He's got to race smarter, let the track, let his crew keep him up toward the front, and when it comes time, you better watch out. That 5 car will be back.
Among the field, the guy with the most Daytona 500 wins active is Jeff Gordon with 3. His wife, they're expecting a second child. But where is Jeff in the big picture? Part of that Hendrick team? Can he win today? Can he win another championship?
I'm not sure. But when you start having children and you start raising a family, particularly late in your career like he is, it affects you. It affects your routine. And maybe after they have the children and they get grown up a little bit, 2 or 3 years old, he may be able to get his focus back on racing. But let me tell you, I've been there, done that. You put a lot of attention to the kids and to the family when you're at Jeff Gordon's age and this point in your career.
Well, I think what you're looking at right now, Darrell, again, you've been there, you understand what you're saying, but when you look at Mark Martin, his teammate, that gives Jeff a pretty big window to do something like this and then come back and say, I still want to win a championship. So really, to me, it's up to Jeff Gordon. What do you want, big guy? We know you got the talent. We know you got the car underneath you. All you got to do is just kind of like get refocused and go.
Yeah, I think it's up to Ingrid, but
that's his wife. And happy Valentine. Elliott Sadler's wife expecting a child. We met Jimmy Johnson's with their first child, Carl Edwards. There's something in the motor oil. We wish them well. This season, Fox is proud to partner with DirecTV for DirecTV's NASCAR head-to-head knockout competition, beginning with the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series race in Texas. 32 drivers seated in tournament-style brackets. Fans get a chance to pick the weekly winner of each head-to-head matchup, and then it's single elimination each week until the field is narrowed to the fastest 4. They battle it out for the DirecTV NASCAR head-to-head knockout champion. That's in Darlington on May 8th. The fan with the most accurate selections will win a 2010 Roush Stage 3 Mustang. There's only 103 of these being produced, and a perfect bracket results in the chance for a fan to win $1 million. Drivers will compete on behalf of their favorite charity. A total of $500,000 will be awarded to help a cause. And you can follow key weekly matchups live on DirecTV with NASCAR Hot Pass. Call 1-800-DirecTV. Updates on our show throughout the year. To learn more about head-to-head knockout, visit directtv.com/NASCAR. As we continue to count you down to the Great American Race live from Daytona, our Jeff Hammond chats with Dale Earnhardt Jr., talks about everything from Danica to marriage to fatherhood. Yeah, we welcome you back live. It all began racing on the sand on the beach in Daytona. And as we get ready for the start of this race, in the last 8 Daytona 500s, we've had 8 different winners. So there are favorites today, familiar names, but it's wide open. And think about 50 years ago to this very date on Valentine's Day, Junior Johnson won the second running of the Daytona 500. He's our Grand Marshal today, one of 68 drivers in a field. In fact, there were so many cars wrecked that NASCAR had to cancel the next 2 events. And there is the last American hero with his car, soon to be made a motion picture. Meanwhile, Dale Earnhardt Jr., he is now 35 years old. He's, of course, won at Daytona, but the closest he's ever come to a championship, 2003, when he finished 3rd. And I know his fans are clamoring, expecting greatness. Jeff, you talked to him. He has a lot on his mind. Where is winning a championship?
I think it's right at the top of that list. I mean, I really believe that he came in that interview today at this time, Chris, with a different look. Now, we know about the beard, but to me, he came in with a refreshed and renewed attitude. And I was very much intrigued with some of the things he had to say to me.
2009 was not the year I know you want to remember.
Yeah, it wasn't. We have an obligation, to make this a success, and so it hasn't been. I don't have really a difficult time buying into whatever Rick wants me to buy into.
I've worked for Rick Hendricks, so I understand. He's made the comment that he's made the 88 his #1 priority.
Rick's intentions are to give us that feeling that he's our #1 cheerleader and he's going to ride shotgun with us. The way we'll probably take it is that it's pressure.
Do you put more pressure on yourself probably than anybody else ever could?
I feel a lot of pressure sometimes. Sometimes it's really, really hard to know how to deal with it. You don't know where to put it. Where does it all go? Normally there's just a little bit of pressure and you got plenty of shelf space for it. Sometimes it gets a little bit heavy.
Danica Patrick. Pretty excited about her making the transition over here?
I am really excited about it. I was nervous until we were able to get her in a race car. I mean, she's a race car driver, and race car drivers adapt. She's competitive, we all know that, but she's really a lot of fun to work with. I just want to make sure it stays that way. I want to make sure when the season's over with, she's wanting to come back.
I got to ask you, I mean, has Dale Jr. started thinking about maybe the future and a family for him?
Yeah. Huh? House is big enough, I guess, for a family. I'm in a pretty good place personally in my life, and I always tell people that I think that, raising like a son or a daughter would be one of the greatest accomplishments you could have. But I think the hurdle for me actually is the marriage part. Whether people can handle Dale Jr. raising a child and not being in a marriage, that might be a little tough for some people. If there's any reason to update anybody, I'll be making sure everybody gets the memo.
I always appreciate how refreshingly candid he is, and we all know marriage could be a merry-go-round or a roller coaster. It's a thrill ride, but with Hendrick, people expect him to win. The time is now.
Yeah, the time is now, and I think he's ready for it. And I don't want anybody to try to get down on him too quick and think that one race means, this year is going to be good or bad. Give him 4 or 5 races and make sure they can kind of get out of the box and get going.
Listen, the driver's the quarterback. The team gets its energy from the driver. If you walk around with your head down and you act like you don't think you're going to be very good or you can't do it, you don't have a lot of confidence, the team feels it. Get your head up, walk proud, walk tall, and that'll make a big difference in the whole program over there with Dale Jr. and his team.
And we'll see how he looks at introductions. When Dale Jr. won his only Daytona 500 in 2004, Tony Stewart finished second. That's the closest the 2-time Cup champion has come to winning this race. Tony Stewart, he's a driver, he's an owner, and starting from the 3rd row, he's one of the favorites to win today.
Stewart in that 14 car. Look at the smoke.
He must have put on a little extra Old Spice tonight. Now he's learning how to be an owner.
Tony Stewart has reasons to celebrate tonight.
Tony Stewart is the winningest driver here at Daytona, but there is one victory, one trophy that's missing, the Daytona 500. Tony, you've seen all the crashing that's going on here so far leading up to the 500. How can you avoid all that stuff in the race and come home with a big trophy?
It hasn't been bad in the Cup Series, I don't think. It's it's the other series that they've had the crashes in. I think our rules package is good. I think NASCAR's done a great job of kind of loosening the reins and letting us all do what the fans have asked us to do. So I think we're all looking forward to it today. So You know, we got a nice, perfectly blue sky day here at Daytona. It's a little cooler, but, you know, this track's going to have some heat in it today, so we're all going to have some work to do to get our cars where we want them, but I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited about today.
All right, we wish you luck. Go get them.
No one in this field has won this race more than Jeff Gordon. Now that he's had a taste of it, of course, that could make him even hungrier. So Jeff does it. Does it make you even hungrier than someone who hasn't won this race?
You know, I think that when you haven't won it for a while and you know what it's like to win it, it only makes it that much more special. The more time I spend in this sport, the more I appreciate days like today. It's just such an amazing electricity in the air. The Daytona 500, there's nothing like it. And it only comes around once a year, and we've been waiting all winter long to get here, and our team's worked so hard. So I'm really excited to get it all going.
And he's holding his Valentine.
Well, Brad, you've won on a track just like this, and you've said you're not here to make any other team or any other driver happy.
Well, we've got fast race cars, and we've got a strong shot at winning again today with the Penske Dodge Charger, so I'm excited. It's been an awesome week here in Daytona. We've seen a lot of action. The new rules that NASCAR's implemented, I think, play right into our hands here with the 12 car, and we're going to give them a run for their money today here in Daytona.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks, Steve and crew. Tony Stewart had that confident smile.
Yeah, he does. But, you know, he reminds me of Dale Earnhardt. So reminiscent. It took Dale 20 years to win the Daytona 500. He's won the most preliminary events of anybody that's ever raced here, 30-odd. But and Tony's right there with him. And I just hope that maybe Tony won't take 20 years to get it done.
Him and Juan Pablo Montoya smiling with Kyle Busch. You might not see much of that once the racing starts. As we continue, counting it down to the start of the race, the reigning champ, Jimmy Johnson, will talk about fighting for maybe a 5th straight title. The Daytona 500 is straight ahead on Fox, and we're glad you're watching. The Daytona 500 pre-race show on Fox is sponsored by Napa. One of the best parts of Napa Auto Parts has been our 10-year partnership with you. Michael Waltrip, thanks for the ride. Live at Daytona Beach, Florida, and the Daytona International Speedway. NASCAR on Fox counting it down to the start of the race. We could call this Championship Sunday. Look at that. You got Super Bowl rings. You got NASCAR championships. Jimmy Johnson, meet Jimmy Johnson. Never mind. How about them Cowboys? How about them Lowe's boys?
How about them 4 rings?
A lot of rings. Dynasties in sports are rare these days, Darrell and Jeff, but not if you are Jimmy Johnson. Today, he begins a march toward an unprecedented 5th straight Sprint Cup championship. Now, he's won in the old car, the new car, the car of tomorrow, the car of today. Give Jimmy your keys, and he'd probably win in your car.
Jimmy Johnson is going to be the 2006 NASCAR champion.
Magical.
2nd Cup title.
Dedication.
3rd consecutive championship.
Historical.
Makes history tonight.
Drive.
His 4th consecutive championship.
The last two would be badass. We can win 5 championships, if not more.
When you do see the little caption that says first ever to win 4 championships, that's really a neat thing.
To do what we've done with 4 straight championships, the fact that Earnhardt, Petty, Gordon, Waltrip, I mean, you go down the list of the greats, weren't able to do it. It is very, very difficult to put it into words what it means to me.
We worked the first 26 races to get ourselves in position, so when we get to the chase, we do have the package that we want. So we do have the cars that we want.
So when the chase starts, it just does something different to us. The tracks are good to us in the chase, there's no doubt about that, but we have always responded well to pressure.
There's been a lot of talk about trying to throw in different races or mix them up a little bit to try to hurt us and our team in the chase.
Yeah, you know, the talk to Jimmy Proof the chase kind of warms me up inside. I think it's pretty cool that people are trying to figure out how to keep us from winning races.
Honestly, that's fine. If they were to throw a road course in there, I think that's fine. I think that's acceptable. I think if they threw Bristol in there, that's acceptable.
I've heard about tracks moving around, dates changing. Whatever it is, 48 team's ready for it.
Jimmy and Shani having a baby, I think it's a great thing.
Being a father is going to bring something totally new to the equation.
Is there going to be a bit of a distraction? Absolutely.
No, life is going to change, and I've not been through this before.
Everybody loses sleep at night.
All I can do is anticipate what's going to happen.
Probably get tired of changing diapers and feedings and all that kind of stuff, so it's going to have some type of impact on them.
You can still win championships with a new family member coming into the scene.
A lot of baby talk. There's Jimmy, big introduced, riding around here in Daytona. Jeff, what's he telling you, his crew, about his car for today?
He likes it. They've really done an excellent job of coming back and getting that backup car where it's balanced and he's comfortable with it. So I think they're going to be a factor today. You're going to have to watch out for that 48 car.
Darrell, I mentioned never before a NASCAR driver named Athlete of the Year, Jimmy, that 2002, 4 championships, 47 wins. You could make an argument we're watching maybe the best ever.
Well, I think so. And Chad and Jimmy are a marriage made in Victory Circle. That's where they were meant to be. It's the confidence. When Chad Knaus tells Jimmy Johnson to do something, he doesn't argue. Those 4 tires that everybody else got to go into the qualifying race there the other afternoon, Jimmy Johnson, Chad said stay out. Jimmy didn't argue. He said, I'll stay out.
Was he that way when you were his crew chief?
Absolutely not. He questioned anything went on. That's the reason we didn't win, 58 more races instead of the 43 we did together.
You guys got along.
I question that.
You guys got along like Leno and Conan O'Brien. We kid. All right, time for our NASCAR news and notes and our Daytona edition. Rick Hendrick, we just saw his race team. He lent a helping hand, sending 2 of his team planes to earthquake-ravaged Haiti on daily trips throughout January to help with relief efforts. And Roger Penske also donated $1 million worth of trucks to the cause. Denny Hamlin, a popular choice maybe to unseat Jimmy Johnson for that championship, tore his ACL playing hoops basketball in the offseason. He's going to drive a full schedule this year. Says it shouldn't be a problem. He's going to wait to have surgery after the season. And the Oscars are coming up. Digger, you haven't seen a lot of him in this show, but he made his screen debut in December in the movie Alvin and the Chipmunks, The Squeakquel, which did well at the box office. You told an interesting story about how Rick Hendrick, the word got to him.
There was a lady in Haiti that was working at a hospital, and she needed help. Nobody was coming to help her. She knew about Hendrick Motorsports. She was a race fan. She texted Mr. Smith. Christian Smith works in Rick's office, so he got the text.
Wow.
Rick responded by sending help.
All right, so the name's Smith. Things
so
happen
if you ever
for a
need help,
reason.
just text Mr. Smith.
All right. Time now for Gas and Go. They have been locked away.
So.
Yes, no one knows the answer. They've been locked away in the wardrobe closet.
He's had all winter to do.
Elton John and Lady Gaga. Okay. Darrell, this is for you. You're on the clock, remember. Kevin Harvick, the late surge, he led only 4 laps when he won 3 years ago at the Daytona 500. We saw him in the Budweiser shootout. Why the late surge for him? And he's the last guy you want to see in your rearview mirror.
Well, he that's what he does. That's his trademark. And sometimes you got to lay back there, stay out of trouble, and be sneaky. And I think that's what he does. He kind of sneaks up on them.
Reminds me of David Pearson.
A lot.
All right, Jeff, for you, all the changes at Richard Petty Motorsports, Casey Kane, what are his chances of winning the Daytona 500 trophy today?
I'll tell you exactly what his chances are. Excellent. I've already picked him out. That's my pick for today's win. I think the guy's got an opportunity.
All right, Darrell, for you, how good a race car driver is Danica?
Oh, and by the way, he's in a Ford.
That's right. All right, that's right. And they didn't need any bailout money. All right, nope. Danica Patrick, how good a race car driver is Danica?
She impressed the heck out of me down here. And let me tell you something else. Her racing with us, when she goes back to IndyCar, she's going to be a better IndyCar driver by virtue of racing with us. And if you don't believe me, just ask Dario.
Yeah, Dario Franchitti.
Dario raced with us. He went back and won the championship. She'll be better, and she will get better here, too.
Yeah, she told me not in the plans for Cup this year, maybe next year. All right, Jeff, for you, how is Denny Hamlin's torn ACL going to affect his driving?
Not at all. I mean, he and I talked about this the other night. Yeah, it's a little bit painful right now, but they've been going through a lot of therapy. It does not affect him as long as he's not trying to play basketball anymore with somebody like you.
Hey, you had a good move to the hoop. I had to stop him.
I know it.
We kid. All right, which Busch brother, Darrell, has the better chance? Kyle, Kurt, they've both run well here. Neither one has the Daytona 500
Careful
title.
How you answer
well,
that.
I got to go with Kurt. And Kurt runs so good on these restrictor plate races. He's got a new crew chief, Steve Addington. I think that's going to be a good combination.
All right, you taking Kurt?
I'm taking Kurt.
All right, how about you?
I'm with him.
Okay.
I think that right now his experience,
They agree.
Mark it down.
will win out. I really believe that.
Jeff,
this is fun. Gas and goes working.
Yeah.
Jamie McMurray back with Chip Ganassi, Martin Truex with Michael Waltrip Racing. What effect will it have?
I think it's going to be a positive one. You take a look at what happened to Juan Pablo Montoya. He drove for Chip Ganassi, left and came back. He has been stronger than ever before. I think Jamie's glad to be home. I look for Jamie McMurray to have a stellar year this year with Chip Ganassi.
All right, last question for each of you. All right, who are you predicting of the race, Darrell? I'll give you a winner today.
29. I've said all along, Harvick, he'll lay back, stay out of trouble. He's had a great speed week so far. He's my man. Don't let me down, rookie.
You got half of it right. The 9. The 9.
You're going KCK?
I'm going KCK.
2-9.
I really like the fact I think those Fords are handling so well. And remember, a year ago, Roush Fenway and the restrictor plate program was extremely strong.
All right, I'll take Tony Stewart. You got to run. You got to join Larry, right?
Hammond.
Larry and Mike in the booth.
I got to go, and you got to come with. You got to see what I'm going in. Come on, baby.
All right.
Come on,
Chris,
you fool.
Chris, we'll be back in a minute. Back in a minute.
All right, DW, where's this new quick ride at?
Check it out. I got the van from the A-Team.
Man, it is the A-Team van. How did you get it?
All I got to do is promote the movie. It's in theaters June the 11th.
I know that movie. It's got Jessica Biel, Bradley Cooper, Liam Neeson. Man, it's going to be cool. DW.
I pity the fool who gets in my way.
Fox Sports welcomes you to the 52nd running of the Great American Race, the Daytona 500. It's like a leadoff home run or an opening kickoff run back for a touchdown. What will we get in the biggest race of the year to start things? How about Juan Pablo Montoya in his 4th Daytona 500?
Yeah, he's starting 8th right now. And, Chris, I think he can join Andretti and Foyt and win this race if he gets things kind of working the right way.
Well, let's head down trackside. Drivers, families, fans, all gathering for today's special event.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and remove your hats as the All-Army Color Guard from the Military District of Washington, D.C. presents our nation's colors. Please remain standing as Dr. David Youth of First Baptist Church of Orlando offers today's invocation.
Would you pray with me? God, thank you for an incredible day, for the sunshine. We pray for safety for all the race fans and the race teams. And on this Valentine's Day, God, we ask that you would protect the drivers, their families through the season, that love would keep them strong. God, we pray the troops know they are loved and appreciated by all of us. And most of all, we thank you for your love. No one loves us more than you. You gave your only Son that we might have life and life everlasting. And it's in his name we pray, in the name of Jesus. Amen.
And now, here to perform our national anthem, please welcome Columbia recording artist and 3-time Grammy Award winner, Harry Connick Jr.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Fans, let's hear.
Always a powerful moment. Harry Connick Jr. from New Orleans. How about those Saints? Maybe it's a good day for the underdog here in Daytona. It doesn't have to be Valentine's Day for Kiss Cam to be in focus at a NASCAR race, and a happy one to you. So love is in the air.
On your side of the room.
All right, love is in the air. What kind of racing is in the air? Give me your Verizon checklist.
Well, I think it's going to be real important for a lot of guys today to get off on the right foot, Chris. And the key thing right now, when they drop the green flag, you got to trust your spotter right on the get-go to get you in the right place and keep you out of trouble. Plus, you got to have solid pit stops, and that means the driver's got to get on pit road, don't get caught speeding, get in your box. The guys have got to perform flawlessly. And third, and not the least of these things, is being mentally tough. 500 miles, nobody's had to run a 500-mile race yet, so you've really got to stay focused and listen to what's going on. Keep yourself out of trouble. Be patient.
Coming to a guy who worked on a pit crew. Now we have a great age range in this race of the 43-car field. 19-year-old Joey Logano, 54-year-old Bill Elliott. A guy like Logano, after his first experience last year, he says he's a lot more comfortable this time around.
Oh, he definitely is, and I think right now with that guy leaning in the window, Greg Zipadelli, his crew chief, makes so much difference with this young guy.
And we have 4 drivers competing in their first ever Daytona 500. So let's head down to the track to hear those words that we love to hear every weekend.
And now, race fans, it's time for those most famous words in motorsports. Here to give the command, please welcome our Grand Marshal, 1960 Daytona 500 champion and member of the inaugural class of the NASCAR Hall of Fame, Junior Johnson.
Gentlemen, start your engines.
And ready to roll. A pleasure to bring in the guys who will be calling the race all season long. Our friends, colleagues, and the best in the business. Our 10th year with the gang, NASCAR on Fox. Larry McReynolds, Darrell Waltrip, and Mike Joy. Welcome again, guys. You ready to go?
Thanks, Chris. Let's get to it. The first Daytona 500 in 1959 had a photo finish so close that Bill France and a team of photojournalists took 3 days to declare Lee Petty the winner. Here on Thursday, the 2 qualifying races were each decided, Darrell, in the blink of an eye. Any chance that we'll see anything different today?
Oh, yeah, we're going to see the same thing today. It's just going to take a little bit longer. You know, we got to run 500 miles today, but I have never felt the energy. I've never felt the guys, just everybody's so confident and so pumped up starting this new year. I've been down here a lot of times when everybody was kind of gloom and doom. Well, everybody's kind of like the day here. Bright, sunshiny future for us, and I'm excited about getting this thing started, man. The racing's been so good, I can't wait to get it going.
Well, one little wrinkle about Thursday's qualifying race, Larry, late in the race, Jimmy Johnson was the leader, had the chance to come in and get tires, stayed out. Everybody else got tires, but they couldn't beat him.
Yeah, I'm not sure I would go down that format today because we've got a different racetrack. I talked to a lot of the guys in the garage area. The sun is beating down. Already right now this track is 30 degrees warmer than it was in practice yesterday. And we've had 2 races that's been run since these guys was last on the track. So I think when these guys hit pit road, it's going to be for a lot of adjustments. And also you're going to want 4 tires. But here's what I really think. We've been talking about going back to the roots. I think on that last lap, we may see the boys go back to their roots.
All right. Let's have a look at our FedEx Understanding the Race for today.
What this is, this is the averages of our last 9 Daytona 500s. The first caution normally comes out roughly around lap 29. The total number of cautions, average of 7 per race. The longest green flag run, 64 laps, but twice in those 9 races, it's been over 100 laps. And the green flag laps to the finish around 16 to 17 laps. In 2004, when Dale Earnhardt Jr. won the 500, we ran the last 120 laps under green, caution-free.
43 of America's best drivers have waited all winter to drop the green flag on the Great American Race.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Sprint, proud sponsor of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series.
Let's have a look at the starting lineup for the 52nd annual Daytona 500. Starting out back, Michael Waltrip, who got in on his qualifying speed, as did Bobby Labonte, Joe Nemechek, Bill Elliott, Jeff Burton there. And these are drivers who race their way in or have top 35 owner points from 2009. A lot of experience deep in the field. Max Pappas is one of 4 rookies in this race. Along with Michael McDowell, also starting his first 500. You'll see drivers that'll go to the rear. We'll explain that in a moment. Denny Hamlin and Brad Keselowski, not the best of friends. Are they starting in lucky row 13 together? They're teammates and best friends, Kenseth and Biffle. Jeff Gordon will have to go to the back before they drop the green flag. Rudeman, the winner at Charlotte last year. Ryan Newman, a past champion of the 500. And the Aussie, Ambrose. The Rookie of the Year, Logano. And A.J. Allmendinger, late to the grid for an engine change. Martin Truex Jr. and Jamie McMurray in different rides for 2010. Elliott Sadler, Regan Smith's going to run the full season. Clint Boyer with past 500 runner-up Kurt Busch. Kurt's younger brother Kyle with Juan Montoya from Colombia. Tony Stewart and Kevin Harvick, good friends, but Harvick's won this race, Stewart hasn't. Jimmy Johnson and Casey Kane, the Gatorade 150 winners. And winning the front row by time trials, Mark Martin and Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Let's dial up Casey Kane and see how he's doing. Casey Kane, it's a DW Fox Sports booth. You got a copy, buddy?
Yeah, I got you, Daryl.
Casey, I talked to a lot of people in the garage area. They say you're the man to beat today. How you feel? What's your opinion?
Well, I feel good. I think there's going to be about, I don't know, a few cars that are definitely really good all week long, and I think our Budweiser Ford's been one of them. So I've been anxious for the day. It's exciting to be here. We have a great crowd, and should be a pretty intense race.
Yeah, you got enough Clydesdales in that Ford engine to get her done?
Yeah, this Ford engine's been strong, very strong all week. We'll see what happens. It's been good, though, and the car's handled awesome. It'll be handling today. There'll be some spread out times, and we just need to stay out of any issues and be there at the end. That's when you got to go for it.
Well, good luck and have a great day, and this Bud's for you.
All right, thank you.
Today's race is brought to you by Budweiser, the beer that starts with full flavor and ends with a crisp, clean finish. Budweiser, it's what we do. There's the 2011 Mustang GT with the new 5.0 twin cam V8 and Richard Petty behind the wheel. At the Barrett-Jackson auction on Speed Channel in January, Phoenix collector Ron Pratt bid $300,000, with the proceeds going to juvenile diabetes research, and he'll own that pace car after today. Built Ford tough, and it's the first time since Richard Petty has been in a Ford at Daytona since this picture was taken during time trials for 1969. Richard had just won the season opener at Riverside, California, driving a Ford Torino Talladega. The new Mustang, built Ford tough, and boy, that's a slick, shifting, hot, accelerating car. I was joking with Richard yesterday. He's got to remember to turn left and come on pit road. You'll want to run that thing right to the flag.
He checked. He wanted to know how much fuel they put in it, too. He might want to stay out a few extra laps.
Let's get out of our NASCAR on Fox All-Star pit crew, beginning with Steve Burns.
Thank you very much, Mike Joy. Dale Earnhardt Jr. last year, the only one of the 4 Hendrick Motorsports drivers not to make NASCAR's version of the playoffs, the chase. Crew Chief Lance McGrew saying this week it is critically important to get out of the box strong here at the Daytona 500. Last second instructions, Lance McGrew told Dale Jr., be careful getting on pit road. It's very slick. Dick Berggren.
Well, Kyle Busch led the most laps in last year's Daytona 500, but he didn't win it. The year before, he led the most laps in the Daytona 500. Didn't win that one either. Moments ago, he told me he is going to play it very cool this year. Just going to take what the car will give him and nothing more. Kyle Busch starts 7th. Matt Yoakum.
Dick, Kurt Busch has seen some many exciting moments here in the Daytona 500. Unfortunately for his racing resume, he has finished second 3 different times, but he thinks today could be the Blue Deuce's day. What impressed him the most about his race car, it didn't matter if it was new tires or old tires. He could go anywhere. It was a rocket ship, and he thinks that could play into pit strategy near race's end. Krista?
Carl Edwards has 2 reasons to be a ball of nerves right now. His wife, Kate, is due to give birth to their first child in 4 days, and he's racing with an engine that hasn't had any practice. Carl is hoping both the motor and his wife can hold out till the end of this race.
You saw Carl acknowledge the flagman giving the 1 to go signal. The light is out atop the safety car.
Mike, down here already this week, Mark Martin has driven 635 miles, and Tony Stewart has already driven almost 900 miles, not counting today.
Mark Martin and Dale Earnhardt Jr. on the front row. AmpUpThe88.com is the new destination. For Junior Nation, Dale Jr. fans, join a live chat this Wednesday with Dale Jr. at 7 p.m. only at AmpUpThe88.com. Larry, you sit so low in these cars the driver cannot see any of the four fenders. How do you convince that driver to keep those four fenders intact today?
Well, we saw in the Gatorade Dual races when you knock just the slightest dent in one of those fenders or in a quarter panel behind the rear tires, it kills the aerodynamics. You've got to convince it, and I totally agree with Jeff Hammond in his keys. Number one, trust that spotter and believe in that spotter. He's your second pair of eyes.
And it's sort of a sixth sense, Mike. You just know where those things are.
Today's race is 200 laps, 500 miles. The speed limit down pit road, 55 miles an hour, and they'll have to pit just about every 100 miles for fuel, Sunoco race gas, and tires.
And I think they'll be wanting tires well before that. You see to the rear for the backup cars, the 24, the 31, and Michael Waltrip, the 51. Those were cars that were crashed in the dual races. 2 engine changes after practice yesterday, Carl Edwards and A.J. Allmendinger.
Start of a new season, Darrell, inside those 43 cars. Butterflies?
Oh, yeah. I don't care how many times you've been coming down here. 25 times this is Mark Martin coming to take the green here today. You still get very, very nervous and very, very tense because you never know what's going to happen on these starts.
DW, like you said in the pre-race, I've never been on a team quite like our team. Our 10th year of NASCAR on Fox. We're going to be faster today than we've been here in years. Best advice I can give you, reach up there and pull those belts tight one more time.
I just want to get this thing started. I know it's going to be so much fun to watch and do. And here they come. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing, boys.
Your teammates are where you find them. Bump drafting will be very prevalent down that backstretch today, and Mark Martin has just gotten a punt and a push into the lead.
That was by his teammate Jimmy Johnson in that 48 car. Everybody wants to lead the first lap of the new season. It'll be worth 5 points. Who will lead it?
Ageless Mark Martin. In the number 5, Hendrick Chevrolet comes across the line with his teammate Jimmy Johnson looking out. That opens the door on the bottom for Kevin Harvick.
What was that commercial they used to do about Mark? Crazy old man. Crazy old man is on the gas.
You know, they fanned out just a little bit at the start of that thing, but it didn't take them long to get bunched back up.
I already see something kind of odd though, and I think rather interesting. I believe there's a group of guys that maybe are going to lay back a little bit here in these opening laps because the opening laps of all the races we've had down here have been a little bit wild and crazy.
Martin will lead lap 2 from Jimmy Johnson. Kevin Harvick is there alongside Dale Jr. and right behind Harvick, Kyle Busch with Casey Kane, Tony Stewart, and Clint Boyer.
And Mike, Larry, unlike the other events here, 150 milers or the Bud Shootout, we got a long way to go here. We got a long race to run. Don't push the issue right now. Give and take as much as you have to keep the fenders on it like we said.
We know we've got a lot of pit stops to make on pit road.
If it's not right now, don't worry about it. We can help you. We'll fix it for you. Give your team a chance. Give your crew a chance.
Martin up to the high side to hold his lead.
Now, fans at home, I know every now and then we're going to be in the cars. You'll hear the engines. But the thing that the engine is so different this year is you can let out of the throttle, not hit the guy in front of you, and pick the throttle back up and keep going. You don't lose all that momentum like we have in the past. Let's see if we can hear that in the corner here. practicing riding with Kyle Busch, and he never lets up, so that may not have been the right one.
Darryl, you've been talking all week long about the speeds going down into turn 3. You could see right there halfway down the back straightaway, well over 190 miles an hour, even in the middle of 3 and 4.
And for the lead, here comes Kasey Kahne, winner of his Gatorade Dual race on Thursday that set the field for the 500. And Kasey Kahne will lead the 4th lap. No, he doesn't. Mark Martin right back by him.
Mark got that push on the high side by his teammate Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the 88 and did not let Kasey Kahne lead that lap.
Well, that's the 4th lap of the race. Folks, at about 180, 200 laps, so you're going to see that same kind of run to the finish.
There will come a point when Martin wants to find out how his number 5 works back in traffic, but he's not ready to give up the point just yet.
Safest place to be right now is right out front. Nothing in your mirror, in your windshield.
Tony Stewart has moved up to 4th, ahead of Jimmy Johnson's 2nd car on the inside road.
And Mike, this is when the cars are at their very, very best. Right now, they're on new tires, full of fuel, pretty comfortable right now, even though you're too wide.
Steve Burns is in the pits of the defending Sprint Cup champ.
Mike, Chad Knaus, Jimmy Johnson's crew chief on that 48, echoed Darrell Waltrip's comments this morning. He said, there's not going to be any riding around in the back for us. We are fastest up front. They led practice yesterday, ran just 12 laps. He said, we're going to be in the top 10 all day.
You know, guys, we've seen that a lot at Talladega Superspeedway because everybody's car drives good for all of the race. But the way this place is so rough and the cars get to handling bad, I'm just not sure running at the back is that good of a strategy.
Got to be in the way back.
Way back.
Yeah, because we've seen guys from, back in the field get into wrecks because they couldn't miss what was happening in front of them.
Let's go down to the leaders pit. Matt Yoakum.
And Mark Martin echoed exactly what Larry Mack just said. He felt like from all that he's learned from the duels back to the Budweiser shootout last weekend, that if you get stuck in the back, unlike years past when you can drop to the back and ride, you cannot do that with this package. Much more difficult to try to work your way back to the front.
Thanks, Matt. Fastest lap of this young race so far as Kurt Busch pokes his nose out down low, and that blue deuce is the number 7, Robbie Gordon. He's up to 21st. Joey Logano inside challenging. The number 7 has the quickest lap of the race, 46.17. Jeff Gordon second fastest, then Keselowski.
That's 100. I think that's about 195 miles an hour, somewhere along in there.
Kasey Kahne now in the second row inside.
Got a smoker down in turn 1, guys.
Car spins and gets collected down off the banking between turns 1 and 2. Regan Smith is in it. Brad Keselowski and Keselowski's teammate, the 77 Sam Hornish, are all involved.
And I mean, Jeff Gordon in that 24 just squeaked by.
And most of the wrecks we've seen down here have actually started mid-pack and back.
First caution of the day. Oh, Max Pappas from Como, Italy, his first 500. He's on the apron.
Another one.
And Sam Hornish, IndyCar star. There is Gordon. No apparent damage to the left side of his Chevy. And Regan Smith, the young driver from outside Syracuse, New York. Boris Said has his car torn up.
I don't know if it lost an engine or I'm not sure a tire or something happened. I looked over in the turn 1 there and the smoke. You see the smoke.
Right behind the yellow car is the number 12 of Keselowski. And you see him just get a little loose right there. He gets up into the wall, collects Smith and Hornish.
I believe that 12 car had something happen to it, like it may have lost a right rear tire or something. There's really no reason for it to step out like that.
So Roger Penske had 3 cars in this race, and that gets 2 of them, the 12 and the 77. There you see Gordon just squeaking by in that 24.
Remember, Carl Edwards is one of those who had to start this race at the back of the pack due to changes.
Right here in front of you. A lot of smoke. Slow it down. Slow it down.
And he goes to the apron to ride through this off the 31-degree banking.
There's one thing about a car here. It's going to go up the hill, it's going to go down the hill, and it just might go back up the hill. So you got to miss it twice if you try to go low.
Keselowski and Hornish have taken their cars to the garage. Some of the others have come to pit road for repair, like Max Pappas. And we're under the first caution of the day in Daytona, 8 laps in to the 200 that will make up today's race. Mike Bliss also got a piece of that one.
Yeah, he did. I saw the 36 car limp in there, Mike. He was torn up pretty good.
8 laps complete. A little early for pit stops there.
For the front runners, but there you see Casey Kane. He makes the commitment in the 9 car, and everyone else follows him down. Looks like Mark Martin, Dale Earnhardt Jr., and Montoya stayed out. Krista.
Casey Kane says his car is loose all the way through. How are they going to fix it? By going a half round down on the left rear jack bolt. Dick.
Kyle Busch going to take 4 tires, no adjustment to the chassis on his race car.
Jimmy Johnson's team fitting 4 tires. Steve?
4 tires for Jimmy Johnson. Chassis adjustment as well, Mike. He said the majority of the time I was on the bottom. I couldn't get to the top. Matt.
And the 2 of Kurt Busch service already complete on his car. He was pretty pleased with the balance.
Most of the leaders came to pit road. We'll update the running order in a moment.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Sprint, proud sponsor of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series, by Ford F-Series, America's best-selling brand of trucks for 33 years straight, built Ford tough, and by Aflac. Aflac is insurance for daily living. Get to know Quack at noquack.com.
Caution out at 10 laps at Daytona as you watch from our aerial coverage provided to you by DirecTV. DirecTV, it'll change your life. Call 1-800-DirecTV. Mark Martin, Dale Earnhardt Jr., and Juan Montoya did not pit under that caution. Kevin Harvick did not pit. He did come on pit road to have his scoring transponder replaced, but that was a NASCAR official move. They gave him his position back. There's Jimmy Johnson, defending series champion, in 15th position in the 48, who started his racing career off-road in a Chevy truck. That's why he's excited to give you a chance to win a powerful, dependable Chevy Silverado. Go to winjimmysilverado.com for your chance to win. Yesterday, the nationwide race and the Camping World Truck Race, total of 79 cars, 49 of which, more than half of the 2 total fields, caught up in accidents. We've now had the first one, and we now see Carl Edwards back in the pits. Krista?
Yeah, Mike, they had to clean off the grill. The water temperature was going way up, so they just came in to get some of that debris off the front end of the car.
And Mike, one thing I don't like about not pitting with everybody else, oh, it's okay right now. We only run 8-10 laps here. But it puts me at a disadvantage if we go back green racing and we stay green for a while. These other guys we've seen, 10 laps on tires does make a difference. So I would have liked to come down with everybody else at this point in the race. It's no time to really be gambling, I don't think.
There you see our weather, 54 degrees ambient. That track temperature is 79 degrees. I talked about that at the top of the show. That's about 30 degrees warmer than what we had in that final practice yesterday morning. This is our first time NASCAR on Fox to have the double file restart, and Mark Martin's the leader, and he gets a choice, outside line or inside line, and he played around a lot with that in the Gatorade dual race on Thursday. He's elected to choose the inside line. Everyone else, the odd number of cars where they're running is an inside, even numbers on the outside.
Most of the time I'm going to look in my mirror. If I'm the leader, I'm going to look in my mirror and I'm going to say, who would I line up? Who would line up behind me? That's what I'd be looking at right now. That'd be the line I'd want to get in. And who is that behind him? Tony Stewart?
That's actually Montoya in the 42.
First time that a Ford Mustang has ever paced the Daytona 500, and the first Ford in front of the field in 40 years. It was a 1970 Ford Torino that last paced the 500 for the Blue Oval, and here we go. 12 laps complete this time by. Green flag. Mark Martin, Dale Jr. right up front, just like we started.
And you see that inside line, it's getting a pretty good push there. The momentum will come back as they get down here in turn 1. Those cars that go high will get a little bit of a run onto the back straightaway that could help them. Nothing's going to help you if you jump out there like Mark Martin did. Man, he took off.
Juan Montoya, who has not been the least bit bashful about bump drafting all week here in Daytona, puts his number 42 out front.
Yeah, the bump draft in these cars really works well because you've got a flat nose against a flat rear bumper. And so you don't upset the car in front of you when you bump into it. You just give it a shove.
Well, boy, Dale Earnhardt Jr. jumped to the inside in that 88. Kevin Harvick in the 29 jumped down there, pushes Earnhardt Jr. to the lead.
Talked to Lance McGrew, Larry. He said, I'm telling you, DW. I said, you got him fixed up. He wasn't very good at a qualifier. He said, we got him right today. You watch.
For many years now, NASCAR's most popular driver, Dale Earnhardt Jr., leads them around Daytona. Montoya gives him a foot or so. See if he comes down to pick up Harvick here. Steve?
Mike, when the caution came out, Dale Earnhardt Jr. told Lance McGrew, I don't think I gained much by pitting. He said the car's pretty good right now, a little bit loose. But to Darrell's point, he said if it doesn't get any looser.
Normally if your car is drivable loose, that's okay. You're happy. And you can see, look, he's got his hands. He doesn't. Remember that day we were watching, he had them hands way down there, all the way under and touching his leg almost. Today, and watch how he does his right hand. A little bit confusing when you see how much grip or how much wheel he's got in, because he takes that right hand and slides it over the top of the wheel. Watch him as we get down here in the corner, but so far that car looks very comfortable.
Well, Darrell, you say it all the time. You can live with the little bit of loose as long as it's predictable and not doing two different things.
And normally a little bit of a loose car will tighten up, Larry. It burns off a little fuel, tires build up a little bit. So I think he's pretty happy with that car at this point.
Mark Martin has been stuck in the middle. Elliott Sadler in the 19 made the move underneath, and here comes Newman and Kenseth and everybody.
Clowns to the left of me and jokers to the right. Here I am.
Stuck in the middle without anybody.
Without anybody.
Back. And then he'll find a spot in line.
That's okay. You watch. This will be a good guy to watch. Although I'm not sure Mark will be in any hurry to get back up in the front. Once he gets in the back, he'll probably stay there. But let's see if he works his way back up to the front and how long it takes him.
Well, he was waiting for that spotter right above us to say clear outside or clear inside, and he jumps to the outside line there behind Robbie Gordon in the 7.
Big Dale Earnhardt, he used to do that. He'd fall in the back and you'd say, oh, he's junk. You don't worry about him anymore. And he would just go back there and work his way to the front, and he'd do that all day long, timing it, seeing how long it took him.
So Dale Earnhardt Jr. leads the Daytona 500 with Juan Pablo Montoya, who has won in IndyCar. He's won the Indy 500. He's won in Formula One at Monaco. He's won at Infineon Raceway, the road course, in these Sprint Cup cars. He's in the 42. And here comes Harvick in the 29.
Where's Hammond at?
Why?
Well, I picked Harvick to win today. And of course, they're a long way from the end, but he took the 9, I took the 29. What do you think now, bud?
It's 500 miles, baby. Just remember, it's a long way. My man's back here just kind of minding his P's and Q's.
Yeah, this is no race to go backwards in.
Elliott Sadler, second car on the inside row, came within one green flag lap of winning last year's Daytona 500. He couldn't hold off Matt Kenseth, and then the rains came.
But I'm a little bit worried because Harvick usually doesn't show up near the front until about 5 to go normally.
Matt?
Mike, when you talk to different drivers throughout the field, they'll always point out a certain driver that really taught them how to draft and run restrictor plate racing. For Elliott Sadler, it was his longtime teammate Dale Jarrett. He says the biggest thing I learned, patience. Don't make any erratic moves, so that way you upset someone else. They won't work with you at the end. Patience has been the key for me to save my stuff to the end. That's why I've had so many good runs in restrictor plate racing.
But you know, Matt, I'm going to be watching that 19 car of Elliott Sadler and the 17 car of Matt Kenseth, the car and the team that won this race a year ago, along with Bill Elliott in the 21, Ford has a new race engine, the FR9, and those 3 teams are the only Ford teams that are racing that engine here in the Daytona 500.
Yeah, Kansas just said they put the old engine in my car. It didn't run as good as this engine, so he insisted on running this new engine, even though it's questionable at this point. They ran them at Talladega, and they did pretty well with them.
26 cars in the lead draft, 40 cars on the lead lap. 3 in the garage: Brad Keselowski, Regan Smith, and Sam Hornish.
There you could hear they're playing with the throttle just a little bit there on Truex.
You know what a lot of crew chiefs were telling me, Darrell, we were talking about them rolling out of the throttle. A lot of times to enhance the bump draft, they stay wide open and just sit up there and drag the brake a little bit.
Yes, sir.
Out front at 19 laps, the 2000 winner of the 500, Kevin Harvick.
Get that checkered flag ready. Stick around for more NASCAR on Fox.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by the A-Team. Coming up in the next break, stay tuned for the world broadcast debut of the A-Team trailer in theaters June 11th.
A capacity crowd at Daytona International Speedway, nearly 200,000 strong, watching Kevin Harvick hold the lead at 23 laps. Harvick was the 2007 Daytona 500 winner in a thrilling finish with Mark Martin that saw Clint Boyer going end over end across the stripe. But Harvick has not been back to victory lane in a Sprint Cup points race since February '07.
Yeah, 2 Budweiser shootout wins and finished second
a year ago, and he won the All-Star race, the Sprint All-Star race in 2007.
3 cars in the garage from that crash at lap 9. Here's Dick Berggren.
Okay, Brad Keselowski starting his very first ever Daytona 500 in the garage with the car bent up. How bad is that piece?
It's really bad. Tore the whole right side off, broke the brake calipers, and messed up the toe, so it doesn't drive straight. You know, just one of the deals. You come here to Daytona and you spend, 2 weeks working on your car and polishing it and making it the best you can, and just little tweaks here and there. And we had an awesome Penske Dodge Charger, and didn't even get a chance. Blew out a right rear tire there. By the looks of the carcass of the tire, what we were able to see there, ran over something. So I don't think there's anything wrong with the tires, just caught a bad brake.
Well, the crew's not giving up. They're working on his automobile, going to try to get him back out again.
Regan Smith and Keselowski's teammate Sam Hornish also in the garage.
We haven't seen a lot of tire failures or any tire problem necessarily. We saw that on the 31 car and I think the 07, 2 Childress cars. Overall, tires have been pretty dependable down here.
Riding with Denny Hamlin, there is Jeff Burton right alongside. Let's check with Matt on the 5th place car, Montoya.
Mike, JPM was one of 4 drivers to stay out and not pit for tires. Juan reported to Brian Patty about 5 laps ago. He says, just so you know, we are totally out of control out here on old tires.
Well, and I think that's why we saw all those guys hit pit road about lap 9, as we've seen that all week long. And as I pointed out, this racetrack is probably the slickest it's been all week long today.
Well, the guys that stayed out when the caution came out are dropping like rocks. So you got to get tires right now. The track might get better and you might be able to pull that off later when it means something. It doesn't mean anything right now. So I come get tires every chance I got. How about it, Burnsy?
Mike, Kevin Harvick was just asked by crew chief Gil Martin, what you got, Kevin? How's your car? One-word answer, loose.
Well, loose is fast because he's leading this thing.
And right behind him, Kurt Busch, who has been the runner-up in the Daytona 500, 3 times a bridesmaid, pushed his teammate Ryan Newman to victory lane. And look who's got a run on the outside. They are not teammates, although Stewart's team, the 14, shares technology and engines with Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Hendrick Motorsports, but it seems that these 2, the 14 and the 88, if there's a chance for them to hook up on the racetrack, they'll run nose to tail.
Been pretty good dancing partners through the last few years here. They like to work together. They kind of know each other's style, know what to expect. That's a big deal right there, knowing what the guy in front of you is going to do, where he's going to go.
Trust is important at 190 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's like, you don't want to dance with somebody who keeps stepping on your feet. Well, they seem to be able to have that figured out.
You know, Tony Stewart won the Nationwide Series race here yesterday. That's 15 wins total at this speedway in everything imaginable, with the exception of the Daytona 500.
And Larry, I said it in the pre-race show. Tony Stewart's career right now here, and particularly here at Daytona, is so reminiscent of Dale Sr. Dale Sr. would win every preliminary event we'd have down here, but then when it comes Sunday, it's like he was out of luck, like he had drained the luck bank empty.
Kevin Harvick, your leader after 28 laps. The A-Team comes to the big screen. The movie opens in theaters June 11th. 31 complete in the Daytona 500. Kevin Harvick, Kurt Busch, Elliott Sadler, and now Busch wants the lead up in turn number 4.
You know, the only thing I can think about, why would you do that when you're just gapped to other cars behind you? But maybe that two-car of Kurt Busch, it may be getting a little warm, needs to get a little air, the radiator.
Behind them, Elliott Sadler third. His teammate Casey Kane has fallen back to 12th, however. Krista?
Mike, a little while ago, you mentioned the word trust. You know, there's also a trust in your teammates. Yes, Casey has slid back. Why? Well, listen to what he said on his radio a few laps ago.
I said, I don't know why Elliott didn't just stay in front of me. He went up in front of Harvick. He could be leading the race right now.
And that's Casey Kane with a confidence and actually a little bit of a swagger on the radio that we haven't heard in years past. He feels like he has a very good race car. He said it's a little loose, but not as bad as the others on the track right now.
Thanks, Krista. Now you'll see Elliott Sadler move up and pick up Kevin Harvick instead of staying with his teammate, the number 9.
Well, whatever Elliott did, I kind of like, because he's running second and Casey has slid back to ninth. So I think Elliott just went with the best, what worked best for him.
Or couldn't hold his car to the bottom. Who knows?
Probably.
And that whole outside lane went right past. No wonder Casey's raising Kane.
But yeah, it kept him right at the bottom, and no one jumped in behind him. Now you see him jump up behind Jimmy Johnson in that 48 car.
But just in about 3 laps, those first 3 cars had about a 1.5 second lead on Tony Stewart and Dale Jr. Kurt Busch decided to do a little racing, and when he did, it caught everybody back up.
I'm going to tell you who's also doing some marching up and racing is Elliott Sadler and Casey Kane's teammate A.J. Allmendinger in that 43 car. Remember, A.J. started telling Charlie because of an engine chain. Looked good the other day in the dual race. He has worked himself to the top 10 in 34 laps. A.J. had 1 top 5 finish last year. It was 3rd right here in the Daytona 500.
And he doesn't hold back. He's one of those kind of drivers that gets up there and says, "How you like me now?" Because that's what he's looking for. He don't, you know, he's not thinking about points, purse. He's just thinking about being out front.
A big responsibility carrying the king of stock car racing's number. That's Richard Petty's 43. That's one of the Richard Petty Motorsports 4-car team that switched to Ford this year. Petty a 7-time winner, and Petty Enterprises a 9-time winner of the 500. Kurt Busch puts his number 2 in the wind ahead of Kevin Harvick and Elliott Sadler.
I think that might have been Kevin Harvick saying, "Look, dude, if you're going to run out there all day long and let everybody catch back up, I'll let you in front of me." But I don't really think he wanted to. I think it was a necessity.
35 laps in. Let's get a little preview on pit stops. Matt?
Mike, 3 of the 4 cars that stayed out into that last caution, Juan Pablo Montoya, the 88 of Dale Jr., and the 5 of Upholsterer Mark Martin, they are about 4 laps away from pitting. They've all discussed what lap they wanted to pit on. The concern for Montoya, he may have a tire going away. They told him if it starts to vibrate too bad, hit pit road no matter what. Steve?
Matt, Kevin Harvick just asked crew, how long do I have to stay out here? I've gotten really loose. They said about 13 more laps.
Larry, you mentioned A.J. Allmendinger. What's he got, overdriving that thing? I mean, he was 20th when I first saw him, 10th when you mentioned him, and all of a sudden he's up to 4th place.
I mean, he had a good driving race car in the dual race. Qualifying a week ago, it wasn't that fast by itself, but they've got that car driving good for him.
Let's take a quick break and then come back for pit stops. 36 laps complete. You're watching the Daytona 500 on Fox.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Budweiser, the beer that starts with full flavor and ends with a crisp, clean finish. Budweiser, it's what we do.
For more than 50 years, cars raced on the hard-packed sands of Daytona Beach, with NASCAR beginning there in 1949. The action was just as hot on the beach as it's been on this new speedway since 1959. Dale Jr., Juan Pablo Montoya, and Mark Martin have made their pit stops under green.
And unfortunately, with the 42 and the 5 being down there pitting side by side, it kind of held their pit stops up. But you at Daytona and Talladega with the carburetor restrictor plate, we see how much faster cars run hooked up in a line. You have to have dancing partners when you come to pit road. We get to California next week. Your hopes are you make a green flag stop with no one on pit road.
One thing I did notice, though, everybody was really cautious. They have learned that these pit boxes are probably the slickest pit boxes in racing, with all the oil and dirt and grime that's built up in those boxes.
So Kurt Busch is the leader. A.J. Allmendinger, the former open wheel road racer, has wheeled his way right up to second place. Kevin Harvick holding third. Elliott Sadler in a tight draft on Harvick. Jimmy Johnson in a bit of a gap back to Casey Kane in sixth.
And what we'll see, all of these cars made pit stops on lap 9. I'm going to say probably within the next 6 to 8 to 9 laps, everyone else will come to pit road. That's when it gets hairy on pit road with a lot of cars on there at one time.
The spacing's pretty good, though, for those front guys, so they'll be able to kind of not run over each other, and that's what usually happens when you try to get them all on at one time.
So here's outside pole sitter Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the 88, trying to hang on to the tail end of the lead lap and not go one lap down.
2 there. Careful with the 2. There you go. Make it push you. Got the 43 right with him. Make it push you.
Steve?
Mike, just want to update you on Dale Jr.'s pit stop. He said that his car was loose, but on the bottom of the racetrack, it was neutral. So they've made a wedge adjustment to help tighten him up.
One car I noticed it's pretty good on old tires, and he proved that in the qualifying race. It's that 48 car. Right now, right here at the end of the run, when everybody's getting ready to pit, his car is one of the faster cars on the racetrack. Jimmy Johnson in a 48. He's right behind these 3 cars here, but looks like it's good on a long run.
Now, if a caution were to come out, NASCAR allows the first car 1 lap down to get the free pass and rejoin the lead lap. Here's Brad Keselowski coming back on track after the lap 9 accident.
Yeah, Montoya is the first car lap down, and what he wants to see right now is Earnhardt Jr. in the 88 stay in front of the leaders. That way Dale would be back on the lead lap. Montoya would be the first car and get that free pass should the caution come out. But these boys are going to be on pit road pretty quickly here.
And that right there, the 88 and the 2 both, that shows you the difference in fresh tires and kind of older tires. When you got good tires, don't you run around the bottom. When they go away late in the run, you start rim riding a little bit. See, the 2 car will go high, and Junior will run the bottom, and he'll really gap the 2 off of turn 4 here because he can hold it wide open around the bottom the shortest distance.
.44 laps complete. 106 miles
well,
of 500.
A lot of times in a race, you'd be a little nervous about your fuel mileage or other things, but we have been down here so much, so long. These guys have run so many laps and so many races, they know exactly how far they can go.
If we were in the Hollywood Hotel, we'd ring the bell for the new leader. Ding, ding. A.J. Allmendinger.
I want it.
If he can keep that lead and lead this lap at the finish line, start-finish line, it'll be the first lap he's led. He didn't even lead a lap last year in 2009.
There's a lap stop. Good job there, guys.
There's always a surprise. Every year you come to Daytona, pretty predictable. Yeah, this guy's going, that guy's going, but there's always one guy that you say, where'd he come from?
Pit stops have begun under green now for the cars that stopped early in the race. Clint Boyer will be the first of those as he brings his Richard Childress Racing Chevy to the pit lane. Matt?
And Boyer, one of those drivers slipping and sliding out there. Look for the chassis adjustment. You can see the wrench going in the back window. Significant adjustment for the 33 of Boyer. 4-tire change going on. Remember, he's had a rough speed weeks. Not only having an incident in his teammate's car, but also this one, and he's away.
He'll lose a lap to the race leader, A.J. Allmendinger, but that whole lead pack is going to need a pit stop very soon. A.J. Allmendinger is leading the Daytona 500. Steve?
And Mike, A.J. Allmendinger's update to his crew, it's not as bad as it was on the Thursday races. Still a little bit tight. Mike, his concern is he's getting a little bit hot. The radiator, that is.
And that's what blew their engine up in practice. They got it too hot yesterday, and they had to change.
That's what makes it really fast, too. You take that grill up, that baby's going to be a little quicker than everybody else. The question is, for how long?
A.J. from Los Gatos, California, outside San Francisco. We're going to the left coast next week. 2 p.m. Eastern on Fox. There is Kurt Busch running in second. He's been in the top 5 almost the whole race, Matt.
And Mike, they were about 3 laps away from making their next scheduled pit stop. The guys are stretching here in the pits, getting ready to service the car. Kurt said, I'm really not sure what to tell you. It's just on the edge of either being tight or too free. Right now, though, he can still run the bottom or run the middle at will.
And that's almost one of those situations where I believe I just put 4 tires on her. Don't do anything to slow the stop down. Let's see if it repeats the next run. Looks like he wants this lead back, though, before this pit stop. As Kurt Busch, the 2 car, takes the lead back from A.J. Allmendinger. But, you know, for making green flag stops, I like the way those 2 cars are running right now with Kurt leading, because as they come in on pit road, Kurt's pit is on down pit road from A.J. Allmendinger.
Martin Truex on pit road, David Rudiman, Marcus Ambrose, Max Pappas, and Michael Waltrip in the pit lane. Krista?
David Rudiman took 2 tires on the last stop, so you see the crew work coming around to make 4. He said that he was just a little bit free on exit, but good.
And Michael McDowell, who you see on the left side of the box on the right, now just coming into his pit. All of those drivers pitting on lap 49.
This place is tough to get on the pit road under green flag stops. You know, you're out there running 190 miles an hour. These guys don't run the biggest brake package because it's less rotating weight, and you're trying to get down to 55 miles per hour. In fact, here comes a group right now.
Bobby Labonte is in. The blue car is Travis Kvapil, and behind them, John Andretti. All of these are mid to back of the pack cars making stops here at lap 50. Robert Richardson is in. Bill Elliott in that red Wood Brothers car. Glenn Wood waved the green flag for this race, and Joe Nemechek is in.
You know, I don't like to keep harping about this, but people forget that there was a 24-hour race here 2 weeks ago. And even those cars coming on the pit road, and certainly the pit boxes, the shape they're in, those guys were here racing for 24 hours. They left a lot of grime and dirt behind.
Here come the leaders. Kurt Busch, A.J. Allmendinger, Jimmy Johnson, Casey Kane, Kevin Harvick, Elliott Sadler, and more. Krista.
Casey Kane said his car is just a little loose. Kenny Francis said, you want the track bar down a round? He said, no, I'm fine. And then he changed his mind and said, put it down a half round, trying to tighten up his car. Steve.
The 43 keeps getting tighter and tighter. They're going to make sure right now they scrape that grill. Matt.
And a track bar adjustment already completed on the 2 of Kurt Busch, so they're trying to make an adjustment on that car. Meanwhile, the 14 of Stewart, he's getting an air pressure change. Also, they were discussing a chassis adjustment as well. They pulled a piece of tape off the nose of the 14. He's away.
That was over a third of the field on pit road there at lap 50.
And very orderly, I might say.
And the leader has become last year's Rookie of the Year, Joey Logano. He is going to surrender the front spot to pit, as will Robbie Gordon, Denny Hamlin, and Jeff Burton. Mike Bliss, top of your screen, coming in with them. Dick.
It's Joey Logano. He's run in 3 different races so far this speed weeks, and in all 3 he has finished in the 7th position. Car has been tight, and that's been the characteristic of everything he has run here so far at Daytona during speed weeks. Trouble front on Logano's car. The hub is on fire as they're trying to get the wheel on.
Daryl, I think that was done as he jumped on those brakes trying to get on the pit road. It looks like the left front and the right front had some flame.
Yeah, the brake pads, sometimes if you get a little debris in there, like rubber buildup from the tires, it'll get caught in the rotors, and when you heat those brakes up, it'll catch them on fire, but it'll go right back out.
Well, we cycle back around after green flag pit stops, and Kurt Busch, driving for Roger Penske, is once again the leader. Richard Petty's driver A.J. Allmendinger in second, and Rick Hendrick's driver Jimmy Johnson in third. Hot time in Daytona today.
The Daytona 500 pre-race show on Fox is sponsored by Napa. One of the best parts of Napa Auto Parts has been our 10-year partnership with you. Michael Waltrip, thanks for the ride. Just over a quarter of the way through the Daytona 500, 10 leaders already. The record for this race, 18, and time for an AT&T race break. Your leader is Kurt Busch, who has 3 times been runner-up in the Daytona 500, and a guy who was going to take a job at a drugstore to help his mom out, work in pharmaceuticals, but instead found interest in racing and made his way through. The guy right behind him, A.J. Allmendinger, is a guy whose parents had to mortgage the family home to keep him in racing when he was a kid. So 3 of the 4 Petty cars have led. A.J. Allmendinger did not lead a race last year. He's led 3 already. And right now, Kurt Busch ahead of A.J. And moving up is Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Jimmy Johnson as we're inside the Hollywood Hotel, along with Jeff Hammond. Chris Myers keeping an eye on things. You heard the discussion with the guys upstairs. Jeff, you have tape on your nose. I guess it's the best way to start it.
That's the best way to start it right now, Chris, because tape is so important. And the thing is, folks, we talk about the cars running hot, but also when you add tape to the car, this is about 1/4 of an inch of tape. Taking this piece of tape off to make the car run cooler could effectively change the handling of the race car dramatically, Chris. A lot of the drivers have told me, especially the guys who have been driving the Fords, have noticed that an 1/8 of an inch of tape could make it feel like you got 2 brand new front tires on the car, make it have that much more grip. So when you start having heating problems, and Larry's been talking about the way the weather is today and track conditions, if they have to give up that kind of downforce, they could have a handling problem for the rest of the day, and that could be a really big deal. But the key thing is, if you don't keep the engine cool, hey, you're going to wind up blowing the engine and be behind the pit wall.
And we'll keep an eye on that. Of course, Jeff bringing this up from the cutaway car down below at the Hollywood Hotel. The AT&T fastest pit crew of the year is back. Last year's winner was Jeff Gordon and the 24 crew. We haven't talked a lot about Gordon today. And AT&T and the winning pit crew, $20,000 donated to Kyle Petty's Victory Junction Camp. You can play your part this year. All you have to do from your AT&T phone, text the car number for the pit crew you think is the fastest and most valuable at each race. Text to 2258. That's 2258, delivered by AT&T, the nation's fastest 3G network.
3-car breakaway, but here's the second pack, including those teammates, Kane and Elliott Sadler in the 19, and that is part of about a 10-car, kind of loosely put together draft. Green flag pit stops have broken this field up a bit.
I know you're going to find this hard to believe, but I'm a little confused. I don't understand what's going on here today. It's got to be the weather. It's got to be because the track's hotter, slicker. We haven't seen this kind of separation amongst the cars in a week. Every race we've had down here, they've just been laying on top of each other, 2, 3, 4 wide. Today, you're able to get a couple of 3 cars hooked up and kind of get a little away from the other guys, and I'm surprised.
You know, you're looking over there at Carl Edwards in that 99 car. He's worked his way into the top 10, and of course, he was another car like A.J. Allmendinger that had to go to the rear of the field. And they, even on that first caution, they came back to pit road to make some adjustments to the tape, top that thing off with fuel. But Bob Osborne, the crew chief, kept him in sync by pitting him with all those other cars. But another car I've been watching that fell back at the start of the race is that 18 car, Kyle Busch. Now he has made his way, Dick, back to the top 5.
Yeah, Kyle Busch is running in the 4th position right now, and they have been struggling with that race car since they got here, but it seems as if they've got it pretty well dialed in. He's got a lot of rear grip, but he has said that he's afraid that he's got so much rear grip that he might abuse it somehow or another. He calls it the Atlantis syndrome, where the rear tires spin unintentionally, and they wind up getting burned off. He's trying to avoid that while holding his speed.
You know, Darrell, the Toyotas, they've just not made a lot of noise down here during speed weeks. They've been okay, but they hadn't been real good compared to the competition.
Yeah, and I'm really surprised because, you know, the last couple of years down here, of course, it might have something to do with the way they're handling more than it is the way they're running. But the last couple of years down here, they've been the cars to beat, but they haven't shown the steam or the speed this year.
Another surprise is that you have to go all the way back to 20th spot to find Jeff Gordon, a 3-time winner of the 500, and he has the most restrictor plate wins of anybody in this field with 12. But his best plate finish in his last 8 races at either Daytona or Talladega is 13th. Only 2 drivers have won more 500s than Gordon. Cale Yarborough with 4 and Richard Petty with 7.
And Larry, I'm a little bit concerned. The 48 car seems to always get it figured out, but the 24 and the 88, they seem to struggle over the long run. They seem to have cars that run pretty good on new tires for a few laps, but they can't run like the 48 does on the long run.
They have a tough time putting together the beginning, the middle, and the end.
62 laps. Kurt Busch has never won a race at Daytona International Speedway. Could today be the day?
Cut. Stay tuned for more NASCAR on Fox.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Toyota. Moving forward.
Caution is out at Daytona International Speedway.
Turn 4 down here. It's the Joe Nemechek car.
And Joe has had a pretty hard hit.
Right. What was that all about?
Sounds like he's not happy.
Good question. The unsponsored Toyota of Nemechek. Well, I say unsponsored. He picked up England Stoves there yesterday.
Yeah, they heard Joe's
car.
story, and they really liked Joe, and they decided to jump on his car for the race today.
Let's see what happened to the 87. Oh, boy.
Is it? I mean, Hornish, the 77, did not get against him. He just got loose. Hornish just went back out on the racetrack a few laps ago after being in the garage.
Seen that a little bit down here. If your car's loose and somebody kind of gets under that left rear quarter panel, it seems like it'll almost just blow you around. I think it's that big shark fin, possibly.
Well, and you know, Darrell, at the speeds these guys are running, if you're a little bit loose, doesn't take much.
he might have even looked in the mirror to see where he was, and you know, like got behind there for a second. You just don't know.
Second caution of the day comes out right at 1/3 distance, lap 67, with Kurt Busch the leader, A.J. Allmendinger second, and 4-time reigning Sprint Cup champ Jimmy Johnson in third. Nemechek also had a short day yesterday in the Nationwide Series race, and in both events he is not only the driver, he's also the car owner.
Well, he got his car torn up yesterday in the Nationwide race, and here he is today with the same problem. So that's not good for an underfunded team trying to make it.
But you get a feeling, listen to that radio transmission, he feels like maybe Hornish got into him a little bit. I think when he sees the replay, he'll certainly see it differently.
Car gets close behind you and the air moves around. It's like a hand reaches out, just helps you sideways.
I always said if you can touch one of these things in the middle of the corner, you can spin it out.
Now it's easier than ever to follow your driver's every move on the track with the new look NASCAR.com Race View. Live in-car audio for every driver, real-time race statistics, and you can watch up to 3 different virtual camera angles. Get started at NASCAR.com/raceview now.
I know where it's going to be moving around now, Krista, right down there on pit road.
You know it, Larry Mack. Casey Kane said the change made the back end of his car better, but tightened the front end up too much. They are reversing the change they made. First it was wedge in, so now they'll go wedge out. Dick.
Kyle Busch slid over the line in the front of his pit box. He had to back up. That will cost him dearly. He was running 4th before this round. Steve.
Jimmy Johnson in the bottom of the left of your screen says, go back to where we were. I'm twitchy and loose. A.J. Allmendinger says the front end turning better, Matt.
Close to the wall for Kurt Busch, but still his jackman was able to get the car up on the left side. No changes for the Blue Deuce.
Busch and Allmendinger come out where they started. A gain for Casey Kane.
See, Kyle Busch lost 6 spots, and we'll see why. Dick Berggren just talked about it. is sliding through those pits. You can see the front tires locked up. Jeff Hammond, one of his keys in the pre-race, solid pit stops. That includes what the driver does.
I've seen that over and over and over again down here. And if you just look at the pit boxes themselves, this is all oil and dirt and everything. I tell you what I'd have done, Mike, Larry, if I knew what pit box I was going to have.
You'd have power washed it.
I'd have got me a power wash and I'd have washed that bad boy. I'd have put me some Tide on it and washed her out. Look at that. That's slick.
Matt Kenseth, defending champion of the Daytona 500, is posted first across the line last time by.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by AT&T, a better 3G experience. By Nationwide Insurance. Call or visit us online for a quote today. By the Home Depot, more saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. And by Amp Energy. Chat live with Dale Earnhardt Jr. this Wednesday, February 17th, only at ampupthe88.com.
One to go, and we'll go back to green in the Daytona 500. 69 laps complete. Kurt Busch is the leader. His younger brother Kyle, by sliding through his pit, lost about 4 seconds on that stop. Here it is from his onboard camera. If the tires lock up, you cannot make it.
Push her back. Stop, okay?
You have to go back behind the white line to make that pit stop, or you get a penalty. And let's show you the difference in what it means between the two Busch brothers stops, including pushing the car back by the line. That's about almost a 4-second difference. Kyle Busch came into the pits in 4th position, and he came out 10th.
A little bit is so much. The competition's about as tough, if not tougher on pit road as it is out there on that racetrack.
But if you're going to mess up, it's a good time to mess up.
Do it early.
Get it out of the way.
Darrell, perhaps one difference, one reason these cars get a bit strung out, it's warmer than it's been all week. The sun hasn't been out much all week, and you should hear what the drivers are talking about. Let's listen.
I feel like I need more grip at the front end through the center of the corner.
Seems to be handling with less, like it's got less grip this run. I got no grip. They're just driving around me.
Drivers are always griping about the grip. I don't know why that is.
Well, Thursday in the second qualifying race, it had cooled down. There wasn't any sun, and everybody said, boy, track's got great grip.
Yeah, yesterday morning. Remember how cold it was here yesterday morning in our final practice? I mean, this is the hottest conditions we've had.
And one thing they'd love to do is what Jeff Hammond showed a while ago in the Hollywood Hotel is put some tape on that nose. That'll give the front tires more grip, because as hot as it is, you can't, because you have to have more air flowing to cool the water in the radiator.
We'll see somebody slide on the back of one of these things for long, just those rear shocks.
36 cars on the lead lap. Back under green, Busch and Allmendinger. Casey Kane, Kevin Harvick, Jimmy Johnson, Martin Truex.
This is like a reset, though. I mean, right now everybody's got a chance to keep it. This time, maybe not let everybody get separated so much.
We've got 36 cars on the lead lap here, 70 laps into it.
Only one car now in the garage. That's Regan Smith. Harvick wants a chance to lead once again with that 29. He's got to get past Busch and Allmendinger to do it, though. Well, folks, you've rested those surround sound systems all winter long. I'd say it's time.
Rank it up.
And here comes Harvick.
And they got a couple of new players up there, too. You got Martin Truex Jr. there right behind Harvick in the 56 car. And there's another car up there, Greg Biffle, that's kind of all of a sudden surfaced after these pit stops in the 16. That 29 car is stout.
It is stout, but they've just, I think they just like 3 years ago, they've got that car driving good. It's got good power too.
We've said this week that to win this 500, it's going to take a driver willing to risk it all on the last lap, and Kevin Harvick has proven he is that kind of driver.
And you know, in order to win it also, you got to have a pretty good race. You got to have a pretty fast car to put yourself in a position to win it. That's what Kevin seems to be able to do.
On the other hand, A.J. Allmendinger has never had a strong chance to win the Daytona 500.
When you got a driver like Allmendinger, you got to keep him calm. You got to get him to the finish.
And add to the mix Martin Truex Jr. Dick?
Well, Truex started in the 14th position, Mike. Right now, he has motored his way forward to the 5th spot. The pit stops have been absolutely fabulous. He's thrilled with the way the race car is running. This is a very, very good run for a driver with a brand new team and a new crew chief. Krista.
Dick, Greg Biffle has been very strong as of late. One of the reasons they have stuck with their game plan. His car started out a little tight, so they've continued to make wedge adjustments on each stop just to try to loosen it up, and it is working. Greg Biffle all the way up into the top 10.
And these guys are walking a tightrope, meaning the crew chiefs. You know, you don't want the car pushing and not turning. You want to free it up, but you don't want to jump the fence and get it loose, because we've seen how these guys are when they're loose.
A.J. Allmendinger, former Champ Car Open Wheel Rookie of the Year. Hard to believe the way he is holding this pack, that it's only his second Daytona 500, and that last year's third place finish in the 500 is his best Sprint Cup finish in 80 starts.
He likes Daytona.
You know, to follow up on Dick's report just a second ago, talking about Martin Truex Jr. in that 56 car, he mentioned a new team with a new crew chief. That new crew chief is Pat Tryson, who moved over from Penske Racing with Kurt Busch in the 2. Pat has made the chase every year except one with 2 different drivers, Kurt Busch and Mark Martin. I like the combination they've created there.
I do too. That's a good job. It was a good catch for Michael and them to get Pat over there. But one thing about Allmendinger, don't forget, in the shootout, no, in the 150, had a fast car. Might have could have won the 150, and he slid through his pit box and really cost him.
That's right. More on the leader. Here's Steve.
And Mike, this is all fresh for A.J. Allmendinger. He just told his crew chief, Mike Shiplett, you know, it's kind of cool to lead a real lap here at Daytona. And by the way, I'm running wide open. They said, we're sure you are.
The 2003 Toyota Atlantic Road Race champ had 5 open wheel wins in 2006, came to NASCAR in 2007. Now he's leading the biggest race of his career from Kurt Busch and Kevin Harvick.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Sprint, proud sponsor of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series.
That first Daytona 500 on the newly built Daytona International Speedway was a mixture of hard tops and convertibles, and it included a 21-year-old who would go on to win this race 7 times, Richard Petty. Caution is out at lap 78. Mike Bliss has spun off turn number 2. Pit road is open. Krista.
A couple of deep breaths. That was the advice from Kenny Francis to Casey Kane's crew. They're just trying to find the right combination. They're going to make a few small changes to get the handling just a little better. Casey needs his car just a little free. Dick.
Martin Truex is not going to have any changes to the chassis of his race car, just the 4 fresh tires and fuel to it. It has been running perfectly, Steve.
A.J. Allmendinger's real good, Dick. No adjustments, 4 tires. Also 4 tires for Kevin Harvick, who's a lot better as well, Matt.
11 laps, Steve, since that last stop for Kurt Busch. Slides to a stop. Fuel only for the Blue Deuce.
That's why Busch is the first to leave pit road. Ryan Newman, a big gamble, no tires. And you see those that took 2.
Yeah, they only had 7 laps on those tires.
We're under caution. Look up here, coming in at the top of the screen, and Mike Bliss goes around.
All by himself. Don't know if he had a tire problem or what, but the thing just spun out.
And just remember, he was involved in that first caution earlier back on lap 8.
And remember, did the same thing in practice, just spun out.
Third caution flag in this year's Daytona 500 on Fox. Ready for the restart in the Daytona 500. The game has changed. A.J. Allmendinger's pit crew hung a lug nut on the left front of the car. Took them a long time to make their pit stop. And Marcus Ambrose has gone behind the wall to make repairs on his Toyota. Green flag.
Now Kurt Busch in the 2 car chose the outside line. Maybe going back to Darrell's theory, maybe he felt like that Clint Boyer in that 33 could give him a little better push possibly. But right now that bottom line with Greg Biffle in the 16 getting pushed by Kyle Busch in the 18's prevailing, but it looks like now that 2 and 33's coming on the outside.
Let's also update that Ryan Newman, not only did he not get tires, didn't get gas either, missed his pit, had to come back in, and Newman has had to restart 31st. We'll see the black number 39. Look to the left and then come right through.
See the pointer right there on him, and he had to come back to pit road and wanted to come back and get 4 fresh tires.
Whoa, buddy. Man,
Greg Biffle.
Clint Boyer had Kurt Busch jacked up coming through the trial just then. That was close.
And Greg Biffle, 12th different leader of this year's Daytona 500.
I like what's happening with these restarts. So look at here. Here's Jeff Gordon. He's been in the back here for most of the race, but here he is, Krista, up there in 6th place.
That's right, DW. And Steve Letarte had said on the radio before that last stop, we are not going to panic. They had gotten back there because they had a poor qualifying start. They started 21st. They took right sides only, so he is back up in front, and that's where Jeff Gordon is used to being at Daytona.
The thing about a Jeff Gordon, a guy like that, him and Mark Martin, you don't know how good they are. They kind of fool you sometime into thinking their car isn't very good, and all of a sudden they surface.
Well, and Krista just reported about Jeff Gordon and Steve Letarte taking 2 right side tires only. That's what Greg Biffle and Greg Irwin did with that 16 car on that last stop.
But I like these caution flags and pit stops certainly have mixed up the front of the field. We got people up there now that we hadn't really seen all day.
Yeah, a guy that's having a good run. He's right up there in the top 10 in the 9th position, starting back in 32nd is Paul Menard and that number 98 Ford.
Sprint brings you an inside look at what's happening now inside the Sprint Cup Series. Biggest mover in this race so far, up 32 spots from his starting position, number 24, Jeff Gordon. For more NASCAR stats, in-car audio, and live race radio, check out NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile at sprintcup.com/speed.
Well, we'll see if Larry and I's observation about the 24 and the 88 particularly, if they are able to put a whole run together, and if they start up there near the front and stay up there during the run.
See Dale Earnhardt Jr., the 88 car in the middle of the screen. He's working the middle right now without a lot of help. See a couple of cars jumping in behind him, and Jimmy Johnson, the 48, his teammate tried to, but it's so bottled up right there.
Yeah, nobody wants to be in the middle. It really does move you around and shuffles you around. Your car bounces from one side to the other. It's very uncomfortable.
3 of the 4 Hendrick cars lined up nose to tail. Dale Earnhardt Jr., the 5 of Mark Martin, and you ride with Jimmy Johnson. That's Bobby Labonte to the left.
I love these engines. They're turning about 8,800 RPM, which is about 1,000 more than what we've turned down here through the years. They really are barking when they go down the straightaway. Blitz this thing.
Busch last year won the Nationwide Series championship, and many think that the maturity he gained in that title run will put him into the chase for the Sprint Cup and perhaps make him a threat to win it this year.
Yeah, I've said all along, I just think he got rid of so many distractions. By winning that championship, he just re-signed with Joe Gibbs Racing, a contract extension, and he just got engaged just recently.
He's working that thing, though. It's not handling all that great. I think it's just his sheer desires keeping up there right now.
Back at 7th place, the number 14, the Old Spice car of Tony Stewart, yesterday's winner in the nationwide race. Matt?
Mike still working the bottom as Tony Stewart in the 14, fighting the same condition from the drop of the green. The car just way too tight, especially on entry and exit. Darian Grubb continues to make progress and continues to make adjustments. Wedge, track bar, twice they put tape on the grill because once it blew off, the car running too cool. The last stop, just 2 tires.
And oh, by the way, the owner from his win yesterday is the guy right behind him in the 29 car, Kevin Harvick. Well, let me check that. That driver's wife, Delana Harvick, was his owner.
If Stewart's in the top 10, he's a threat to win it. And right now, he runs 5th. Your leader, Greg Biffle, Kyle Busch, Jeff Gordon, with 87 laps complete. We'll be back after this look at Alice in Wonderland. Ten laps to halfway in the Daytona 500 on Fox as you enjoy our aerial coverage brought to you by DirecTV. DirecTV, it'll change your life. Call 1-800-DirecTV. Greg Biffle won the 4th of July race here in Daytona in his rookie season 2003. Hasn't been back to victory lane at the World Center of Racing since.
Yeah, the restrictor plate races, for the most part, they've been kind of tough on Greg Biffle. They've been pretty tough on Roush Fenway across the board. They did win the last restrictor plate race of the year last year at Talladega with Jamie McMurray, but it's been hard on that group.
I tell you, that 16 car was bad fast in his qualifying race. He got in a long line at the end of the race and fell back, but he had a good fast car. Might have could have won.
You know, I spoke about Jamie McMurray winning at Talladega driving for Roush Fenway. Of course, now he's driving for Earnhardt Ganassi, and he was driving sideways right there off turn 4, but he's moved nicely back up into the top 10. He has had a loose race car, I think, ever since they unloaded it out of the truck about a week and a half ago. Doesn't seem to bother him, though.
No, he's if it's catchable loose, you know, if you're back in woo, that's ugly. That may not, I don't know how many times you can catch one like that.
McMurray is 9th. You're riding with Casey Kane in 10th. 108 laps to go. 3 caution flags. The first for a 6-car accident in turn 2. Then Joe Nemechek's bowed into the wall in turn 3. And finally, Mike Bliss coming off turn number 2. Those are the 3 caution flags so far. Nemechek and Regan Smith are out of the race. Marcus Ambrose and Mike Bliss under repair behind the wall.
Now, Jeff Gordon just jumped up on the outside there. I think he thought he had a good bit of help from Clint Boyer. We'll see how that works out for him.
Well, almost 3 wide. Harvick about got caught in the middle in his number 29. Elliott Sadler tried the outside on him.
Gordon looked to be pretty content riding on the bottom right there, running along at 3rd place, but he jumped to the outside. Let's see if it works. Getting a pretty good shove off into turn 3. 24 car starting to show some muscle, Larry.
It's almost like he was just sitting back there kind of waiting to see how things were going to shake out. And, of course, Steve Letarte made the call to go with just 2 right side tires on that last caution.
He was getting some vibes, trying to get some vibes to see what the race was going to, how everybody was going to drive today.
Ooh, Kyle Busch at 18 said, I believe Big Daddy's coming. I'm going to get up here and get a push from him.
I swear, I don't even think he said, excuse me.
He just slid right up the racetrack and nobody was there.
Well, you know, he has one of the best spotters out there, and when they've worked together very well, Jeff Dickerson, and when he tells him to go clear up, he doesn't hesitate.
And it's bye-bye Biffle. Biffle on the bottom surrenders the lead to Kyle Busch, and Kyle could become this race's 13th different leader.
Yeah, I couldn't help but listening to the pre-race when Jeff Hammond talked about one of the keys being trust your spotter. Kyle Busch and Jeff Dickerson's who I thought about.
Exactly.
Right in the middle of that pack on the bottom, A.J. Allmendinger in the 43 was leading this race, made the pit stop, had problems, came out toward the tail end, and he has fought his way back into the top 15.
Well, he told the guys, you know, settle down in there and I'll get it back for us. But sometime a driver like Allmendinger, you don't want to put him in a situation where he tries to overcome a mistake in the pits.
I think that's where you have to be a salesman and convince him we still have over half this race to go and we got a good race car.
Steve Burns is in Allmendinger's pit.
Mike, here's the other part to that. AJ just told his crew, come on, guys, you have to work hard in the pits. This car is not as good back here in the pack.
Well, and I can't help but think the fact we have documented about how it runs hot back in traffic, and when he was out there leading, you're getting all that fresh air flowing through those openings, and it stands a chance, I'm sure, of running a little bit warm back there in traffic.
I think traffic also is a problem for this car down here this year because of the addition of the shark fin back on the that runs along the deck lid. I think it really moves the car around when there's a lot of turbulence and a lot of cars around it. That thing is huge. It helps the car when it gets around backwards keep it on the ground, but I think it's affecting it side by side, a little side drafted.
Things line up single file for the moment with Kyle Busch, your leader. He's the Toyota top performer of the race. Martin Truex in 7th, Rudeman in 14th, Brian Vickers in 20th. Dick Berggren.
2 laps ago, Kyle Busch told his crew that the car is bad loose. On the last pit stop, they put just 2 fresh tires on it rather than 4. Busch wants 4 tires when they pit the next time around. That'll tighten it up.
But that was a good science project. I'd rather come down pit road and at least get 2 tires and keep that thing full of fuel than do what maybe Mark Martin, Montoya, and Earnhardt Jr. did earlier in the race and just stay out, like you said, Darrell, it gets you off sequence on your fuel.
Here comes Jeff Gordon. 3-time winner of the 500. He's going to bring Clint Boyer with him. And Gordon becomes the 14th different leader today.
And the fans came to their feet.
And that's changed. It wasn't that many years ago they'd come to their feet shaking their fist.
Well, the other thing is, look who he passed for the lead, Kyle Busch.
That may have had something to do with it.
Good point. Kyle's the most polarizing driver in the sport today. Fans either love him or loathe him. But nobody is wishy-washy about Kyle Busch.
Hey, there's another car, Larry, that's resurfaced to the front again after some adjustments. The 9 car of Casey Kane. Looks like it's working pretty good here on this run as well.
I believe I can see that looseness in that 18 car that he was describing to his crew right there.
And that's one of the things that hurts him. He doesn't know when to, you know, if the car is that bad or not real good, give it a chance. Don't wreck it.
Jeff Gordon leads the Daytona 500 as we come to the halfway lap.
You're watching NASCAR on Fox.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by DirecTV. It'll change your life. By Disney's Alice in Wonderland, opening March 5th in theaters everywhere, rated PG. By FedEx, we understand you need reliable shipping options, FedEx. And by Chevy, every model is backed by a 5-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty.
Live at Daytona and Clint Boyer, we've had our 24th lead change as he becomes the 15th different leader and just passed the halfway point of the 52nd running of the Daytona 500. Chris Myers, Jeff Hammond, and Jeff, the last 17 Daytona 500s, the leader at the halfway point has failed to win the race.
I don't like those kind of statistics. I don't believe in them. I'll tell you that much right now.
And our AT&T race break as we check on some of the movement here. Kevin Harvick moving up into second behind Kyle Busch. Now, Jeff Gordon, let's go through some of the guys over the first 100 laps or so.
I've been pretty impressed right now. Jeff's been working on his race car. He's finally got up toward the front, good call out there by his crew chief. And now he's kind of checking everything out. He's been back about 5th or 6th. You see him in 3rd place right now. He's led this race. You better not count this guy out.
Carl Edwards had to start at the back of the pack, survived an earlier caution, got through some wreckage.
Yeah, He's been very patient. I think he's got a really solid handling race car. They were very confident down in his garage area. I think he's just kind of pacing himself again, and this new engine seems like it's performing pretty well.
And Dale Earnhardt Jr. started on the front row, dipping back to 14th. He has led 4 laps in this race.
He's been back and forth, but I think they're still fighting that handling package. But the cool thing about it right now, I'm seeing a lot of fight out of this 88 car today. Even though he gets shuffled back, you see him right here behind his teammate Mark Martin. They're trying to battle his way back up.
And speaking of Mark Martin, at 51, the pole sitter has come in. He said going into the race, Jeff, we have a very good car. We're going to sit back and wait to make our move.
Well, I think that's what you're seeing right now, and he's kind of keeping in contact with that front pack. But I think Mark is letting his experience kind of dictate to him what's going on.
So it's wide open. All 3 Joe Gibbs cars have led today. Tony Stewart, Denny Hamlin, and Kyle Busch. This an AT&T Race Break. Text your opinion on who you think is going to win the AT&T Fastest Pit Crew of the Year award. Points awarded for fastest pit times. Jeff will have his selection. Winning the race, most importantly, your vote along with Jeff's. The AT&T Fastest Pit Crew of the Year award delivered by AT&T, the nation's fastest 3G network. We rejoin Darrell, Larry, and Mike.
And for the lead, Jeff Gordon gets under Clint Boyer and comes back to the front. Greg Biffle in third, Elliott Sadler in fourth. During the break, Darrell, we're talking about Dale Earnhardt Jr. He's got a lot of straightaway speed. He wasn't that comfortable getting into turn 3 a couple of laps ago. And last time off turn 2, he just about had to shut the car down. Lost a bunch of spots.
Yeah, the car took off with him. He had to really get up out of the throttle when he did. Everybody drove by him. But I love this restrictor plate. They come off turn 2 over there, and it's like a drag car going down the back. The guys that are getting the draft, they really pick up a lot of speed. They make a lot of really crazy moves getting into turn 3. I think when things start to really shake out, that's where we're going to see most of the actions, right there, getting into turn 3. And here comes Junior. You can see he's got that great speed down the straightaway, but he's having trouble holding the car on the bottom.
Just 83 now, just 83.
Up front, Clint Boyer, who finished 4th here last year in that yellow number 33. Greg Biffle trying to beat him to the line, and does.
And Biffle is doing it without a lot of help, because it's quite a ways back there to that 24 car of Jeff Gordon.
Jeff Gordon's car is a little weird to me, Larry. He's the best on the very bottom, but he doesn't get anybody down there to work with him. He tried to move up, and he made some pretty good moves up there, but I don't think his car is happy up high.
How about Greg Biffle, Krista?
Well, Mike, if folks at home are looking for someone to cheer for and they like loyalty and consistency, Greg Biffle is your guy. Greg Irwin, speaking with him this morning, Greg Biffle's crew chief, said this team, this group has been together for over 2 years. The 3M Pitbulls, as their over-the-wall crew is called, is back. They haven't lost anyone. And Greg Irwin, the crew chief, thinks that is what will get them to the front. And that's where Biffle is right now.
And there's no question, they lost some races early in the year last year because of mistakes on pit road with the 16.
Junebug is all over the place. He's got a fast car, but he doesn't know where it's going to go next, I don't think.
Now watch the 88 come off the corner way up near the wall.
Here he is right here sideways. Woof.
And he hangs on to it, does not cross the double yellow line, which is out of bounds. Steve.
Mike, Dale Earnhardt Jr., it's really funny on the radio. He said, boys, it's fun being that loose, but I'm not sure it's very productive.
It won't be very fun for long.
No, that movie he made off turn 4 then was not a thing of beauty.
.91 laps to go. Clint Boyer from Kansas leads Virginia's Elliott Sadler in the Daytona 500.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Verizon Wireless. Big racing fan? Get Verizon Championship Racing for race highlights, behind the scenes, and exclusive interviews right on your VCast phone. From the network with the most 3G coverage, Verizon.
1979, Cale Yarborough in the 11 tried to slingshot Donnie Allison. That didn't work too well. They ended up in a fight along with Donnie's brother Bobby in the infield after the checkered flag, as Richard Petty led Darrell Waltrip and A.J. Foyt to the finish line in the first Daytona 500 on live flag-to-flag coverage on national television.
Mike, it was a perfect storm. You know, the whole East Coast snowed in. We started the race in the rain. The track finally dried up. That's why it was so muddy down there. I think if the track hadn't been muddy, when Cale got off the track, he might have been able to save it. But the track was wet, or the grass was wet and it shot him back into Donnie.
I'm going to tell you what, it didn't last long, but he got up there and led him a lap. David Reagan in that 6 car, another Roush Fenway car, led the last time by the start-finish line.
This is the last year I'm going to wait for him to have a breakout year.
All right. He's trying to break out into the lead at the start-finish line, and he leads this lap from Clint Boyer, Elliott Sadler, Jeff Gordon, and Greg Biffle. Let's go down to our Ford Fusion 360 and Jeff Hammond.
Mike, one thing you guys have been talking about all day long has been the shark fin and how it really affects these cars when it's in a pack, and especially if you wind up getting caught in the middle. Well, let's talk about it. It's back here on the back of the car. This is what they call the shark fin itself. This is something that's been on the car all of the past years, but what NASCAR did this season, they doubled the thickness of it. I'm talking about the overall width, plus they've also added another piece to the deck lid. And by adding this, all of a sudden you're keeping air from getting up on the back of this rear wing the way it did a year ago. A lot of the teams have been complaining about the fact the cars have been loose, entering the corner, having to work on the handling package to try to compensate for this, on top of the fact that when you get into traffic, as tall as these are, as the air works around, it moves the back of this car around, just like the rudder of a boat. You've got to be concerned that when you get into a pack that you do not open yourself up for somebody to use this shark fin against you. Now, guys, it was put on here to help a car when it spins around backwards. It was a safety improvement for that alone, but right now it is a handling issue.
Thanks, Jeff. Now, as they went into turn 1, the 19 of Elliott Sadler had his hand out the window, waving to the drivers behind him, stayed up near the wall coming off that corner, but has not fallen off the pace.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he thought he had a problem would be my guess. And normally you do that if you're going to, I think what he's really trying to tell the guys is I don't want anybody up tucked under the back of me. I'm going to get down out of the way, and you go by me on the outside. Normally that would be something you'd do when you're getting ready to pit. You'd let everybody know that you were going to pit. That might be the other thing as well.
That'll be happening pretty quick here now.
116 laps complete, 84 to go in the Daytona 500 on Fox.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Coca-Cola. Open a Coke and enjoy the race. Open happiness.
John Andretti has slapped the wall and put us under caution for the 4th time today. The pits had not yet been open, but Jimmy Johnson came in to take care of a flat right front tire. Now pit road is open. Krista.
Casey Kane says his car is pretty loose, but it's fast. He just has to find the right line. It's going to be 4 tires, and that's a no-go fuel for Casey Kane in the 9. Steve.
No adjustments for Kevin Harvick in the 29 car. He said this car is good. If I get by everyone, this race is over, Matt.
And Clint Boyer, they've made a track bar and a wedge adjustment. He said the car was pretty good. They're just trying to keep up with the balance as this racetrack continues to change, and he's away.
Here's the race off pit road. Advantage Boyer.
And as you'll see, everybody did about the same thing because we were right there on top of what was about to be green flag pit stops.
Now watch for the beige colored Window World Foundation car of John Andretti just coming into view, and you can see the smoke where he cut down a tire and pounded the wall.
Boy, Larry, all of a sudden, you know, the 48 had looked like a tire issue. The John Andretti did. Those are long runs we've had here, and looks like we might be wearing those tires out a little bit.
Of course, if they're a little bit tight and pushing, they'll wear that right front tire out.
A lot of activity under this, the 4th caution flag of the day. Travis Kvapil stayed on track to lead a lap, as does Boris Said. After that, the lineup will be Clint Boyer, David Reagan, Casey Kane, and Carl Edwards. 119 laps complete, 81 to go in the Daytona 500. Sometimes you're lucky and sometimes you're smart, and this time Jimmy Johnson was both. The caution flag had just waved for John Andretti's crash when we heard this conversation with Jimmy Johnson, his spotter, and his crew chief.
Turn 2, outside. I've got a right front flag, guys, coming to you right now. Coming to you right now. Pits are going to be closed, bud. Pits are going to be closed. Are you sure it's flat? Oh, God, yeah, it's flat. I don't want, it's already done some damage. Slow it down, my man. Got a lot of time. Slow down. Guys, we'll just knock that tire off. Change right side tires. Get a look at the damage here. I mean, see the cowl flap is up.
That was a perfect whirl right there. I mean, he feels the tire going down. He's in turn 4. He's not that far away from the entrance to pit road, and you saw the caution lights come on for John Andretti. That's when you got it, you got it.
Yeah, and they're putting the bear bond on, and you can see that back by the cowl flap looked like some rubber may have come out of there, but I don't see any really serious damage to the fenders or anything. I think it was all underneath.
Now, Mike mentioned the pits was closed. Of course, his penalty for pitting before the pits were open will be tail end the longest line, but trust me, had the caution not come out for John Andretti, the 48 would have been the caution.
Everybody's made their stops under this, the 4th caution flag of the day. Let's get our DirecTV head-to-head knockout pit whip. Steve.
Mike, it's been a tough day for the 4-time and defending champion Jimmie Johnson. This is the right front tire that just came off the 48 car. Don't believe they made any other contact with another car, but this is the tire that came off. Prior to this, they had a slow stop on pit road, Dick Berggren.
It's been a great day for second-generation driver David Reagan. He is now in the 3rd position, working with a virtually totally new crew to him. New car chief, new crew chief, new guys over the wall, and it's working just perfectly, Krista.
Well, Dick, speaking of crew, that is exactly who Carl Edwards is thrilled with. They started 27th, they're up to 5th. One of the reasons his pit crew has been stellar. This was a stickler. This was a focal point for Carl in the offseason to improve the crew. 2 new tire changers and a new jackman. Carl Edwards is very happy. Matt?
Krista, back in the pre-race show, Mark Martin, our poll center, talked about just how unpredictable this race is going to be and his concern about getting caught in the back and not being able to work his way back to the front. And that's pretty much what's happened. He's been fighting a balance issue. First part of the race, the car was tight. Now he's been fighting rear grip. Now, Alan Gustafson made a wedge adjustment on the last stop, but right now he's just slowly trying to work his way back to the front and have a shot at winning his first ever Daytona 500. Mike?
Thanks, Matt. 121 laps complete. DirecTV head-to-head knockout is something new. Here we'll have drivers running one-on-one. You'll be able to form your brackets and pick your drivers that you think will advance in the head-to-head knockout that all comes to a head at Darlington, South Carolina. You can win a limited edition Mustang GT, or if you get your whole bracket right, you might win $1 million to get DirecTV now. Call 1-800-DirecTV. Under caution in Daytona. 80 laps to go.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Toyota. Moving forward.
The Daytona 500 with 78 laps to go, under a break here for track repair. When you pave a racetrack beginning at the bottom of the apron, you lay the pavement in courses about 12 feet wide, and that creates a seam right where those safety workers are standing, and some of the asphalt in that seam between the lowest and the next course has come up.
Well, what happens with these race cars, and we've seen it more this year than any other year I can remember, these cars are porpoising more through the dips. And when they do, when the car comes down, there are parts underneath that race car, like a cross member or headers or, you know, bell housings, all kind of things under there that can hit the racetrack. And apparently it's dug up a piece of the racetrack.
You can see the seam there right along where that safety worker, you can see the first seam right here and the second. Casey Kane riding around under caution. Talked to his crew about it.
Yeah, it's a big chunk. Like the track's gone right there.
Is it in the track or is it on the apron?
Yeah, it's right on the first, you know, the first paving line at the top of that line. So it's about, what, 14 feet off the white line or off the yellow line?
Yeah, it sounds like a real bad spot.
Yeah, definitely.
So the race has been red flagged. The cars have been brought down pit road. There's an NASCAR official stationed at each car. No work is allowed to be done. The drivers are to stay in their cars. The patchwork is completed, and much has happened in April 2004 at Martinsville, Virginia, when a chunk of concrete came up entering turn number 3. They made the patch. Takes about 10 or 12 minutes to set up, and then we're back to racing. Meantime, Let's check with Steve Burns.
And Mike, under caution as the cars were still circling the racetrack. Chad Knaus and Jimmy Johnson talked about this mysterious flat tire, and it may have something to do with this racetrack.
Jimmy, is there anything maybe like with that patch? Did you maybe hit that patch on the racetrack that maybe could have damaged that tire or anything like that? Man, that particular lap, I did go to the bottom to make sure I was down to pits for and coming back around. I didn't feel it hit anything though, or I'm confused.
And Chad Knaus just took another look at that race tire before climbing on top of the pit box. Let's go back to the Hollywood Hotel.
All right, thanks, Steve Burns. Last time this track was paved, 1978. In August of 78, there are plans to repave the Daytona track here at the Daytona International Speedway coming up next year. 122 laps. This is earlier action with Brad Keselowski because of a tire problem. Who knows? Could have been track related. 2 of the 3 Penske cars taken out. 6 cars involved in this wreck. Carl Edwards, he may not know quack, but he does know how to avoid a wreck in his Aflac Ford, somehow weaving his way through that. And after a round of pit stops, fan favorite Dale Earnhardt Jr. said he didn't really need to pit, but it got him out in front. He got the lead for 4 laps of this race. The guy who led the most laps, Kurt Busch, in his Penske Dodge, leading 33 laps in the race. Joe Nemechek, one of those single-car owner-driver teams with a spin out here, right in front of Sam Hornish Jr. The other single-car owner-driver team, Robbie Gordon, actually has led a lap as well. And welcome inside the Hollywood Hotel. Glad you're with us for NASCAR on Fox and the Daytona 500. So we have a timeout for the track. How can drivers benefit given the situation here? 122 laps in and 78 to go.
Well, the one thing about it now, these guys can sit there and they can talk back and forth to their crew chiefs for an extended period of time and maybe figure out something about their race car. They got time to basically put everything in a perspective that maybe the next time they come down pit road, they'll make exactly the right adjustment to get their car to the front and keep it there.
How much is that in a driver or a crew chief's mind? We heard him talking about the track as we go over these final 78 laps, and you're going to see, as you know, the drivers, it becomes more intense because you're getting closer to the finish.
Yeah, well, you see right there, Steve Addington, he's kind of looking around. Chad Knaus, again, he is the man right now as far as making decisions on pit road. But the cool thing about this patchwork that they're going to put together, this epoxy, it will set up real quick. The guys can kind of figure out whether they want to straddle it or run above it. I don't think it's going to be a problem for them. Again, it's just something that's happened, and I applaud NASCAR for making a quick repair because it could affect the outcome of the 500 if they didn't.
You want that level playing field. It was Dale Earnhardt Jr., though, who said, I like the bumps. If you ask us guys, we said the bumps are cool. This is different, though, than what we're talking about.
Yeah, we're sitting in there with Dale Earnhardt Jr. inside that number 88 car. And, I think he's run really well today. I think this is a great time for him to be able to sit there and talk to Lance McGrew and discuss all the things and all the problems they've got. They still got just a little less than halfway to go, but now's the time to get the car right.
We have Clint Boyer leading, followed by David Reagan, Casey Kane, and then Carl Edwards, and then Elliott Sadler. And what of Jimmy Johnson, Mark Martin, some of the guys, even Jeff Gordon?
Again, I think the strategy with Mark Martin and a lot of these guys is just trying to save their equipment to the end. They don't want to use it up too quick, but I want to look at the top of that leaderboard. If you notice, we may have a Chevrolet up front, but we got a lot of Fords at the top of that list right now. And Larry McReynolds and Darrell have been talking about the Fords have handled really well during the entire speed week, so I'm one bit surprised to see him kind of rising to the top.
Should be a dramatic finish. We've had 2 of the last 3 Daytona 500s decided by a last lap pass, and already 33 lead changes, guys. 18 leaders, Mike, in this race, and that ties a Daytona 500 record.
So that means, Chris, we've seen a lot of people moving back and forth. But, Darrell, one thing we have not seen today that we've seen all week leading up to today, a lot of 3-wide racing. We saw Mark Martin get caught in that sucker hole and pushed to the back, but not too much 3-wide other than that.
Yeah, and I hope all you folks at home right now are getting ready because we're getting ready to have a shootout. We've had 500 miles, so these guys are kind of playing the game right now, but it's getting ready to get real intense, and that 3-wide will turn into 4-wide before this is over with, I promise.
Larry, we've seen a little 2 tires and no tires, but generally everybody wants 4 tires when they come to pit road.
Yeah, and I mean, we've been seeing them come to pit road with less than 10 laps on their tires to grab those 4 tires. And now with 34 cars left on the lead lap and less than 80 laps to go, the opportunity to make adjustments on that car is getting smaller and smaller. And I still said it. I said it at the top of the show. I think these boys are going to go back to their roots before this thing's over with, and it may be on that last lap.
And you run out of patience. I mean, this little break here is a really good thing for the drivers because it gives them a chance to take a deep breath and kind of relax a little bit and get ready for the second half, if you will.
Sure.
But you run out of patience, particularly get late in the race when the money's on the line.
Daytona 500, bit of a halftime break here with 78 laps to go. Casey Kane doffs the helmet to cool off just a little bit. We'll have a chance to talk to some folks along pit road. Steve Burns.
Mike, just talking to Lance McGrew, and Lance, and I heard your drivers say that. No, I heard him say this track was loose, which was fun but not necessarily productive. Can you make enough adjustments to get to the front?
I think so. I mean, our teammates are actually struggling with tight race cars and when our car is free, so we're trying to figure out exactly how much of adjustment to make. We made a little bit of adjustment right there. We're within one stop of being able to go the distance, obviously, so we're trying to take the Amp Energy National Guard Chevrolet up to the front.
Thank you, Lance. Let's go to Matt.
And one of the cars that was definitely a rocket ship earlier on the race was the 2 of Kurt Busch. And then the last run, he said it's the tightest it's been all speed week. Was that more of a product of just gas only?
I think so. And plus, he slid the tires pretty hard coming in on that gas and go there. And I don't know whether that had anything to do with it, but that's the first time we've been in that situation since we've been down here, and we put fuel only in it, and it got really tight on us. So we got it straightened back out here. We did a little bit of wedge here and put 4 new Goodyears on here, and we'll see if we can get back to the front.
A little top off too, fuel mileage wise. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I think we're good to go on one more stop, and that'll cover us on the green, white checkers, I believe, and we should be in good shape. Miller Lite Dodge has been flying down here this week, so I'm real optimistic that we can get back to the front and go for the win.
All right, thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
Krista?
Well, one of the other cars that's been a player all day long has been Casey Kane in that number 9. Kenny Francis, crew chief. Casey said his car is loose but really fast. What do you need to do from here on out to that machine?
Well, he's pretty happy with how the Budweiser Ford's handling. It's just a little bit free, but he kind of likes that. We tried to tighten it up a little bit earlier, and then we kind of went back to where we started. So, I think it's just going to be a matter of getting in the right place at the right time, kind of survive to the end, and then, just try to be in the right place at the right time. Because he said, earlier there he got kind of shuffled back a little. He said the car is still fast. It's just a matter of getting in the right place and working your way back up. But, I imagine as we get closer to the end, it'll get a little more intense racing. But I feel like it's been pretty good so far.
All right, thanks. Dick Bergeron?
Crew Chief Donnie Wingo turned 50 yesterday, and so far his driver, David Reagan, and his pit crew have given him the best possible birthday present. You are all the way up to second spot, but we have a lot of laps to go, Donnie. How will you play your cards for the rest of the event?
Yeah, it's a long way to go. I mean, the car has been really good all day. The UPS Ford Fusion is, the balance on the car has been really good. We've just made some minor changes all day, and it seems like it gets a little freer as the runs go on, so we've been kind of creeping up on that a little bit. But right now the balance is real good, just trying to stay up front.
Things look very good for him so far, Mike.
Thanks, Dick. Red flag, 78 laps to go. A bit of track repair due in large part to the heavy rains we've had here in Florida over the last week or so.
I'm watching these guys, and they're sitting in their race cars, but I'm always fascinated by the seat technology. These are carbon fiber seats, and every one of them are custom made to that driver. They make a mold, and then they build the seat. And not only does that make the seat the safest seats we've ever had, also makes them the most comfortable seats we've ever had. That's why these guys, and they're not in any hurry. Back in the day, you wanted to jump out of that thing and stretch your legs and stretch your back a little bit. I was noticing David Reagan, he looked like he's about to fall asleep. Every one of these guys look like they're just kind of chilled out. There you go. He's taking a little nap. Of course, he's been in 2 other events here yesterday, so that's pretty serious little nap, a power nap.
But Darryl, we talk about safer barriers, we talk about head and neck restraint devices, but the seat technology has a lot to do with the fact that guys can walk away from some of the crashes like Dale Earnhardt Jr. had yesterday, Ryan Newman at Talladega, Carl Edwards in the spring Talladega race.
78 to go here, but we're just getting started with our 10th season of NASCAR on Fox. You are watching NASCAR on Fox.
Drama in the end.
Let's go! No! He turns it! No! Round 3 gets sideways and both go up the racetrack.
We're going to have an action-packed race.
It's live. It's NASCAR on Fox.
A lot of action headed your way on NASCAR on Fox, and a lot of the preliminaries on our cable partner Speed. As the field sits waiting for the epoxy patch to set up between turns 1 and 2 along the asphalt seam from the low groove to the second groove of the racetrack. We're told that the track safety workers had to lay down a patch in a second area, and just as soon as that cures and hardens, they'll release the cars back out on track under the yellow flag once again. Matt?
Mike, the 5 teams started the day on the pole in Al Augustus, and you guys have pretty much seen it all balance-wise. Have you dialed the car back to where Mark is looking for?
I think so. You know, we always had a good starting spot, and pit strategy didn't work out. We got shuffled to the back, and the car was tight, but we had time to work on it. All these GoDaddy.com guys done a great job of getting the balance close, and we've been able to work our way back up front with the green flag run. So we want to see more of that, and the clean air is a huge deal. So if we can work our way a little bit further up, I think we'll get better air and be able to race these guys a little harder.
All right, currently, Steve Burns, they are sitting in the 12th position.
Matt, with Gil Martin, Kevin Harvick's crew chief. And Gil, early in the race, I heard Kevin say, I've never been this loose. And most recently, I said, if I get to the front, it's over, boys.
I tell you, the Shell Pennzoil Chevrolet has been good all week long. It's been a little bit on the tight side, everybody has, but ever since the sun came out and got a little bit hot, this kind of reverse roles. All the cars have gone loose, so we had to make some pretty major adjustments the first couple of stops, and I think it's come around. So if we can get him back out to the front, hopefully we can stay there.
Thank you, Gil. Let's go to Dick Berggren.
Martin Truex hasn't won a point-paying Sprint Cup race since June of 2007, but things are looking really well for him today. He is with a new team and a new crew chief, Pat Tryson. I've been watching you in the garage. You have been smiles for all of Speed Weeks. How come?
Oh, we're having a good time. You know, everybody on this Napa Auto Parts Toyota Camry has been working really well together, and Martin's been doing an awesome job, gives us great feedback, and you know, there's still a long way to go, so hopefully we can pull this thing off.
Chemistry, chemistry, chemistry. They've got it, Chris Myers.
All right, thanks, Dick Berggren. Dr. Dirt, they call him. He's been around since they were running on the beach. In fact, I think he's been around when they invented sand. But with Jeff Hammond, come on, 4 straight championships for Jimmy Johnson. We know he's a former Daytona 500 winner. Beginning that March with the different leaders we've had, 18 today, Jimmy Johnson has not been one of them.
No, he's not been one of them, but I think he's been trying to just kind of keep his car clean. And the thing is right now, he had that tire problem just a moment ago, and it had to bring him down. He got the break, I think, of the race so far. Coming down pit road, that right front tire was going flat and was starting to tear up the car, as well as, you know, it would have disintegrated that right front tire. We saw what happened to Jeff Burton the other day. They actually got this completed and had to come back in and cut some of the supports from out in front of that right front fender. Now that, to me, Chris, worries me a little bit, because I don't think these guys have really started beating and banging yet. The bump drafting we've been expecting all day long. Everybody knows you got to keep that nose clean until the end of the race, because that's going to help you be able to make passes and cut your way up through the traffic. So I think if he gets in there, gets to beating and banging, he doesn't have the support that other guys have, and it could hurt him in the long run.
In those practices, those shorter races we've seen here during Speed Weeks, and we've seen that bump drafting, there's been hesitancy to do that here, but you think as we get closer to the finish, guys will take more chances with that?
You got to. I mean, when you understand all of a sudden what's at stake, you've got to start laying on the line. Like Darrell was saying a minute ago, the shootout has not started, folks, but you might as well, like I say, tie that television down and don't go anywhere, because the remainder of this race, business is going to pick up.
And let's see if maybe the 48 car, and you heard Chad Knaus ask Jimmy if in between the 6, that would be Reagan and Kevin Harvick's car, did the track have any effect? Jimmy Johnson said he wasn't sure.
Well, I mean, again, it comes in through there, and again, these cars are so rigid sometimes. You see the car kind of bobble. I do believe he ran through that hole, and it could have easily damaged that right front tire. You heard Chad Knaus ask him. Again, watch the car. You see where it's circled right there. When it comes through that part, you see the front end kind of dip on the right-hand side, and again, if he did, he could have easily damaged that outside belt, created the car going flat, tire going flat, and that's where the damage maybe started from. But again, he got the break of the race, in my opinion, catching this caution. It was on account of John Andretti having his problems, but the key thing is he was able to get on pit road. They were able to make repairs of that thing and basically not lose any more time and get that car where it needed to be.
Under the red flag and trying to repair the track, and that just comes with the territory, right? You hit
something, part of racing.
Debris.
You never know. A piece of debris could come off another race car just as easy as the track comes up. You just never know. That's just part of what goes into the everyday challenges of a race car driver, as well as a crew chief and a team.
Let's talk to somebody. I'm going to try and raise up David Reagan here, see if he's awake, because the other guys I tried to raise are all asleep. Hey, David Reagan, it's DW in the Fox Sports booth, buddy. You got a copy?
Yeah, 10-4. Got you guys loud and clear.
We noticed, just like everybody else did, there was a problem with the track. Did that create? Did you see that? And did you see any damage to anybody's car from it?
No, I didn't know there was a problem at all until under caution, and I noticed that there was a very small chunk just out of the track getting into, I guess, turn 2. But no, I don't think that's any issue. As fast as we go over, I don't think that's hurt anybody. I don't know where the chuck went. I'm glad it didn't run into our car, but no, I don't think that hurt anybody's car.
David, we'd like to put you on camera. Could you pick up that glove that you just set over the camera lens for us, please?
Yeah, it's got a bad glare right into my eyes, so I set it over there so it wouldn't be so bad. Maybe they'll get us cleaned out there on the track and get us back going racing.
All right, 10-4. Well, if you would like to, if you wanted to be on TV, you had to take the glove off, see? So now you got the glove off. Now we can look at you, and I want to be sure you wasn't asleep like some of these other guys are. There you go. Now we see you.
Yeah, you guys got a pretty good eye. I was thinking about that, all the millions of people out there watching on TV, and I said, I'll get that sun out of my eyes for a few seconds. But since you caught me, I guess I'll take it off for you, DW.
Thank you, buddy. How's that new crew chief working out for you?
Well, so far so good. We've made a few pit stops. Our UPS team's done a nice job in the pits and picked up a few spots, and our old UPS Ford's handling pretty good. So still a long ways to go in this race, so we just got to be patient and be around at the end.
All right, 10-4, buddy. You take care of old Wingo. He'll take care of you.
Yeah, 10-4, guys.
They continue to work on that asphalt seam between the two courses of pavement. On the 31-degree banking, we are told by NASCAR that within 10 minutes or less, they'll release the cars back on track. Cop Out, starring Bruce Willis and Tracy Morgan, in theaters February 26th. Let's go back down to pit road, and Matt.
And catching up with Shane Wilson, crew chief for Clint Boyer. It was a work in progress for you guys. You worked out the loose condition. He's pretty pleased with the car now.
Yeah, no, the car, started out a little too free today with the sun, but, we fought tight in the 150s. So just proud of everybody. We worked hard and kept after it, and we got it pretty good now.
When you look at the fact we've got this delay, and they're saying about another 10 or 15 minutes before we'll go back racing, do you feel like that the track may change near the end of this race due to the time of day?
I mean, it could a little bit. I was hoping that it wouldn't change, obviously, now that we're pretty good. But, it should cool down a little bit for that last run, and we just got to try to make the right adjustment and keep his speed good.
Mike?
Thanks, Matt. We're under a red flag for track repair here with 78 laps to go. Shouldn't be too long before we get back under green.
Well, we're going to try to get Kyle Busch. Now,
okay.
I hate to wake him up. Kyle Busch, it's DW in the Fox Sports booth, buddy. You got a copy there? Are you awake?
You woke me up.
I know. We were watching you take a little cat nap there, or I would call it a power nap, I guess. How's your car? You back in 14th spot? You've been up front all day. Are you got anything for these guys?
Yeah, we're not bad. We've been fighting a little bit of the handling stuff. When we go down the bottom, it feels like it's pretty good, and then you kind of got to run up top sometimes, and it just gets really loose up there. So we've been back and forth. We've been trying to find a good handle on this thing. These cars are way different than anything I've ever had around here. So, just trying to work around that, and trying to work through traffic, and trying to be in the right lane at the right time seems to be the best scenario.
Did you notice the problem with the track? Did you see that?
Vaguely, yeah. I just saw it a little bit. It looks just like a piece of asphalt chunk came up about 6 inches in circumference, about 3 inches deep or so, and I don't know what they've got going on over there to fix it, but maybe somebody ran to Lowe's or Home Depot and got something for us so we can get going.
All right, buddy, 10-4. Hey, how about last night, the truck race, the first night out as a car owner or a truck owner? Are you sure that was a good idea?
Well, it probably wasn't a good idea at Daytona, but that's our season, so we started it. A hell of a good Tundra. It was awesome. I mean, that thing was just fast, but
We got tore up before it even got started, so if I could have just missed that wreck by 6 more inches, I probably would have been okay, but we got in it, and there'll be a couple more checks written on Monday, but we'll be rearing to go at Atlanta with the truck stuff. But, you know, we got to try to win the Daytona 500 here. We're close. We got a good car. Dave and I will just keep communicating and talking, trying to get it right, and we'll get this M&M's Camry up front there.
All right, my friend. Well, good luck to you, and have a good finish here.
All right, thanks, guys.
Let's go down and get a word with Kyle's crew chief. Here's Dick.
And that's Dave Rogers, and you've been listening to your driver. What can you do to fix that car so it's consistently fast and consistently handles the way he wants it?
Well, we got a little bit behind because we took 2 tires last time, and I think the 2 tires freed us up a little bit, but we're pretty free. We lost a lot of track position at the end, so we tightened them up a little bit. This Toyota Camry's been pretty good. I know it's not exactly where Kyle wants, but we've been a couple tenths of air pressure here, there all day, so we're pretty happy with it, but we'll keep working on it.
Well, Dave Rogers has a wheelman there, and he could do a lot with a car that's not perfect, Mike.
Sure does. And if you look at just above the Fox ID on Dick's jacket, you'll see the little Ronald McDonald House pin that we are all wearing as part of our Fox Sports Supports charitable initiative. The late Tom Murphy, an executive with Sprint, did an awful lot for Ronald McDonald House, and so we are honoring his memory and ask you to join our team in supporting Ronald McDonald House Charities, whose programs directly improve the health and well-being of children and keeps families together when medical treatments are away from home. For more information, please visit rmhc.org/Fox. Here's Steve.
With Chad Canals, Mike. And Chad, have you guys solved the mystery of that tire?
No, not yet. We put some new ones on there. Hopefully it doesn't do it again. We don't really understand what happened. Goodyear really brought a good tire this weekend, and we hadn't seen any issues whatsoever. And then the first run of the day, we saw just a little bit of chunking issue, and really hadn't seen anything since. And then this last pit stop, we kind of got kind of a slow stop, got pushed back to the back of the pack a little bit, and Jimmy had to fight his way back up through, and that tire ended up coming apart again on us, and a little bit more than what we've seen the first time. And thankfully the caution came out just before that, so we weren't caught up in any accident or didn't hit the wall or anything. But we think that the car's okay. We just got to get it back up towards the front, get some clean air back on it. The car's really fast. We've been able to drive from the back to the front a couple of times today, and the low Chevrolet's running great. These guys have been doing a pretty decent job here on pit road. Got to get a little bit better, get the bugs worked out of them, but I think we'll be just fine.
Thank you, Chad.
Yep.
All right, we're going to try another guy here. Let's see if we can get Dale Jr. Hey, Junior, it's a DW in the Fox Sports booth, bud. You awake in there?
Yes, I am.
I got to tell you, you got the fastest car here down that back straightaway into the third turn. If you can corral that thing up, I believe you can get back to the front. What do you think?
Are you serious?
What, about it being fast or about you getting back to the front?
I didn't think it was too fast. I mean, I'm sitting about 21st or something, but if we can tighten it up, man, that last run I was so loose. All I could get around the track was laid a right rear quarter panel on the wall, and I don't know. I was having fun, but we weren't very productive, so we'll tighten it up a little bit and see what we can do.
Yeah, Roger, that's what we were noticing. You were just flying into the third turn, and, of course, it took the whole corner for you to get off of turn 4 over here, and you made a couple of big moves. But I didn't know if you were just messing around or if the car was that loose.
Yeah, the car's really, really loose, and we've been working on that a little bit, so we'll hopefully find something that's going to help it. But I'm really happy. I'm happy. We're not running where we want to run. We need to get up there and challenge them boys up front. But I'm happy with how things have went, and I've had some pretty good fun today driving this thing. But we need to move forward a little bit, get it to handling just a little bit better.
Did you have any fun yesterday going down the back over there?
That was, people always say, or I guess I flipped one time when I was a rookie, and I'd never even thought about flipping over in my whole career. Never been in a car that was capable of doing it. And I got out of that thing in 1998 when I flipped over, and I was like, that was not a lot of people who can say they've ever been through that experience. And I was proud to, not have flipped over. Obviously, I wasn't proud of that, but I was proud to know what it was like. And yesterday I got a refresher on all that because it had been a while, but I spent about $650,000, so I wasn't too happy about that part. But the racing was good, and up until we got upside down, we were kind of running. We weren't in the red yet in our pocketbook, but that surely put us there.
Spoken like a true car owner, my friend. Stand on that thing, man. Crowd her up, get her tightened up, get on up there.
Yeah, we're willing. We're ready and willing, trust me. We've been making some crazy moves trying to figure out what we can do to get that track position we lost early. But that long run was a lot of fun, seeing who had what and how cars were handling and stuff. But we'll see what we got. We got plenty of laps left to go make an adjustment or two, probably another pit stop, and we'll see how it shakes out.
All right, 10-4. Have at it.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. has been in a good mood this weekend.
Yeah, even after turning over yesterday and Danica having trouble, he still seemed pretty chipper today.
Yesterday he said, I hope it looked spectacular because I wanted to make the most of the opportunity. And here's some radio on what he said during this red flag delay for track repair.
Hey, I think they're just going to put a cone over that patch down they got going down there. You're just going to dodge that the rest of the day. Is that all right? I can do that.
Only him.
You know how many baseball umpires there are in a baseball game? More than one. 4. You know who the all-time career hits leader is in baseball? Pete Rose, man. Who's the all-time leading base stealer? Ricky Henderson.
I guess that was trivia hour.
I was waiting for Joe Buck and Tim McCarver to break in. All right, let's take a break. They are repairing turns 1 and 2. A short area of asphalt has come up. Little pothole repair. We'll be right back to the Daytona 500 on Fox.
From then to now, tradition continues at the Daytona 500. You can put this in your book. Red flag for track repair. We're 78 laps to go. Clint Boyer, your leader, followed by David Reagan, along with Jeff Hammond, Chris Myers, the gang all here from our Hollywood Hotel trackside with Jeff Hammond's garage and the Ford cutaway car down there. How about, it's amazing to me. I'm sitting here watching this. You see how intense guys going 190 miles an hour, spinning around. And you got Kyle Busch got to doze it off, catching a snooze when he can, very relaxed. And then you have Dale Earnhardt Jr. promoting Fox Saturday Baseball coming up in April.
You got to be mentally tough. Remember what I said about our checklist earlier on? That's what guys do when they work so hard and you got to focus so hard inside that race car. What do? You have to kind of take it easy when you got an opportunity to take a break. Kind of rest yourself up there. You see Kurt Busch
who's led 33 laps,
yep.
The most today.
Everybody's just kind of taking a quick break, have an opportunity to kind of talk amongst themselves.
There's Dale Earnhardt Jr. You know, he was talking about the nationwide race where he was upside down. Matt Kenseth, the one with Jimmy Johnson. Matt won the race last year, rain shortened.
Different type of pit stop.
Let's go to 2007, and this was Kevin Harvick, who also has led 17 laps in today's race, more than he led here when he shot past under a caution, Mark Martin. But watch the pile up in the wreck because our current leader, Clint Boyer, at this moment, finished 18. He was on the lead lap, but he said, you know, I've been upside down going across the finish line, but never upside down and on fire before.
Yeah, I'm telling you right now, that was a really wild ride right there. So, Matt, what's going on with our leader right now, Clint Boyer?
Well, Jeff, like so many other drivers, have gotten out of the race car, stretched. Mark Martin grabbed a protein bar. For you, you've grabbed a Coke. How would you describe the racing so far that you've seen through the pack and now out front?
Pretty much exactly how my boss just described it on the radio. It's a calm before the storm, but Cheerios, Hamburger Helper Chevrolet's fast. I'm excited about our chances still. RCR motors are very strong. Kevin's been up front all day long. Just been working on the handling. Been too loose, got it too tight, and now we're back to pretty loose again, but fast. So I'm excited. I'm looking forward to getting back out there. I saw that hole. It kept getting blacker and blacker and blacker. I think that meant it was getting bigger, but having a lot of fun out there so far.
When you look at what you've learned so far, and a lot of fast cars early on got back to the middle of the pack or in the back, they couldn't work their way back up the front. Crucial to try to keep your car near the front for better air?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was saying before the race, track position seems to be more important than ever down here. It always seemed like you was in a washing machine. You just, waited, timed your cycle back around, and hopefully you were up front when the checker came out. But you got to be up front. You got to keep your car in position, and right now that's what we're trying to do.
All right, thanks. Steve?
Well, Matt, it's rare to have a halftime break at the Daytona 500. Jimmy is having a power bar and a drink. Now, it's been kind of a rough day for you guys. You had the flat tire. You had one slow pit stop, as Chad characterized it. So do you have enough time to get to the front?
I think so. I mean, we've got a great race car. That's the disappointing thing is that, we've been able to work through traffic 2 or 3 times now and get up in that lead group and start racing with guys. The one long green flag run we had, we drove all the way to third, and us, the 43 and us were pulling away from the big pack. So we know we have the speed. It's just a matter of getting up there. It was really weird because I ran the bottom that lap. The caution came out, and then when I came to 3 and 4, the right front blew or came apart. So maybe I hit that hole down there and did some damage to the tire. But now we've got it fixed. Luckily, it didn't rip the side off the car, and we'll get the slows and pallet rolling. I think we still got a good shot at this.
Okay, enjoy your snack.
Thank you.
Let's go to Dick.
Well, Brian Vickers has been fast all of Speed Weeks. What have you got for us for the tail end of the Daytona 500?
Hopefully a really good run. The Red Bull Toyota has been running good all weekend, or the past 2 weeks. Today we actually had we don't know what happened, but something went through the nose early in the race, created a hole a little bit bigger than a baseball, and we had to come in and repair that. We had to go all the way to last, and the race is really it's played out a little different than past years. It's kind of been too wide for a long time, and it's really hard to make up ground. And then you get single file, and everybody starts racing, the cars start sliding around, which are a lot of fun. But unless your car's handling really good, it's hard to make up ground.
He is so good at this racetrack, Chris Myers.
All right, thanks, Dick. And Brian, our aerial coverage brought to you by DirecTV. DirecTV, it'll change your life. Call 1-800-DirecTV. A sunny and cool Daytona 500. Temperature in the 50s, the coolest race since back in the early 70s. And Jeff, we talked about guys who've led the race. Mark Martin on the pole. If you tuned in late, of course, he had his chance leading some laps. Kurt Busch led the most laps, but he's 30th right now. We keep hearing guys talking about how business is going to be picking up here.
Well, it's got to, Chris. I mean, like I said, we're past the halfway point. You've already touched on. We got 5 guys who have led this race that are 22nd or worse. So when we go back to double file restart here in just a moment, these guys understand they've got to start pushing the envelope to get back up there toward the front. We know you just can't run from back here at 30th back up to the lead by snapping your fingers. So you got to fight your way up through there. And the bad thing about it, nobody's going to pull over and let you get up through there. So for a guy like Jimmy Johnson, it's time to get up there and start pushing and shoving and beating and banging and racing Daytona style.
All right, 33 lead changes, 18 leaders in this race. Carl Edwards would like to be one of those, and Carl Edwards is standing by.
Was that your favorite ride?
Yeah, that's a safe ride. That's one of those, you can go merry-go-round or you can go up and down the roller coaster. Well, Carl Edwards survived that early caution, too. You see him get through with a little help. He had to start in the back of the pack. And his wife, due with Kate with a baby, but you were safe today, right? That's the latest.
I went by there and got a baby report for the start of the race. She said, I am not going to have that baby today. And Matt, maybe you can confirm that. What's the latest and greatest from down over in Missouri?
Well, we'll have a lot of updates. Number one, Jeff, we'll talk about nutrition. Your teammate, he's eating Cheetos, and you're eating very healthy food.
Yeah, I'm eating some dried mangoes, but I'm eating that because he stole half of my sandwich. But we're teammates. We can share things like that. Just hoping that I was just telling the guys on the radio, I hope that this problem with the pavement doesn't mean a repaving job coming soon, because, man, this is just like a big dirt track right now. It's so much fun to drive here, and our Aflac Fusion's really good. And as much as I don't like Talladega, I'm really enjoying this. You can run in a pack, but then the handling's important too. So just got to say hi to Kate at home. Hope everything's going well there. And
no updates from home?
I haven't had an update yet. PK shook his head when I asked him about it. So yeah, I hope that can wait. But just having fun here, man. I mean, it's Daytona 500. We got a great crowd. Cars are running well. I just hope they can get that pavement fixed.
All right, I don't want to give any bad news, but the speculation is probably next year they may have a repaving job here.
Yeah, as soon as I saw that hole in the pavement, I knew that. But I think for the fans and the race teams and the competition, that if they can do something to take away a little grip when they repave it, it'll be best. And got to say hi to Dwight Laxton home too. But just hope we get back in the race car soon.
All right, thanks, Carl.
Thank you.
Dick?
Well, to finish first, to win the race, you first have to finish. David Ruderman has done a terrific job at that. 42 consecutive point-paying races. You have been around at the end. But this is the Daytona 500. What's this thing going to look like as we get closer to the checkered? Are we going to see some people slipping and sliding and testing the wall?
Yeah, well, it's already kind of getting that way a little bit. It's a lot hotter than it has been since we've been down here, really. So this is the first time we've actually got a chance to get on track with it being as hot and slick as it is. But depends on what the sun's going to do here. I mean, we're a little bit later in the day. I think we'll end up obviously ending later than we planned on. So probably the track will maybe cool down a little bit and maybe get a little grip back. But as it is now, a lot of guys sliding around. it's probably going to get pretty wild before it's over with.
A lot of weather changes. Krista.
Well, pretty wild. That's exactly how A.J. Allmendinger likes it. And I want to ask you what it was like. You were leading the Daytona 500. Doesn't mean you can't still, but what was that sensation like?
It was really good, and I enjoyed being up there, and I hate being back here now. So I'm like a spoiled little kid. The Best Buy Ford is so fast, and we just had a hiccup on a pit stop, and it's when you get like 10th on back, it is wild. Everybody's sliding. You try to go one lane, somebody goes that way. You go another lane, somebody goes that way. I mean, it's just everybody's got a handful, and we got a fast race car. Roush Yates horsepower. I just want to get back to lead because I think if we get back to lead, we can hold them off. But it's tough getting back up there.
All right, thanks, A.J. Steve?
So with Kevin Harvick, and Kevin, I guess it's been kind of an up and down day for you. I heard you earlier say, I've never been this loose at Daytona. Then one of the last pit stops, I heard you say, if I get in front, it's over, boys.
Shell Pennzoil Chevrolet is really good, and it's handled. We got it handled really good now. So just gotta see how it all works out. We're trying to figure out how we're going to get by 5 of those Roush cars there, all lined up together. So we'll see how that works out. But guys have done a great job in keeping us up there all day and making the right calls and doing the right things. And they've got my car handling good, so it's fast, and see what happens.
Thanks, Kevin. Good luck. Let's go to Dick.
Tony Stewart, we expected to see you up front a whole lot. Hadn't been there yet. What you got to do to get up there?
I got to get freed up. I'm just really tight right now. Can't make the front stick to the ground and can't make the front of the car cut. So we're trying to come up with a plan and a strategy of what we can do here during these. We're not going to get a lot of caution laps probably when they put us back in and get us going. They're probably going to get us going here pretty quick. So we won't have much time to work on it. But we got to take a swing at it because we're not getting any better, and the rest of the field is, so we're starting to lose ground on it.
Okay, wish you well in the rest of the race. Krista.
Dick.
It's going to be
close enough.
Close enough. How about you? Your eyebrows went up when we heard A.J. Allmendinger, who has led more laps today than in 80 career races. He's led 11 laps today, 10 laps previously. When he talked about feeling spoiled in that 43 car, he wants to get
a spoiled little kid. You got to understand something, folks. We got 34 spoiled little kids out there. They all want to have it their way. And somebody like A.J., who's trying to work his way up there in that 43 car. Just remember, 43 is pretty synonymous with winning here at Daytona. So don't be surprised that car knows what direction to go in. But all these guys we're taking a look at right now, including our leader right there, he's going to try to hold them off, but everybody's trying to take it away from him. So you can imagine what happens on the playground when they all start fighting over the ball.
And one of those veterans on the playground is Jeff Burton, who is currently 13th. Liked his car coming in. He's with Krista Voda.
Yeah, Chris, he has liked his car really in all of the races this week, and this feels like the Bud Shootout. That's usually when we talk to you guys in between. We're not used to this, but how is the car right now, and can you get up front?
Well, we're really nervous getting coming into the race about tires. We broke a tire in the 150, and then we also hurt a tire yesterday in practice. So we really just rode around and made sure our tires are good. And then the start of this last run, we said, all right, let's roll. And we got up to I think we got up to 12 when we came into pits. So I'm pretty optimistic. It's going to get wild here. I was hoping it was going to stay green because things are starting to get like we need them. We need them to get stretched out because we can really hang the bottom and make a lot of time there with our Cat Chevrolet. So if we get the right kind of race, I think we can get it done. It's going to be interesting. I mean, if we get a lot of greens, a full green, it's going to take a different kind of car to win the race. And if you get a lot of caution, you get a lot of cautions, some of the cars that aren't good at all in the long runs are going to really, really stand out in the short run. So typically we get a lot of cautions, and hopefully we don't today because I want it to stay green.
Yeah, it's going to get wild because you guys are all hyped up on that caffeinated Coke. That's right. Steve?
All right, thank you, Krista, with Elliott Sadler. And Elliott almost won this race a year ago. And a little known fact, I think you have the record for most consecutive top 10s here, and looks like your car is able to go wherever you want it.
Yeah, the Stanley car is really good, and these guys, a lot of hard work this winter, switching everything over the Ford and moving shops and doing all these things, and it's paying off here today. All of my teammates are running really good, but man, I'm excited. We've been running the top 5 or 6 all day long. We're just trying to make it to the end. The longer we go on the green flag runs, the better my car gets. So hopefully we can run green from here on out. We should have a good chance at it.
And more importantly, how is Miss Amanda? We know that baby's due soon.
Well, I know Miss Amanda's probably at home watching us right now, and the baby's due next Monday, only 8 days from today. So that's the best Valentine gift I think I ever got is next week to become a dad and start that chapter in my life and start a family. It's going to be amazing. So she's doing great. She's at home, and we're looking forward to that day to come.
You did cover Valentine's Day.
Of course I covered Valentine's Day. I learned from the best, from you.
Mike Joy had to help me.
Okay.
Let's go to Dick.
with Michael Waltrip, whose career as a driver is winding down. This could well be his last ever Daytona 500, two-time winner. What are your emotions when you're out there in the race car? Can you think at all about what's happened in the past and what's happening to you today, or is it just focus on four wheels and cars around you?
Well, I was fast when I won, and it makes me frustrated is what it is, Dick. Running around 25th or 30th, you can't win from there. My car's bouncing. I can't seem to get a handle on it. So it's frustrating is what it is, knowing that this might be the last one, but it's been fun to get the victory lane in Daytona for the 500. This is the greatest place in the world for a race car driver.
You've been doing some television, so you've been watching other people race. Is it difficult, or is it fun to be in that role?
I love it. I'm a big fan, so I like to tell people what I see and how fun it is for me. This delay is a bummer for TV. I know you guys are probably running around circles trying to figure out what to do, so it's going to give me a chance to say Happy Valentine's Day to all the loves of my life, moms, daughters, sisters, you know, so on.
Good for you. That was a good thing to do.
Yeah,
Steve?
I love Napa.
Matt.
Dick, from one Daytona 500 champion to another, Ryan Newman, you won this race 2 years ago. How would you describe your car today so far?
I think everybody's had a handful. We have for sure. The U.S. Army Chevrolet's been pretty tight, and just trying to get it freed up and work with what we had to work with. We've had some pretty long pit stops, just trying to take our time and get it right, so that at the end we could do a quick stop and you know, go for the gold. But didn't really expect the whole track situation down there in 1 and 2. So I didn't know if you knew we had enough time, I'd take these Army guys over to Lake Lloyd and go fishing for a little bit. It's the nicest day we've had since we've been down here.
You got a big posse behind you.
Yeah, we do. We're proud to represent them.
All right, Army strong here in the 39 pit. Chris?
It's Matt, right? You never go against the U.S. Army. And look, I've seen a lot of pit boards, but is that
yeah?
Is he concentrating on those 2 Daytona 500s of the past?
It looks like E.T. with hair.
Michael Waltrip is staring at that guy, saying, "Wait, if I had him in my pit crew." Sometimes I think Michael's from the planet that guy is from.
I know exactly what you're saying.
All right, so it's just past 4 o'clock.
I think the same thing about you.
On the East, yes. We have, in case you're just tuning in here, 122 laps in. It's been, 43, 44 minutes now, so it's like a halftime. Steve Burns mentioned, I'm waiting for the Who to come out.
But make sure they understand something. We're not delayed for rain. We're delayed for track repair. We will get back underway.
Yes.
And we will finish the 500 today.
Yes, we will. And we have our first Daytona 500. Of course, we broadcast on Fox when Darrell was up in the booth with Larry and Mike. Michael Waltrip, his brother, obviously wins in a Dale Earnhardt Incorporated car. Of course, Waltrip has won 2 since. And we're glad that this is the 10th year of NASCAR on Fox. We still have a great race to go here, but let's reflect back on the past decade of NASCAR on Fox.
Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. Congratulations to Fox on 10 amazing years. 10 years. 10 years being a great ride.
Father, we thank you for giving us a great day for racing. Protect each and every driver tonight. We pray in your name, amen, and Godspeed.
And it's the wildest collection of talent ever assembled. Trackside, singers, dancers, comedians, and a lot more in a show that's about to grab America by the muffler. It's Fast Track to Fame, and it's coming soon to Speed. We're live here at the 52nd running of the Daytona 500, a 50-minute delay in counting. They're still working on the track. They want to get it just right so that we can continue after having gone 122 laps. Kurt Busch has led 33 of those laps. Clint Boyer, currently our leader, followed by David Reagan and Casey Kane. And next week, we'll head to California, 2 o'clock Eastern, the California Speedway on the Auto Club 500.
NASCAR on Fox welcomes you back to sunny Southern California.
Let's get this West Coast party started. It's time to go to California.
Next Sunday, NASCAR on Fox at California Speedway, the Auto Club 500.
Matt Kenseth won the race last year, won the first 2 races, and then after that, not so good. Let's check in with Dick Berggren, who is standing by with Joey Logano, who's led a lap today. Hey, Dick.
Hi. As a matter of fact, Joey Logano now in his second full year in Sprint Cup competition, and no way around it. When you came here to Daytona last year, you hit just about everything there was, and you've gotten so much better, and you've done it so quickly, now consistently running well, almost always around at the end. How have you learned those important lessons?
Just experience is the biggest thing. You know, I said
this over and over again. Last year I came here and didn't know which way was up, basically. So it helps to know what you want in your race car, and that's the biggest thing. And we fought that all year, not just here at Daytona, but everywhere. And it definitely helps me and Zip work better together and put together a better Home Depot Toyota. So right now our cars, we've been on both sides of the fence. We started off a little bit free, trying to get a balance between too loose on the top side and too tight on the bottom. That last run we got too tight on both ends. So we tried to take some wedge out, make some adjustments to that, and try to help that. And we'll see when we get back out there. Hopefully the track gets better. And I want to say hello to everyone in Middletown, Connecticut. They had a power plant blow up there right in my hometown. So just think about everyone up there.
Good for you. Thank you. Kristen.
Thanks, Dick. Well, Jeff Gordon loves Valentine's Day. You won on Valentine's Day in 1999, and the last thing I heard you say in that last run was your car is driving really well right now.
Yeah, I was impressed. Steve Letarte put 2 tires on right there, the DuPont Chevrolet, and that was the best it's driven all day long. Of course, we finally got some good track position, and then I made a mistake on that last pit stop and stalled it leaving, so we lost a few spots, but it's been a good day for us. This is a strange race, that's for sure. Don't like the fact that we're sitting here on pit road, but I've seen racetracks fall apart before, so this is not the first time, unfortunately.
Well, that's what we were talking about before they came to us. Was this is a little Martinsville deja vu right now?
The only difference is that I don't have a big hole in the front of my car, because the last time this happened was at Martinsville when the piece of concrete went through the front. I tell you, Volusia County several years back in the Nationwide car, we had holes that you could lose yourself in, practically lose a race car, and that was one of the craziest days I've ever seen, because they didn't try to fix it that day. We just had to drive around it. But hopefully they'll get this fixed, and we're 11th right now. We got my teammate behind me or beside me, and looking forward to get back out there and see if we can get back to the front.
Thanks, Jeff. A lot of optimism in the 24 camp right now, Chris.
Thanks, Chris. Boy, he didn't forget about Martinsville in 2004, led 180 laps, wound up 6th. And I remember he said, hey, the track caused the damage to my car. I want my place back. Sorry. Move on.
Yeah, NASCAR said not really included in the rules. You're going to have to deal with it, Jeff. And today, unfortunately, they caught ahead of time before anything really, happened bad. Maybe with the exception of Jimmy Johnson's tire, but I think he's going to recover from that.
All right, so how about what he was saying, positioning here? You talk about things heating up a little bit, drafting partners. What are you looking for?
Well, early on, if you get shuffled out, okay, I'll go all the way to the back and I'll be willing to come back up. Now you got to fight for that ground. If you get there, you're going to have to get in there and hold it and not give it to someone else. And this is where guys are going to start getting pushy and shovey, and that's the reason why we know before this day's all said and done, there's going to be some real unhappy guys there, because it's going to start to get dangerous, because everybody's going to start getting desperate.
Let's go up to the booth, and Mike, Darryl, and Larry, and you kid because you care. Well, no, my thought, and Larry and Darryl with you, maybe, sitting like this, does somebody handle it better who has experience? Can somebody make use of this time that will help them over these last 78 laps?
Quite honestly, I don't think anybody – I think drivers are pretty happy. Yeah. They get a break. They get out. They get to talk. They get to walk around. They get to go to the bathroom. People always saying, what do you do when you got to go to the bathroom? We take a break like this. So I think it's not a bad thing. Now, the folks at home may not agree, right, but they're down there. They get a snack, too. Yeah, they're down there working diligently and, ordering some pizza. We're going to have the matinee here in a little while.
But, from a crew chief's perspective, sometimes you can overthink these things. But as I mentioned a while ago, we're getting down to crunch time. In fact, with making that pit stop under this caution with about 82 laps to go, as Steve Addington alluded to, crew chief for Kurt Busch, we're down to a one-stop race. We're not getting more opportunities to adjust that car, so it definitely can help you formulate a game plan.
Let's give you a little Asphalt 101. Asphalt is not a solid like concrete. It's made up of an aggregate, which is crushed stone, and a binder, which is a petroleum product. And it can be permeated by rain. And we've had a lot of rain here in Central Florida. And it's gotten in this seam and perhaps below the first course of asphalt on the racetrack. So they're taking great care with the repair, because those of you who live especially in the Northeast during frost heave season, when the highway crews put down cold patch on the asphalt, it'll often come up, it'll dig a bit of a hole and then a bump, and then we don't want to create a bigger problem than what we've had.
Yeah, the macadam has come apart.
That's correct.
I think somebody's been down there power washing it.
Well, you know what? That was the only thing I thought about when I said power washing. You can blow the asphalt up if you do it. So maybe why they didn't allow them to do it. But you know what? It's going to be fine. They're going to get it fixed.
Yes.
And what I'm glad of is nothing bad has happened. I think Jimmy Johnson's tire was not a product of that hole. I think it's something else. So we're going to get it fixed. We're going to get back to racing, and we're going to have us a real good shootout here in just a little while.
All right, we got Steve Burns taken care of. We're going to go find another dozen roses from Marcus Ambrose sponsor and help somebody else out and send it back to the Hollywood Hotel.
Happy birthday, honey. Or Valentine's, I mean.
Oh,
birthday.
whatever. Blew that one. Blew that
I've
one.
been here way too long.
Daryl's he's saving his energy. The good news is we got to talk to a lot of drivers, and get to know them and get ready for the season. In case you joined us late, first caution, Brad Keselowski. A tire is what he said caused it that 6 cars, 2 of the 3 Penske cars were taken out. Carl Edwards does a nice job, Jeff, getting through there.
Oh, yes, he does. I mean, he had to start in the back because of an engine problem. He kind of like slows up, picks his way down to the bottom of the apron, and all of a sudden he says, okay, there's a hole, gas it up, and he drives the duck right through the middle of it.
Crew chief should have said duck. Joe Nemechek, front row Joe caught up loose here in the back. That single car owner team. And then that brought out a caution. Mike Bliss having some problems here with a spin out.
Yeah, single car accident right off the turn 2. He gets loose, comes around. He'd already been involved in a wreck early on, hits that inside safer barrier. He was able to take it back to the garage area. Now, here's a big concern right now. This is our 4-time champion, Jimmy Johnson, had a right front tire problem, and they had to cut the bracing out in front of the right front tire to make sure it doesn't create more of a problem later on in the race.
And that's what caused the delay here. Red flag. We're going on close to an hour here. And then you see, look at how a car bounces here. Whatever it had to do with it, this is why they had to stop and repair the track.
Well, I mean, they saw the hole right there, and they saw the problem with the right front tire. Now, they may not been the same problem from that hole in the racetrack, but a lot of the drivers were starting to see that thing starting to open up. As Casey Kane said, it was about a 6-inch chunk to begin with, and it got bigger and bigger. Now NASCAR and the track officials are making the repairs, and hopefully we'll get that taken care of. But I want to go back and touch on one thing, Chris, what Larry McReynolds was saying. It's starting to get cooler right now, and the thing about this coolness is that racetrack's going to change, just like it did during that 150-miler the other day. So making the right adjustment over the final 78 laps of this race is going to be critical. You might go the wrong way, you'll never have enough time to recover.
All right, good news is we've tied a record for leaders at the Daytona 500. Back in 2006, they had 18 leaders. We've had that today, and we still have a long way to go. 78 laps. We've had 33 lead changes. Kurt Busch has led the most laps. Clint Bowyer, the current leader. And Brian France, chairman of NASCAR, has joined our guys in the booth. Mike?
Thanks, Chris. Lisa France Kennedy also in the room with us, the head of International Speedway Corp. Brian, you got a tricky problem on your hands here. It's not just a pothole out there in the surface, but the weather the last few days and today is contributing to the problem.
That's right, Mike. A combination of the moisture and the cold temperatures. If the normal solutions you'd normally use to patch the track not working, but they are we're actually turning the corner. We're on our 3rd different solution. Normally we would have had this resolved a lot quicker. That's the problem, but the good news is we will get it solved. We're in the midst of probably our best Daytona 500 in a long, long time, and obviously we all want to get it started.
You have taken the reins off these drivers over the winter, you and Mike Helton and all of your folks at NASCAR, and said, we're going to let them race. We're going to let the drivers determine the code of conduct on track, and that seems to be working out real well.
It is. They're mixing it up, but we saw all the events, the preliminary events up until now, and including today, and that's why we're more excited and anxious to get this restarted than probably anybody in the room. But look, but we're on this issue. We want to get it right too. This is obviously the key to the key to safety and everything else, and we will. It's just it's definitely going slower than we wanted to, but we're very close to getting it solved.
You know, Brian, you've listened to the fans and you listen to the fan council, and I want to applaud you for hearing what the people were saying, hear what the competitors are saying, and really doing a lot of, I think, great things here for the sport, particularly here at Daytona and as we move forward. That's good leadership, and I'm proud of you.
Well, I appreciate that. We've got our whole group trying to make racing better, and this is a year that we think letting the drivers, it's particularly Daytona and Talladega, but we're making some changes with, of course, the spoiler coming back and other various things. And the idea, this is a contact sport. We wanted to mix it up.
I like that.
And that's where we are.
I like that.
Yeah.
And you know, Brian, we interviewed Steve Addington a while ago, and then he came back in and topped off with fuel, and the comment he made is we have to think about green-white checkers as in plural. That's another announcement that was made just last week. More than one attempt now.
You know, and that's a function, too, of how close it's been. Late in the race, you're seeing everybody charging from the middle to the front, and we want to make sure that we try to end it under green. We saw the patterns weren't going our way. Make that adjustment right away. Didn't wait until sometime during the year. Did that in advance of the Twins. So it may help us today get this thing. Everybody wants to see what we all do, which is a close finish under green.
All right, thanks for joining us. Brian France, Chairman and CEO of NASCAR. Track repair continues down in Turn 1 and 2. We're under the red flag. 78 laps to go in the 52nd annual Daytona 500. You're watching NASCAR on Fox.
We welcome to our armed forces serving in 175 countries and territories. Glad that you're with us for NASCAR on Fox. This break during the Daytona 500, the Great American Race, and watching today's race on AFN, the American Forces Network. And I hope you're enjoying the broadcast. Those of you watching around the country, where the weather might be a little bit cold or the conditions, glad you're sitting with us. Some 78 laps to go. Casey Kane, who was Jeff Hammond's pick to win this race in the pre-race show in his 7th Daytona 500, has not finished in the top 5, running well today. He's standing by with our Matt Yoakum. Matt?
And Chris, when you look at Casey Kane's racing resume, so many years spent running on a dirt track, and you've dealt with ruts and holes on a dirt track, but ever anything like this on a paved track?
No, nothing like this. There's holes aren't too bad when you're racing on dirt. You can bounce through them, but you can't bounce through this place having a hole in it. Hopefully they get it fixed. I don't want the race to be over. I want to keep going. I feel like we have a good shot with our Budweiser Ford, and it's been handling good. We've been kind of in the middle of it throughout the day, and if Clint wins, it's all right. I like Clint, so we'll see what happens, but hopefully they get it restarted.
Well, we're going to get this thing restarted and race it to the finish right here on Fox. Question for you: as the temperature, you can feel the temperature continuing to drop. How will that change the track, if any?
Well, we've been on the loose side from the start of the race. I can run high or low just about anywhere. I think that just makes my car a little bit better. Maybe it puts it in the track a touch more. If you're on the other side, if you're tight, then you might be in trouble if it gets dark or if we race into the night. I think we're sitting good either way.
All right, he's pretty confident trying to get the King's Ford into victory lane. Steve?
Well, Matt, we've had an MLB on Fox promo now and NFL on Fox because we've been having a very in-depth conversation about who should be the starting quarterback for the Eagles, McNabb, Cobb, or Vick.
Well, it depends on who you ask.
Well, you're the Eagles fan, not me.
I say McNabb. He can do it.
All right. Now, as far as this Daytona 500, Martin made a great comment. You said, I hope this looks good because, man, we're having fun out there.
I'll tell you, it's been a really, really fun day. Obviously, when you have a great car like I do with a Napa Toyota, it makes it fun. But everybody's raced really hard, really smart, and I think everybody's done a great job. So it's just been a lot of fun to be out there. Hopefully we can get the rest of this thing in. And Napa Toyota's running awfully good. I'm happy with it. So
top 10 right now. Are you good enough to get to the front?
Well, we've got there a few times. And we've really stayed close to the front all day long, and you know, the longer this week's went on, the better we've gotten, and that's because our handling's been good. And you know, the track keeps getting slicker and slicker and slicker, and I'm afraid if it goes to nighttime, we won't be able to stay up there. So I'm hoping we get this thing in soon. I like the sun. I like when it's slick. Our car likes it, and you know, we'll just have to see. But it's been good. It's been an awesome race, and just want to thank all the guys on this team, and the pit crew's been phenomenal, and Pat's done a great job. So it's been a lot of fun today.
All right, thanks for your patience, Mark. Let's go to Krista.
Thanks, Steve. Someone else who's currently running in the top 10 is Juan Pablo Montoya in 8th. Now, Juan, if you're like me, you hate to wait for anything. I think this is just going to, I guess everyone's kind of talking, bubble up some aggression. A 78-lap shootout, is that what we're in for?
Well, we'll see. You know, we'll see what happens with the racetrack. You know, this target Chevy has been pretty good. We've been, you know, trying to run smart. It's going to be interesting what happens, you know, how long it takes to fix a track. And I think the track is going to change a lot because, you know, the sun's going to go away pretty soon.
Now, I know you're from Columbia, but the significance of the Daytona 500 is not lost on you. What does this race mean to you, and what would it mean to win it?
Well, it's a big deal, but you know, I don't think about it. You know, you go out there, you race, and if you win it, great. If not, you come back next year and try again. You know, we gotta take it as on any other, you know, championship race. It's a big deal if you win it, but you can't really be thinking about, oh, it's the Daytona 500. You deal with it and see what happens.
It's a racer's mentality. Thanks, Juan. Dick Berggren?
First time Denny Hamlin ever came here with a Sprint Cup car was for a race called the Budweiser Shootout, and he won it. Well, where do you go from there?
Backwards is where we've been going, but no, it's just today we've kind of been under the radar. We're just riding in the middle of the pack, kind of just biding our time. Yep. Mike thinks I need to start going. I think I need to start waiting still. So it's tough to say what the race strategy is and when the intensity is going to pick up. I've really only seen 3 wide a few times, so we know that's going to get a little bit more intense the further the race gets along. It's just trying to figure out, manage your risk and trying to figure out what position you need to be in at the end.
Pre-race stuff, I mean, there's been an awful lot said about Denny Hamlin and how enthusiastic you are about the 2010 season. Working out regularly, really getting ready to go. Is this your big breakout year?
I think so, and the thing is we're excited to get to the racetracks where there's a lot of letting off, and really kind of evaluate where our team is. Here at Daytona, it's we have the most time to prepare for this race, but it's such a small part of our season. So we're excited about kicking off 2010. It's obviously a year where we have some very high expectations, and now we just got to manage them.
Thank you. Wish you well in 010.
Thank you.
To the hotel.
All right, thanks, Dick. And then Denny Hamlin, the Kyle Busch, those are 2 guys you hear their name mentioned if somebody that could unseat Jimmy Johnson as he goes for his 5th straight Sprint Cup championship. We're during our delay here. I know you talked with Dale Earnhardt Jr. in our pre-race show. Right. JR Motorsports helped Danica Patrick in her nationwide car run on Saturday. He had some very encouraging things to say about the kind of driver she is and kind of letting her grow into the job.
Well, what I was impressed about when we got into the discussion about Danica was how much time he had spent watching her and spending time with his cousin, his former crew chief, Tony Eury Jr., who is the crew chief on that car. And they were both impressed when they took her off to Disneyland over here at the old racetrack there, plus some of the short track that they were able to get her on. They understood that she had great feedback. They realized that she does have feel for the race car. So all these things right here being said, his role became a job just like he did with Martin Truex Jr., being a mentor. He liked talking to her also. So he was going to be very involved in coaching her while she was on the racetrack. So I think all these things had really perked his interest because he sees something in her. And I think after this past weekend during the ARCA race and as well as the nationwide race, I think a lot of people are starting to think, you know what, maybe there is something there.
And he, of course, encouraging as she finished 6th in the ARCA race and then 35th as we bring in Darrell, Larry, and Mike on this. And Darrell, I know you had a chance to shake her hand here at the track, and if that grip is anything like this on the wheel, she's going to be all right.
I'm telling you, she was trying to take me down, I'm pretty sure.
A lot of people try to do that.
But hey, yeah, 2 of them right there. Hey, but here's the thing that impressed me was the ARCA race when she got knocked out in the grass here in the infield. When she started working that steering wheel, fighting it quick as she was, great hand-eye coordination. But what really got me, I never have seen a driver, and we've had a lot of in-car cameras, let go of the wheel. Now, that's training from open wheel racing.
Car racing.
But, man, she was fighting that wheel, and watch, she's quick. Watch her hands. Here she goes. She's off the track now. It's going to come back. Let go. See right there? She let go of the wheel, straighten it up. And, of course, Tony Jr., see how she's not holding it so tight? She's letting the car kind of have its head. Tony Jr. was talking to her the whole time. Brake, brake, gas, gas, clutch, clutch. She impressed me the whole time she was down here.
And then yesterday, well, it didn't fare so well in the Nationwide Series race in her NASCAR debut. Danica got caught up in a wreck that looked like it was right out of Days of Thunder. Nothing but smoke ahead.
This was the first one
that
she got through.
She missed.
And that's kind of the philosophy she used in this one. She said, I just went straight. Everybody moved out of my way. Didn't happen that time.
And I think the difference, Darrell, the wrecks she missed appeared on the banking and the cars were swept off the banking. The one she got into happened on the short chute, the straightaway. The big question, why does this matter? This is the 3rd biggest stock car debut in the last 30 years. Kyle Petty in '79 came down here to run one of his dad's old Dodges in the ARCA race, won it. Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s first start in the Nationwide Series, 1996. And now Danica Patrick comes over from the Izod IndyCar Series. And the race that she ran a week ago Saturday, the ARCA 200, on speed. The ratings for that race were up 60% over the prior year. That's huge.
Let me tell you why it matters that she was here. today or tomorrow, Monday, you call up a sponsor, a potential sponsor, and you say, I need some help with my Nationwide car. Nationwide, what series is that? Well, that's the one that Danica races in. Oh, Danica, that series. Yeah, I'd like to talk to you about that. And it will grow from there. She will be in Cup one of these days, and it'll have the same effect. Rising tide.
But I like their game plan with her. You know, unlike maybe when Montoya first came in, and obviously he's very successful now, Sam Hornish, Dario Franchitti, where they ran 1 or 2 nationwide races and then threw them all the way to the deep end of the pool. There you go, run a full Sprint Cup season. I like what they're doing with Danica. She's not going to be below the radar, I can promise you that, but they ran her an ARCA race. They're going to run her 10 or 12 Nationwide Series races. She's still going to focus on her open wheel, and I love what Darrell said in the pre-race. This is going to make her a better open wheel driver, that they're going to let her fly a little below the radar and not throw her at the deep end, see how things go, and work from there.
Here's anecdotal evidence. My mother-in-law is 90. Hi, Jeannie. I know you're watching. Before I came down, the only question she asked me about Speed Weeks, when does Danica race? So, there you go.
Yeah, and I think Dario Franchitti is a great example of, he came and raced with us. They ran out of sponsorship dollars. He went back to IndyCar, and what did he do?
Won the championship.
He won the championship. I think Danica is going to gain a lot from being down here with us.
But the thing is right now, Chris, I want to go off of what Mike was saying about his grandmother and mother, like that, trying to when's she going to race?
She cared.
I went out by the souvenir rigs, and anytime a driver's being successful, the fans flock to the souvenir rigs. The other day, they were 10 deep at the Danica Patrick rig. I mean, everybody, all these little girls, all these ladies, they're supporting her, and that's exactly what Darrell was saying, and that's the cool thing about it. Fans are right now gravitating toward her.
And she has the money and the sponsorship, and she can drive. And, look, statistically, more women graduate college now, have degrees in our country. More women are registered voters. So they have somebody to latch on to. Yeah, they're fans of NASCAR, but now there's somebody, hey, I can be like her. I can compete like her, even if it's just a fantasy like we did in the backyard growing up or driving a go-kart.
Exactly. I mean, we had there were 4 women in the ARCA race the other night, and I think because of her success, it's going to help them get more support, because they said, well, I can race with Danica, I can do this and I can do that. I think that will help everyone kind of make that move and transition. We'll get more females involved in racing.
Oh, and I talked to her on Wednesday, and she was very thankful the support she had from guys like Kevin Harvick, Tony Stewart, who offered advice. Her communication and questions with her crew chief and driver are spot on during a race, and she's the plan is to run a dozen more nationwide races. But she said, look, the Cup thing down the road. Right now, I just want to finish races and compete. So we look forward to keeping an eye on Danica's success and how it impacts NASCAR in the Nationwide Series. All right, let's get back to some of the drivers who are waiting. Again, the red flag for the track repair here at Daytona, and Greg Biffle is standing by.
And Chris, when you look at the cars that are parked here on the grid, the flavor at the front, heavy Ford, is 5 of the top 6 cars are Fords. And Greg, you were joking that for about the last 80 laps, you're sitting in probably about the worst spot you've been.
Yeah, we're 6th right now, and the 3 and Ford Fusion cars drove so good today. I'm just really, really happy about it. But, hats off to our group. These Ford engines are running really good, and the Ford cars are handling good. So really excited about it. Just hope we get this thing back going again. We're like I said, that's the worst we've been in about 80 laps. We've been running, dicing it up at the front. So we want to continue to do that. I think we're putting on a good show. And I know business is going to start picking up. It's getting cooler out here. The cars are going to pick up speed.
Handicapping some of the cars behind us, walking us through who you think may be the guys you definitely have to deal with.
Well, we're wondering where the 14 and the 18 are. They were fast early, and you can't count out a lot of those guys. There's some fast cars still. 24 showed some strength, so there's a lot of good guys, and all these guys up front right here. We're all about the same speed.
All right, Krista.
Well, one of those cars that has been up front today is the number 2 of Kurt Busch. And when I talked to guys in the garage, they said, watch out for those Penske cars, especially you. That's got to make you feel good. But how good, is that the testament? Is that how good your car is?
It's been running strong. We just had a problem with the right front tire on that last run. But early in the day, we led laps. We led laps comfortably. And just now with the coolness starting to settle in and the track's going to be in the shade, especially in 1 and 2, we're going to have a different pace here at night. And I think we were set up more for the daytime, but who knows? This race, it's ended at night, and it changes how everybody can bump draft more aggressively. You can get side by side easier. So we'll see how it shakes out. But our Miller Lite Dodge really ran strong all speed weeks. Right now it's in one piece, and we got 78 laps to go. So we'll see how we can shake this out.
I know people watching at home, they love to know the people stories and the chemistry between crew chiefs and drivers. You have a new crew chief. I love the story about how you basically asked Kyle, your brother, for his phone number, and he said, find it yourself.
Yeah, I knew Steve, and his credentials speak for themselves. And I actually called J.D. Gibbs, and because I had his number when Kyle first started at Gibbs. So it really was unique how it all came together. And just right away, Addington brought a ton to our team. We showed that speed here all during speed weeks. And just the fact that we're running up front doing our deal, we're the only Dodges out there. We got a lot of things to overcome, but yet we're not looking at all that. We're looking at the big prize, which is trying to get this win and get some wins down the road here and make the chase.
Nobody's been better at restrictor plates, especially Daytona, than Kurt Busch. Steve?
Krista, another driver with a new crew chief is Jamie McMurray, who's right now 10th. And I know you've been fighting a loose race car, but as DW says, loose is fast.
Yeah, and the shootout, our car was really loose, but there's a difference between being loose and comfortable, and we've gotten the car a little bit too loose in the 150s, and they've gotten it better throughout the race. It's a lot of fun out there. I was talking to Jeff Gordon a little bit ago, and it's a different kind of racing than we've had here in the past, but it's been a lot of fun for us.
Jamie, you and I were talking a moment ago. You're doing a very cool thing to help the folks in Haiti who have been devastated. Talk about that for a second.
Well, after I did the show on Speed Channel, talking about everything that NASCAR has done to help Haiti, Christy and I went home and we happened to be digging through the attic and we found 10 driver's uniforms that I've had over the past 8 or 10 years of racing, and we've put those on the NASCAR Foundation website, and fans can bid on those uniforms. I've autographed all of them, and we're going to give all that money to Haiti. So we thought it'd be a really good way for us, as a family, to be able to give back. And when you get to be on TV every single weekend and fans get to see you, I think you should use that to your advantage whenever times are tough.
Good for you, Jamie. I hope it works out, buddy. Let's go to Dick Berggren.
Canvass the garage prior to this year's Daytona 500 and talk to crew chiefs and drivers, and they'll tell you that the biggest challenge that they face this time around is getting through the bumps. The pavement hasn't been done over for a very, very long time, and the turns are rough. But Robbie Gordon, with all of your off-road experience, what do you do as a driver to get through the bumps at 180 miles an hour?
Well, I think, obviously it's a challenge for all of us, and the guy that can make his car work through the bumps the best is going to have the guy that's going to be the car that's going to handle the best. A lot of guys play with either shocks. We get mandated shocks and rear springs. In the front, you really get to play with your bump stops and your packers, stuff like that. Keep yourself off the front valence. But track is getting rough down here at Daytona. I got to be honest, with the package we have right now, it's turned into a driver's track. You're not just sitting there drafting, hanging on. You're wheeling these things getting through the corners.
Built your own cars for this year's Daytona 500. How are they different from the cars you might have bought from someone else?
Well, obviously, if you look back at the teams that are competing at the highest level, they're building all their own chassis and stuff like that. Tony Stewart, I'm looking over his pit area, they run Hendrick cars. We didn't have the opportunity to get Hendrick cars, so we chose to build our own. We built our own off-road cars. We built them for years, and the guys are doing a really good job. They're probably lighter than what we can buy right now on the street, and hopefully they'll perform a little better. For me, as far as this race goes, hasn't even been time to go yet. I've been riding along. We got into the top, I think 12 is about the best we've been, and we rode around there for a while. Right there, that last run, I was really loose, so we made an adjustment with we're going to bump stop packer in the right front, and also going to take a round out of the left rear.
Can't try any harder than to build your own stuff. Chris?
Thanks, Dick. So about an hour 20 so far in this red flag delay on the track. And Kurt Busch, who's led the most laps, his Roger Penske team. We showed earlier the wreck that took 2 of his teammates out. He's kind of the lone guy. Now he's sitting back there at 30th. But back with him, Dale Earnhardt Jr., 22nd, Tony Stewart, 24th, Matt Kenseth, who won last year, Michael Waltrip, a 2-time winner. Who does he dance with here?
Well, that's where I think his experience and the way he's running his restrictor plate races, we talked about his average finish is very high, that he's probably going to find somebody who's going to want to work with him because he does such a good job. Take a look at Tony Stewart right there, how good he is on a restrictor plate racetracks. We know that his kind of like his story stands on its own merit. So if he can get hooked up with somebody like Tony Stewart, he could work his way up through there. Now you see Kurt up there, he's kind of kicked back, relaxing right now. But making friends from previous races could benefit him, because if you remember, the only time a Penske car won down here, Kurt pushed Ryan Newman to the checkered flag that day. So he may get a return favor from, who knows, Ryan Newman.
Somebody. Kurt Busch, 3-time runner-up, and happy Valentine's Day. That's Larry the Cable Guy with
Kiss him.
With Dick the announcer guy, the pit reporter guy. I didn't know they had so much in common. I know Larry the Cable Guy's a little, Cable's a lot younger than Dick Berggren.
Everybody's drawn to Dick.
All right.
Everybody loves Dick.
You got to get DirecTV. We're live at Daytona, and we will continue in just a moment.
Under the red flag at Daytona for track repair, so Sprint brings you an inside look at what's happening now inside the Sprint Cup Series. 18 leaders today in the Daytona 500 with 78 laps to go. That ties the record for the number of race leaders. For more NASCAR stats, in-car audio, and live race radio, check out NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile at sprint.com/speed. The man who started on the pole and was the first of those 18 leaders is Mark Martin. He's with Matt Yoakum.
Mike, we got a great update from his crew chief, Alan Gustafson, a little bit earlier. So let's get a driver update. Number one, you told me on media day that you've got a whole new workout program and nutritional program. How many protein bars are you on now?
I just had 4 since they red flagged it, and that's bad. I told them if I ate another one, I'd probably throw up. So that's a long time to go without eating, and I should have had a meal when they red flagged the thing, but I couldn't get to one. So we're doing fine. Our GoDaddy.com Chevy's pretty good right now. We're worked our way back from the back of the pack up to I think 12th, and we'll see what we can do. It's going to be interesting when we get back going here with the sun going down.
Ironically, you said at the beginning of the day on our pre-race show that this race, even more so this year, is going to be unpredictable. Is that pretty much how it's been for you?
It's been unpredictable, and it really is now, with what has happened. So looks like we may even finish under the lights here or something. Who knows?
All right, thank you, Mark.
A quick update from turns 1 and 2. Due to the heavy rains in Florida, especially what we had here Friday that washed out all of the on-track activity, water has seeped into a seam between 2 of the courses of asphalt, between the low groove and the next groove up. And you can see the torches at work as they have taken the patch material, which initially refused to cure due to the cold temperature and the amount of moisture that is still in the asphalt. And so now they are trying to heat cure it to get that to settle so the cars can run over it at 185, 190 miles an hour.
Remember California, what they finally did when there was water under the asphalt was they took a cutter and they cut some grooves. Remember they cut grooves down to the edge of the track to let the water have somewhere to drain? Maybe, just maybe. I'm just saying.
Well, let's see if they can get this patched up. And Brian France came in and told us that they will definitely get this race restarted and get it back underway. So the good side of this long delay, which now stretches an hour and a half, is we get to talk with all the drivers and crew chiefs, and we get to go outside the Hollywood Hotel with Chris and Jeff and have a look around.
Thanks, Mike. And throughout our coverage of NASCAR on Fox, this our 10th season. Jeff, along the way, you've been adding all kinds of toys and gimmicks, things to help explain racing, help people understand, like me, when I hear about valence and all that stuff, what it really means to the race that we're watching. So I thought we had a few minutes here. You have your own garage, this outdoor garage, but next to the Hollywood Hotel. Explain what some of these things are and what we could do with them. For example, this looks like a rotisserie you'd cook chicken on or something like that.
Or a pig, you never know.
What, are you going to put me in there?
Well, no, I wouldn't do that to you. I would stick you in there and let you get a sensation of going upside down. But the cool thing about it, Chris, is that, our junkyard right now has turned into a technical center. Here we are taking a look at our Ford Cutaway car, which I think allows us to take a 360-degree look at everything about a race car. We can show you what it looks like underneath. We can talk about truck arms, drag links, rear end housings, rear springs, shocks. It doesn't matter. We can show it to you. We can get up there real close and be able to identify what's going on with this new race car. We can also go inside and take a look at the roll cage and what protects these drivers, the seats, where the oil lines run, everything about it. We can get it in there with a camera angle and a shot so we can best explain it to the folks at home.
What does a Sprint Cup car weigh these days?
That 3,500 pounds. So got driver weight and everything. We don't have the body and everything on this particular unit because, again, when you take away the skiing, but the cool thing about it is with our folks over here at Roush Fenway and Ford, again, we've got a complete body car over here. That way, if we got questions, we want to talk about the front nose. Here we go. We got this right here is an actual car that someone at Roush Fenway has driven. That's the cool thing about it. You can take this race car, we could take and put an engine in it tomorrow, and we could take it out and we could race it.
By the way,
that's the cool thing about it.
This is one of our, is that one of our in-car cameras? Is that
yes,
what that is?
That is what you'll see on every race car out there. All 43 cars will carry at least a replica.
Same weight
and everything of an in-car camera. That way, if you're not carrying it, you're not at a disadvantage. So all these things are so important. And all the way down to a Lexan windshield, the roof flaps, everything about this race car, again, is actual. That way it works up and down.
And
we
the roar from the crowd is not with your cutaway car, but the drivers.
Of course it is.
The drivers are heading back to their cars. But you heard Brian France talk about the spoiler, going back to the spoiler, probably Martinsville in March. So obviously that will change things.
This will go away. We're going to get to that spoiler in just a second. This is the rear wing that the guys are currently running. But here's another thing that I'm really excited about. This is our CNR, Roush Fenway, Roush Yates engine display. Again, it has all the things as far as the drivetrain. Now we want to talk about an engine. We can show you right here where an alternator looks like and what it looks like for push rods going up and down. This is the alternator I was telling you about. All of these things are here so we can best explain what goes on. All the way down to, you don't have any idea what a distributor does, do you?
So I just had my brother fix the one on my car.
This is a distributor. We got it cut away. As it goes around, it fires each and every cylinder and makes the spark inside here as the fuel goes in. That's what makes an engine run.
What does an engine cost today?
Oh, today, depending on the technology, we're probably talking about an engine down here $100,000 to $150,000.
Just for the engine?
Just for the engine because of the technology. Not so much the cost of the parts. By the time you put this whole drivetrain together, you're upwards of $200,000 just in the drivetrain.
I know this is, I can operate one of these.
Yeah, you don't know how to shift gears. You don't even know how to work a clutch.
Right. Tell me, you love the pit box. You got a nationwide pit box up here. It's not like when you were the crew chief.
Well, the cool thing about it is we've not got a new nationwide box. We've got a new sponsor with Nationwide Insurance to take care of our Fox box. This is the command central. This is where everything happens. Just like with Chad Knaus or any of the teams right here, they get up here, we can sit up and we can literally be above the race car. During the course of a caution flag, we can see what's going on with the crew. It gives us an opportunity to try to protect them, make sure they're not making mistakes. The cool thing about it, we've got monitors. We got like 5 monitors up here that allow us to not only watch the race, keep up with timing and scoring, we can do all kinds of scenarios on different types of pit stops that will allow us maybe to beat our competition. This is Command Central. It's not just for one guy. It's for the engineers, for the car chief, and all those who work with you, Chris. It's so important that you have this kind of support and this kind of a thing. I mean, this is a necessary piece of equipment nowadays.
Jeff Hammond, a man of the people, standing above his outdoor garage, no longer a junkyard.
Well, one thing right quick before we quit, go by where we got a series of brakes up here for performance friction. We got short track brakes, we got super speedway brakes. But here's the one thing that you were mentioning a minute ago.
Yeah,
this is what we'll eventually go back to, folks. In a few weeks, you'll get a chance to see a spoiler very similar to this going on this new race car that we're racing here today at Daytona. They'll unbolt the wing and rebolt this rear spoiler on there. All this gusseting and everything, it's designed to where you can just literally unbolt the wing and bolt the other spoiler right back on. It's so important because it doesn't change any of the templates or anything like that right now that the teams are running.
And throughout the year, throughout the race, when something comes up, we need a clear explanation. He'll be here to help me and you out. So that's the story. We're going to get back in the Hollywood Hotel.
The cool thing about it is show and tell's over with. It's time for us to go back in there. We stretched our legs. We got some fresh air. We've got 78 laps that we're going to have to be holding our breath to the end of the Daytona 500 because we've got, I think, 34 guys still out there on the lead lap that are going to try to win this race.
The sun is still shining, so let's rejoin Darrell Waltrip, Larry McReynolds, and Mike Joy.
Well, in a repeat of what happened some 4 hours ago, drivers are climbing aboard their cars. The difference is now instead of 200, there are 78 laps to go in the Daytona 500.
And you can see, Mike, that's a very, very small patch. But it's right in the low groove, right where the guys' right side tires would run. So they got to fix it, and I think it looks like they've done a pretty good job. And Chris is right. The sun is still shining. The race has still got 78 laps to go. Man, we're going to have an exciting finish to this Daytona 500.
I was interested in Kevin Harvick's comment. Harvick sits 7th. His teammate Clint Bowyer is the leader, and between them sit 5 Fords. So getting up to Kevin Harvick, or getting up to Clint Bowyer from where Kevin Harvick sits, he's got a lot of work to do.
Well, and we know we have at least one more pit stop. We're right there within a one-stop race. And with the sun going down, we're starting to see shade in turn 1, headed over to turn 2. These crew chiefs are going to have to change their game plan possibly on the adjustments they're going to make, because this racetrack's going to change as it cools down.
And is this going to tighten these cars up and make them easier to drive?
Make them a whole lot better, make them a whole lot faster. They're going to stick better now. That hot sunshine, the track temperature, that's all going to come back to the way these guys practice and test, and that's going to make these cars run 3 wide, just like we saw here in the 150s and in the Bud Shootout. But let me just say real quickly about aerodynamics. You know, talk about the Fords being up there. None of them qualified all that great. But there's 2 ways to come to Daytona. Come down here with a car that's got a little downforce in it, got some drivability to it, and it'll race good, or you can come down here with a slick car that will qualify good. And we've made the mistake of having a slick car qualifying good and couldn't race a lick.
What's interesting about that, the man leading the race right now, he came down here with a good, fast, slick car, got it tore up, had to go to a backup car. I think that's more of a race car.
Yes, sir.
Something new at foxsports.com on MSN. Our newest Lunch with Benefits show, 3 Wide. Featuring Darrell, Larry, and Jeff as they chat about everything NASCAR every Friday, 1 p.m. Eastern. Enjoy Lunch with Benefits only at foxsports.com on MSN.
Yeah, I was going to ask you if you could guess who the 3 would be.
We did our little first show last week and had a lot of fun doing it.
Yeah, it's going to be great. We just chat.
You can see as they work, there's where that seam runs right down through each course of asphalt up from the bottom. That apron is almost flat. The track there is banked 31 degrees. It's difficult to pave, and enough moisture has gotten down in that seam between the layers of asphalt to cause us a problem here.
Yeah, I mean, if this has been going on in 3 and 4, it may have not been quite a challenge because the sun's down on it. As you can see, they're in total shade down there where they're working on this.
And it's not windy down there. They've got a jet dryer sitting just off the edge of the track there, blowing hot air up on the racetrack. They could have gotten Hammond down there, but they decided it'd take too long to get him down there.
There are 3 drivers who are still strapping into their cars, and as soon as they are ready, NASCAR will fire the engines, and this hour and 37-minute red flag period will end. We'll get back underway and get ready to finish off the Daytona 500.
And I don't think a soul is left. I've been watching all the roads outside the racetrack and all the exits. I don't think anybody's gotten up and left. I think they're just hanging in here waiting to get this thing going again.
Capacity crowd. One thing they anticipate is a big NASCAR rule change. We touched on it with Brian France. Previously, NASCAR would make 1 attempt at the end of the scheduled distance to end the race under green, what we call overdrive. The green-white checker finish. First you wave the green, white the next time by, checker the next time by. Now they have revised that, and NASCAR has said that in all 3 of their national touring divisions, including Sprint Cup, they will make up to 3 attempts to get the race finished under green. And the controlling fact will be whether or not the leader has taken the white flag under green. If he has not, they'll try again, and then they'll try again. They want the fans to see a green flag finish. The drivers applaud the change. Some of the crew chiefs wonder if it's going to take a little extra strategizing, because that could be as many as 10 more laps, counting caution laps on that car. But here's the best news.
I hear noise.
That joyful noise of the Sprint Cup cars coming back to life.
You know what's going to happen, Mike? The fans are going to start demanding that we have a halftime.
Regroup.
They would say, I really enjoyed that. I got to talk to all the drivers and see what they were thinking, got something to eat. Ready for the second half.
You know, it's become warmer than we anticipated. The temperature just about nudged 60 degrees today. We're down to 52 right now, late in the afternoon, a very light breeze. And the track temp, which had been up in the 70s, Larry, that's really plummeted.
Yeah, when you look at that one right there, remember when we started, it was 79 degrees. So that means the track has cooled down 30 degrees and probably even more than that down there in turn 1 and 2 where it's in the shade.
Now, one thing about the sunshine, we're going to have the drivers are going to have a bit of a problem with is coming off turn 4 here for a little while. As the sun starts to go down, the grandstand will shade turn 4. But right now, coming out of that corner, if we have some in-car shots, you're going to see a lot of glare on the windshields.
See, that sun is just straight on the nose of the pace car, and drivers like David Reagan with a hand in the air until they flip that shield down to shield themselves from the sun.
It was funny when we were talking to him and he put his glove over the camera. We kept telling him to take the glove. He said, "No, I don't want to, man. The sun's in my eyes." He didn't realize he wasn't going to get on TV if he didn't.
But you know, I think what the fans also know and realize, whether you're here at the racetrack or at home watching, is you look at the last 3 Daytona 500s that we've done, and we saw the highlights of one from 2007 with Kevin Harvick. The guy that won that race was not leading with about 2 or 3 laps to go, and that's happened for the last 3 500s and a lot more before that.
No, he became, that day, he became Mr. Where the heck did he come from?
Well, there's that little spot right there with all those little arrows going everywhere all around it. That little place right there is what we've been holding us up, but apparently the boys think they got it fixed up good enough that we can go back racing. What you don't want to have, Mike, is for it to come out again. You know, we want to be sure. That's why they took so long, took their time, made sure they had it fixed.
1 hour and 40-minute red flag for track repair due to the heavy rains in Central Florida over the past week or so. So they will take a few pace laps and at some point likely open pit road for service as NASCAR on Fox begins its 10th season of bringing NASCAR into your living rooms in the first half of the season.
It's been 10 years of NASCAR on Fox. Already?
Jeff Hammond, get out of the tanning bed. Man, you guys are getting old.
10 years ago, Larry McReynolds still had hair.
Are you kidding me? These guys are terrible.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Budweiser, the beer that starts with full flavor and ends with a crisp, clean finish. Budweiser, it's what we do.
One of our favorite 500s, 1989.
Driver Darrell Waltrip, wife Stevie.
I won the Daytona 500. I won the Daytona 500.
Darrell, how long?
Wait. This is the Daytona 500, isn't it?
You bet it
Don't
is.
tell me it isn't. Thank God.
Who would have thought?
Ever the comedian.
No, but who would
even
have
in
thought?
Victory Lane. I saw you climb out of that car with that gleam in your eye. And I said, I've lost control of this show, haven't I?
I'm a happy camper that day, buddy. And you would have thought you'd be in there with me.
We got a lot going on pit road. You see, Matt Kenseth has brought that 17 car into the attention of Drew Blickensderfer and that crew. They are changing the front shocks. We're getting a report from Matt Yoakum that under the front end of this 14 car, they're putting like a pan underneath the front. You heard Tony say in his interview his car would not turn. I think they're anticipating that's only going to get worse as the track cools down. So that's what they're doing. And we also got a report that Dale Earnhardt Jr., the 88 group, came in and actually pulled a rubber out of one of the springs, softened the rate of that rear spring.
Yeah, I think what everybody's anticipating, Larry, is there's going to be a lot more grip out there now. They were trying to free the cars. They didn't want the cars to be loose. Now, when it was hot, I think now that the track is cooled down, we pick up a lot of grip. You can suck that nose back down. You're going to have a lot better balanced race car.
Most of the top 15 did not stop. Now, drivers who are ahead of the leader when the caution comes out get a chance to be waved around the pace car and pick up a lap. Brad Keselowski, Sam Hornish have taken advantage of that. Let's go downstairs, check with Steve.
Jimmie Johnson just hit pit road again, Mike. First time they took 4 tires, added some tape to that grill, and made a chassis adjustment. This time it came back down. The car did. Ron Malik, the car chief, took a look at the right front fender. They just topped off with a little bit of gas. Jimmy's going to have to start from the rear of the field.
Hey, Darrell and Larry, you were talking about during this halftime break, a lot of times you get an opportunity to make good decisions. You also have an opportunity to make bad decisions. When you see the 14 put this belly pan under it, you see the 17 changing front shocks. Just remember one thing, 76 laps from now, they're going to crown this 500 champion. You go the wrong way, you're never going to have a chance to undo what you do.
Yeah, that's a good thing about this break. We got a chance. Jimmie Johnson is the beneficiary of this whole deal. Because just when that caution came out, he's got a tire and he's got a front end messed up, but they've been able to fix it. He's back in the race. He's the guy that benefited the most.
After an hour and 40-minute red flag for track repair, we are ready to go back to racing. 76 laps to go. Clint Bowyer David Reagan, Casey Kane, Carl Edwards. Boyer has elected the inside lane on this restart, and there are 34 cars on the lead lap.
Whoopee! I feel like saying boogity, boogity, boogity one more time, but I guess I won't.
But you better reach up there and pull your belts tight one more time.
You got that right, brother.
Pace cars in. This crowd has enjoyed a big halftime break, and now we'll have 75 laps to race in the Daytona 500. Clint Boyer leads them across the line. We're racing again.
He got a pretty good push from Casey Kane, the 9 car, but David Reagan in the 6 got a pretty good push from his teammate Carl Edwards in the 99 on the high side.
Dead even right there as they go down into turn 1. Neither line's really got any move. Looks like they're going over the patch. So far, so good.
Looking at Clint Boyer, and here comes Harvick, giving the push and shove to Elliott Sadler into turn 3.
That's all these boys needed was a little timeout.
Yeah, you just wait. This is going to get real serious. They'll be 3 wide. There's going to be some heavy-duty racing going on from here on out.
Clint Boyer's in his 5th Daytona 500. He's your race leader. Had 2 top 10 finishes in his first 4 500s. Won a nationwide race here last July. Looking for his 3rd Sprint Cup Series career victory.
And you saw the highlights where a couple of 3 years ago he went across the start-finish line at the end of the race on his roof.
You know, I'm not so sure several years ago that if a hole had come in a track like that, we'd probably, I don't know if we'd have been able to fix it or not.
Elliott Sadler with Casey Kane. Earlier in the race, Kane was complaining that Sadler kind of left him high and dry. Now it's Sadler who's helping out his Roush, or rather his Richard Petty Motorsports teammate.
Lurking, oh, ever so presently in 3rd place, Kevin Harvick.
And you can see the speeds are higher now that the track has cooled down. 193 going off into turn 1.
Watch him go down the back. Of course, the guy, you know, I just noticed one thing, Larry. We do have a tad of a headwind down the back today, so that'll hurt the speeds a little bit. But look at Casey. Look at his eyes. He's just worried about one thing, not where he's going. He's not even looking where he's going. Looking behind him. Who's going to make a move? Who's going to jump out? Which way do I need to go?
He's got Ronnie still 1 back in the middle, 1 back in the middle.
Now watch the glare off turn 4 here for right there, just for a little bit.
And Casey's one of the few drivers we saw with a clear face shield, so he's got no protection from that sun.
Maybe he was anticipating a late finish.
There's your 3 wide, DW. Brian Vickers in 83,
oh, yeah.
But he's not where he wants to be in the middle.
No, but there's going to be a whole lot more of that 3 wide stuff because the guys are going to experiment a little bit and find out, hey, I can hang in there now.
You know, we got some guys at the back of the pack, like Matt Kenseth, who changed the shocks, like Jimmy Johnson in the 48. They just ran their fastest lap of this race. Brian Vickers just sitting there waiting for his spotter to either say clear high or clear low.
Well, it's a whole lot more. It's not comfortable to be in the middle like that because you get pushed and shoved from both sides, one way to the other.
Middle, no help. Quick hold there, but 82 spilling it. 82 spilling it. Still middle.
And you're kind of stuck there. What are you going to do?
And Matt Kenseth just ran the fastest lap of the day. 195.2 miles an hour.
I think Vickers filled that hole.
Yeah, man. Good thing there wasn't any more paint on the back of that 00.
See, Casey Kane in the 9 is now back up behind Clint Boyer in that 33. Boyer's wanting the lead back.
Man, those children's cars are strong today. I mean, all 3 of them.
And in the 29, Harvick did just what he said would be difficult. Fight his way through those half dozen or so Fords and get up to where he can either help or challenge his teammate Boyer in the 33. Krista has more on Casey Kane.
Yeah, Mike, you know, drivers choose going with drivers that they think will be there at the finish. Casey told me earlier today that down here at Speed Weeks, he feels like more people have been pushing him than in the 6 previous years he's been here combined. He says it's that Ford motor. They know he has the strength. He said, I don't know if we're a favorite, but I think we definitely have a shot, the best shot I've ever had here.
Speaking of shots, the 6 car just gave that 9 a shot getting off into turn 3, and you could see how it just lunged him off in the corner.
Yeah, Casey says it's kind of fun looking in the mirror and seeing people lining up behind you instead of being the other way around. He's really happy with his car, how it's running.
Kane won on Thursday in his Gatorade dual race. He's had a very strong car all week. Previously, his best efforts resulted in 2 7th-place finishes in the 500. Maybe today he'll be the Pied Piper.
And you know those cars that Casey and Elliott are driving in Allmendinger, those are the cars that they had. They just changed the fascia, put a Ford motor in it, and took off racing with the same cars they ended up the year with.
Is your trigger finger itchy on the volume control? What do you say?
Let's crank it up.
Two-thirds of the way through the Daytona 500. Clint Boyer driving a Chevy for Richard Childress Racing, battling Elliott Sadler in the 19, driving a Ford for Richard Petty Motorsports.
And Mike, if folks at home, if you don't think weather and track temperature makes a difference in how these guys race and how these cars handle, we didn't see this kind of racing when the sun was out and it was 80 degrees, track temperature was 80 degrees. Now that it's cooled down, these guys can go where they want to and do it pretty confidently.
Kevin Harvick gives Sadler the bump and run into turn number 3.
But watch that 33 and the Casey Kane come back on the outside. That power move, Mike, into turn 3, that's a winning move.
But it's amazing to see the Richard Petty Motorsports Dodge of Casey Kane pushing the Richard Childress car. On the inside, it's the Richard Childress car pushing the Richard Petty Motorsports Ford.
Pretty much at this point, Larry, you just push whoever's in front of you. That doesn't matter who it is right now.
And as long as they're pushing you to the front, it doesn't matter.
Just keep pushing.
And the best part for these nearly 200,000 fans that are here, and those of you watching at home, no single car has been able to break away, much less establish a single file lead.
No, this is what we've seen down here for the last week. The way these guys have just bunched up like this and stayed together and 3 wide racing a lot, and that's hard to do here at Daytona. And one thing they've learned, Mike, is that with this bigger restrictor plate, we were having a little bit of an issue with closing rate early in the week when we first got here. Guys were running in the back of each other and actually wrecking each other. But they finally figured that out, that these cars close much quicker than what they have down here in the past. And now they're working together very, very well.
You know,
whoa, Elliott. Man, he got sideways there.
I think he may have had a little help on getting that sideways there from that 29 car.
I think he just went.
Kevin Harvick started that bump draft before they were in the straightaway.
Ooh, he should have got
when
down.
Sadler had to lift, he lost his momentum, and now he finds a place in line well outside the top 10.
No, Larry, I don't think he got bumped, but when you come off a 2 over there real low like he was, the car wants to push out. You put a little extra wheel in it to keep it on the bottom, and then the back will snap around. I think that's what happened to him.
Yeah, Mike, he almost fell completely out of the top 15. He's back to 14th, finally found a hole right in front of Mark Martin, the 5 car.
Look at the 43 right in the center of your picture. A.J. Allmendinger had a lug nut problem on a pit stop early. The Dingers fought his way back up into the top 10. But it's a roadblock in front of him. 2 by 2 by 2 by 2. Nowhere to go to get to the front.
No, but that Napa car, I mean, Martin Truex Jr. has been lurking around the front here, Larry, the last little bit just for that break we had. And here he is sitting there in 3rd spot. That car looks pretty strong.
You know, somebody we've not talked to about a lot today, and here's that car you were talking about, Truex Jr., that's back in 3rd. The other Richard Childress car has worked his way into the top 10, Jeff Burton in that 31.
Burton led every practice that we had. Burton was at the top of the sheet, but they had a little tire issue in their qualifying race, and I don't know. I hope they got it fixed.
Kevin Harvick, who has won the Daytona 500, has fought his way to the front. 62 laps to go.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Lowe's. For all your home improvement needs, Lowe's, let's build something together. By Old Spice, smell like a man. By AT&T, a better 3G experience. And by Warner Brothers Pictures Cop Out, starring Bruce Willis and Tracy Morgan, in theaters February 26th.
59 laps to go. Kevin Harvick, Martin Truex, Clint Bowyer. Your Old Spice man up are the biggest movers. Jeff Gordon up 32 from where he started. Carl Edwards 31 spots. Old Spice body wash. Smell like a man. 58 laps to go and at least one more pit stop.
Oh, trouble back there on the back straight.
Allmendinger in the 43. Caution is out.
And he stays off the wall. Nice save. And a wild slide by A.J. Allmendinger.
I think we'll see him.
Can you get rolling there?
Possibly
Yellow
get a little
out.
push.
Leaders are just into 3.
A little unburned gasoline in the exhaust pipe. No big deal.
That won't hurt anything, but I think he's stuck in the mud. Look at the front tires. I mean, he's down. The splitter sitting on the track, on the ground.
Well, there's probably a good chance not only is he stuck there, he's probably got flat tires on that thing from where he slid across the racetrack.
As we've said, heavy rains in Florida over the last couple of weeks. Friday was a complete washout here. And with the high water table throughout the state of throughout the Florida Peninsula, not a lot of places for that standing water to go. So the grass there is pretty soft in a lot of areas. Allmendinger was running 6th. Let's see what happened to the 43.
Coming off of turn 2 back there. I think you're going to see that he just gets sucked around. That's all that happens to him. And he's getting a little bit behind on his steering right there. And what happened was, we've seen that with this. I don't know if it has anything to do with the big shark fin or not. But when a car gets to your outside like that, it's almost like it has a magnet. It's almost like a vacuum cleaner. And it just sucks you around.
See here if he puts a left front down on the apron exiting the corner.
I don't think so. And that's not a bad thing off of that corner anyway.
It's like the minute that 24 car got to that right rear quarter panel, it started sucking it around.
Yeah. It just gets him loose and he just starts juking the wheel and you get behind. And
the close call on that 18. How many of those has he had this week? He's had a bunch.
I don't know, but I love it. I wish that whole back straightaway was paved like that right there. Just that grass back here will catch you. See, the car got loose. When you say he got down, it got a little bit loose and it kind of dipped down. But, man, look at Kyle. Woo. And Allmendinger, he's doing all he can. He'll get off the brake right here.
Watching from Carl Edwards.
Green is still out. Yellow's out.
That's just how much on the edge you are. When you're running beside of somebody, that's how much on the edge you are.
The pits are open. 57 laps to go. Under the 5th caution of the day. Krista?
Kenny Francis told his crew, make sure you are loosened up. It's been a while during that red flag since they did a stop, especially the new front changer and the rear changer. John Royer and Jim Carbon, new on this team. Casey, happy with this car. Dick?
Where it needed to be, they're going to do a routine 4-tire stop with no chassis adjustments.
Kevin Harvick says he's just a touch too loose, so they're going to add some air to that left rear tire. Matt?
A chassis and wedge adjustment, the track bar and wedge for Clint Boyer, trying to keep up with the racetrack as temperatures go down. 4th tire change. Hesitation, and he's away.
Elliott Sadler gains 10 spots. David Reagan got blocked in his pit, couldn't get out.
But you see, Elliott Sadler, that 19 car, took 2 tires only, 2 right side.
43, A.J. Allmendinger from Kyle Busch's car goes for a wild ride. "55 laps to go in the Daytona 500. Number 19, Elliott Sadler, is your leader. Jeff Gordon elected the first pit stall. Just in front of him, Travis Kvapil. Gordon has to wheel it and deal it to get out of that pit. And here's Clint Boyer.
It really got bottled up down here near the exit of pit road. You can see how much Carl Edwards had to jump on the binders. Even thought maybe he got into the back of the 33 just a little bit.
Boyer will restart 6th, Edwards 7th. Jeff Gordon is 5th. 2nd, Martin Truex, and 3rd, Kevin Harvick. 4th, Casey Kane. 55 laps to go. There will be one more pit stop, but here we go, back under green.
See, Elliott Sadler in the 19 has elected to take the outside line. That puts his teammate right behind him, Casey Kane, the 9.
Yeah, I think that was probably a good choice because those 2 cars have been trying. If you think about it, they've been trying to get hooked up since the start of the race. Remember, Casey was upset with Elliott because he wouldn't work with him early in the day.
Kevin Harvick trying to push his way to an opening to get in front of Martin Truex.
I'm just not real sure you're going to get by Martin Truex all that easy. I've been watching that car, and it's gotten better and better and better. But now, you know.
Oops. Yellow line. Get up above that yellow line. And Kevin Harvick does.
As long as Harvick did what he did right there, did not advance as a position because that is out of bounds. And if you advance your position, they're going to bring you to pit road for a pass through.
He's had a great run there, but nowhere to go with it. That's why we have the yellow line rule. Just think what that would look like if those guys had gone to the bottom and went into 3rd turn like that.
I believe we'd have run out of racetrack when we got there.
We run out of records too.
54 laps to go. We go California dreaming next Sunday with NASCAR on Fox. But here in Daytona, Elliott Sadler, who came within 1 green flag lap of winning last year's 500 before the rain came. And Martin Truex in his first ride for Michael Waltrip Racing in this Toyota. But look at Harvick give Truex the bump into turn 3 that propels him in front of the field.
Yeah, that's what he and Boyer were trying to do last time down through there. We ran out of room in the 9 car. Whoa, what happened to him, guys?
He got kicked up to the high side with no place to go. He finally works his way back in line behind Brian Vickers in the 83.
Well, the Truex family ought to be standing up and cheering. The number 56, a number that Martin's dad run. It's a family number. And that was why that they swapped, took the 55 and gave him 56. Carry on a tradition, baby.
Yep, Barney Truex is Martin's uncle. This is Martin Sr., who raced up in the NASCAR North Series, the Busch North Series, and won with this number at Loudon, New Hampshire and elsewhere. And now Martin Jr. wheeling Michael Waltrip's car and trying to keep it in front of Kevin Harvick and the 19 of Elliott Sadler.
You know, I wondered about the combination of Pat Tryson and Martin Truex Jr., what that would be like if they were able, if they would work well together. I think my question's been answered.
A record 52 Daytona 500s, and we've never had as many different drivers lead this race as we have today.
We still have 25% of this race to go.
Through the long shadows of turn 1 at the west end of the speedway. down the backstretch and headed for the 31-degree banking on the ocean side of the track, turn 3.
Boy, just watch those cars, though, how they just pick up so much speed down the back straightaway. With the little bit bigger restrictor plate, they can really, really fly down the back.
And today, as Thursday and last Saturday night, the 29 of Kevin Harvick appears to have the most speed that he's able to carry and keep into turn number 3 from the backstretch.
Yeah, I think actually Boyer, his teammate, is having a hard time keeping up with him. That Kevin's car just handles a little bit better right around the bottom. See that? See how he gaps the 33 car?
Now you see Elliott Sadler, the 19. We sat up here during the commercial break and just questioned, was just going with 2 right side tires the way to go? And I just think he's had his hands full with that race car, and I think he really has his hands full now against all these cars with 4 fresh tires. Look at this
Junior
push.
shoving the 16 of Greg Biffle, and you see how he let off just before they got to turn 3 in the corner.
I think that was about 16 hands full right there.
Well, it looked like it, and it's hard to do with these cars because the bumpers match that the 16 was lifted off the ground for a minute.
3 wide.
Straight, that's the main thing. I think these guys have finally realized, hey, this track's got that grip back in it like we've seen here all week, and they're going after it now, and I knew they would.
I think someone else has realized something. That 11 car, look, boy, Elliott Sadler's just all over the place in that 19. He cannot find a place to get right now.
No, he's going to get wrecked if he doesn't get out of the way here.
Casey Kane and the 17 of Matt Kenseth almost got taken out in that corner.
There is not much substitute here. Horsepower, maybe. You see Elliott, Elliott is waving, he's flagging to get away from me, leave me alone.
Matt?
Mike, earlier when he got dropped out of the lead and fell to the back, he said the car was just way too loose to be running up front. He got back up front with the track position. The car's still way too loose. He's just hanging on in the 19.
Yeah, when you change just right side tires, it can sometimes tighten your car up, but it can sometimes, depending on how it's handling, can make it even looser.
48 laps to go. Larry, how many more laps do they have to run before they can make that stop under green that they need and still make it to the finish without stopping again?
Well, I would normally say about lap 160 with 40 to go, but think back to what interviewing Steve Addington. We have to think about a possible 3 attempts at a green-white checkered, so I think to safely you need to get to about lap 164 to feel real good about it.
And I'm feeling real good about probably more than 1 attempt at a green-white checker. The way these guys have been racing down here, this is a gaggle right here.
I tell you who else has realized that this race is winding down. We talked to him during the red flag. Looks like Denny Hamlin, that 11 car, him and his crew chief Mike Ford has finally concluded, boys, it's time to go. Look at him on the high side right behind his teammate Kyle Busch in the 18.
Montoya kicked upstairs.
It looks like looks like that 56 car doesn't handle so good in traffic. That thing is wobbling all over the place.
Remember what Harvick said? Get me out front and I'm gone.
Well,
we'll see.
Bye-bye.
We'll take a quick break from Daytona and get a look at Shutter Island, a suspense thriller brought to life through the eyes of visionary director Martin Scorsese's February 19th in theaters.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Subway Restaurants. Now any regular footlong just $5 any. So hurry in. By Shutter Island in theaters everywhere this Friday. This film is rated R. By Napa Know-How. And by Sprint, proud sponsor of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series.
43 laps to go. It's been 107 races since Bakersfield, California's Kevin Harvick has been in victory lane in a Sprint Cup point race. And that was the Daytona 500 when he drove to victory here, beating Mark Martin in a wild finish. And Harvick's in front, Montoya in second, the 42, Greg Biffle, Clint Boyer, Carl Edwards.
Well, all I know is when I look at our top 8 to 10 right now, we got a long way to go. But we've got a lot of guys up there that went winless in 2009 that would love to start this 2010 season off with a win.
What makes Harvick so good is it kind of reminds me back like Dale Jr. when he was dominant down here. He can run the turn. He's just quicker through the corner than the guys behind him. He can get just enough gap on them that they can barely catch back up to him when he gets down here at the end of the back straightaway.
Earnhardt and Kyle Busch are back in play, running 8th and 9th. Carl Edwards in the 99, winless last year. He's 6th, or 7th rather. Ooh, Was that contact between the 6 of Reagan and the 48 of Jimmy Johnson?
Yeah, you see, look at the left front tire on the 48. They definitely have come together. I don't see any tire smoke, but I don't see any letters on the tire either.
Do need to make note that A.J. Allmendinger, the 43 car that led this race, brought out one of those last cautions.
Caution.
In fact,
Don't know why. Caution.
The yellow is out. And we believe that this may be, again, for the asphalt down between turn 1 and 2. Very adjacent to or the same area as where the patch was put down before. So with Kevin Harvick leading, Juan Montoya second. We are under caution, and we'll have a look at the rundown and await further word. You're watching the Daytona 500 on Fox. 39 laps to go in the Daytona 500. Next Sunday, NASCAR on Fox moves to Fontana, California. Matt Kenseth is the defending champion of the Auto Club 500, presented by Napa Auto Parts. Next Sunday, 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 Pacific, in high definition, right here on Fox. For the second time today, the field has been brought down pit road, stopped behind the Ford Mustang GT pace car, a NASCAR official at each car, and they've gone out to deal with the issue of turn 1 and 2. As often happens when you make a patch in asphalt, it's the adjacent asphalt that goes first, and you see that seam beginning to break up. And once it does, what surrounds that patch is going to work its way apart, and all that aggregate comes down the banking and just raises havoc. Now, we're told by NASCAR that during the 36 laps of racing that we've just had, they've had discussions with the folks on the grounds responsible for maintaining the asphalt, and just in case this situation did recur, they have a different type of patching material that they are going to use, something that they hope is durable enough to hold up to the 39 laps that we have left to run.
Yeah, well, I applaud these guys. I mean, NASCAR guys, they're watching out for these drivers. And when this thing gets too bad, if it comes apart like that, they stop the race trying to fix it. And you got to give them credit for that. We don't want anybody cutting down a tire or having a bad accident.
So once again, drivers are out of their cars to walk around. Kevin Harvick is your leader with 39 laps to go. Juan Pablo Montoya trying to win his first NASCAR oval race. Clint Boyer in the 33. There is Harvick. Happy Harvick, they've called him. And he certainly has the big smile on his face right now as he is the leader. But we certainly expect this race the track to be repaired and this race to restart as the drivers talk it over.
Jeff Gordon is explaining to Dale Jr. about, I came that close to wrecking, and the car's porpoising. That's one thing I noticed he was saying, and then it gets real loose with him. And he came that close to wrecking. So the drivers, you just want to watch. If you want to know what's going on, watch your hands. They pretty well explain it. Now, Carl, on the other hand, pretty content. Thank you very much.
He's in 8th place, Carl Edwards.
Yeah, the last few laps, Jeff Gordon and Dale Earnhardt Jr., they had been running nose to tail with each other, so I'm sure whatever they're describing, they probably were seeing it for themselves with their teammate.
And Mark's saying, I'm pretty good on one end of the track. We got a little problem on the other. Burton says, I'm about to pull my hair out. I don't know what to do. Junior's going to join in with some of his. He probably got a real good theory. I can help all you boys.
Maybe he's doing more trivia with them.
He might be. Baseball stuff. No, he's same thing. Mark says, okay, y'all talk all you want. I'm going.
All right, Chris Myers and Jeff Hammond.
Thanks, Mike, Larry, and Darrell. It's amazing how the competitors sit and talk with each other. So far, the track is winning here at Daytona. Second red flag, patience being tested. First caution came out, seemed like days ago. It was a tire problem for Brad Keselowski. 6 cars involved in this early wreck. We've had a total of 5 cautions in the race. Dale Earnhardt Jr. was able to take the lead. He actually led for 4 laps. This was early. Kurt Busch led some 33 laps. 3 times he's finished second in the Daytona 500. Jimmy Johnson, going for a 5th straight NASCAR Sprint Cup championship, starting the March, has been as high as second in this race. So we had the first delay because of the asphalt between turns 1 and 2. The track repair took 1 hour and 41 minutes. And once we got back to racing, Mike explained moments ago the track had some problems causing the red flag prior to that. A.J. Allmendinger, who led 11 laps in this race and was a top 5 finisher last year on the 500, having some problems with spinning out. But we have had 19 leaders, and that is a record for the Daytona 500, 18 the previous record in 2006. Well, last year, we had only 9 lead changes. We've already had 44 lead changes, so the racing back in the hands of the drivers. And let's check in with one of those drivers who's standing by with our Steve Burns.
And that would be the race leader, Kevin Harvick. Kevin, describe for the fans at home, how big is the hole and how bad of a situation is it?
I mean, the hole's probably about that big. The problem is it's right in the middle of the right side tires. So when you go through there and you hit it wrong, the jack post and everything hits. The 33 splitters broke off. So we'll see what happens. Everybody's done a great job on our Shell Pennzoil Chevy, and hopefully we can get these next 39 laps in.
I'm sure it wouldn't break your heart to call it right now, though.
I want to finish it racing. That's what I want to do. So car's been all good. It might, everything may go sour, but I'd love to finish it.
All right, sure the fans would too. Thanks, Kevin. Let's go to Matt.
You got catching up with some Gibbs teammates, Kyle Busch and Denny Hamlin. Now, you two were describing for each other that he was hitting the hole.
I didn't know it. He says I was, so. I don't know if he was or not. He was behind me on the top, but, the hole's getting, man, this is a bad predicament to be in for all of us, for NASCAR, everybody. And, it's unfortunate for the fans, too. They want to see a great race, and it's been a great race all day, but this isn't any fun having to wait around and try to get through this deal, but we'll do what we need to do.
And you could see it slowly starting to come apart every lap?
Yeah, it stayed really good for about 15, 18 laps, and then you could see like a chunk flying off some of the leader cars, the 29 and the 33, the guys running the bottom. You'd kind of see just little pieces going. And then about 5 laps ago, I saw it start to develop, and then 5 laps later, it was back to its same old hole again. So we got, 78 to go, and now there's 40 to go, so we got about 38 laps on it or whatever. We'll see what they do.
And Mike Ford made a big swing on your car. Shock adjustments, wedge, track bar. You guys have really come to life.
Well, that's just Denny Hamlin. That is Denny Hamlin.
Right. No, I'll be honest, we didn't really, the car is not that much better. I just am taking, being a little bit more aggressive, making sure, it's tough to say where you're supposed to be at the right time. And I talked to Dick about this earlier, and I don't know, but all I know is the further forward I go, that maybe the less chance I'll get in the wreck if it does happen. But our car's not bad, but it's not like we've had here in the past.
Now, you always do a lot for your fans, and last night on your Twitter account, you were giving away tickets to the Daytona 500 with trivia questions.
Yeah, we're going to make it a weekly deal. I think I'm going to start doing it maybe on Thursday. That way, people from far away can fly in. But, I gave away 4 tickets for the Daytona 500 and had some trivia questions. The answer to one was Mai Tais, and the other one was Gerald Wallace. So I enjoy doing it. It's fun to just see the reaction of the fans and everyone, getting Google ready at 10 o'clock when the trivia starts.
All right, good luck for the rest of the race, Dan.
All right, thanks.
Krista?
Matt, down here with Jimmy Johnson. And Jimmy, we were talking a little bit about the track and obviously your race car. So how is it out there? Have you been on the bottom, and what did you see?
I really didn't notice it until the caution came out. And then when I drove by, I could see the hole again. I know that my car is crashing the ground down there really hard. The swells are so big that I think the truck arm mount or the jack stop on the right side of the car is smashing on the ground and just pulling that asphalt up. So it got us on the first one. I think we got a flat from that, but this one, it didn't seem to really hurt us. Hopefully we can get it fixed and finish under green.
I know I came down, you were talking to your teammate Dale Jr., Robbie Gordon. Are you all just kind of throwing your hands up in the air and say, what do we do? And can it last for another 39 laps?
Yeah, I guess that's in the back of our minds, and we talked about it a little bit. I think the guys that are back here, I'm not in the top 10. We want to see a lot of green flag runs so we can have a chance to work our way to the front. With the cooler temperatures and these short runs, the lines sit there stalled out. So that's what we were talking about more than anything. They just couldn't go anywhere and sitting there 2x2. So we need a long run so that I know my Lowe's and Paula can go to the front once we get some laps on the tires.
Now, we did joke a little bit. We saw one driver walk by right now who's very happy. He's got a big smile regardless.
Yeah, Harvick walked by, and I asked him if he felt like they should call it, and he just smiled even bigger. So there's one guy wanting it to be over.
All right, thanks, Jimmy. Let's see who Dick's caught up with.
I've caught up with David Reagan, who's taken the opportunity for a peanut butter sandwich, a banana, and a soft drink as well. You getting hungry out there?
Yeah, Coca-Cola and a PB&J, but without any jelly. They jipped me on my jelly, but
You know, I want to finish this thing. Our UPS Ford's fast. We got boxed in their last pit stop and lost a few spots, but we've been able to make our way back up almost to the front. I can see it at least, but it's tough to get going and get back in the rhythm, and then we stop for a little while. I appreciate all the fans hanging out and staying tuned in, but our UPS Ford's fast, so I'm ready for the final few laps.
Never won a Sprint Cup race. 6 people have won their very first career Sprint Cup race right here in the Daytona 500. Can you smell it coming for David Reagan?
Absolutely. Yeah, we can win. We've got a team and a car that can win, and it's just a matter of being in the right place at the right time, and we need to get up there to that top 5 or top 10 for the last 10 or 15 laps, but we've shown that we're a little better on the longer run, so hopefully they can fix the patch for good this time and go racing, or just leave it open and broke down, whatever, and we'll race around it.
Can you do that?
Yeah, I would say that right now, but as we cross over it, it's certainly a safety issue. If you were to cut a tire down, that wouldn't look good, but hopefully they can get it fixed up and or put a cone over it or something and say, just don't knock down the cone, let's just go racing.
Okay, finish your PB&J, but it's only P. Steve.
Dick, Carl Edwards, and Robbie Gordon chatting, and Kevin Harvick, I think, expressed it the best. We want to go to the end. He said, I want to win it. 500 miles, but it's a tough situation for NASCAR.
It is, and nobody wants this to happen. I was just talking to Robbie Gordon, though. He said that in his desert trucks they go around rocks and cactus and all sorts of stuff, and as far as I can see, that hole's it's not moving. We all know it's there, so I wish we could just go race and drive around it, and I know there might be a little bit of an issue with pieces coming up and coming through a windshield or something like that, but really, that's not the hardest thing in the world to miss out there. So, they got it patched up. A lot of people are just running right through it with the right side tires, and just unfortunate. But hopefully, yes, we can finish this under the green. It's a Daytona 500. I mean, whoever wins it, that's how they want to win it, and that's what the fans want to see.
It's been a great race so far. Thank you, Carl. Let's go back to the hotel.
All right, thanks, Steve. Yeah, it has been an entertaining race. You got to finish the race, and we said the track is winning against the drivers. That's your splitter getting beat up.
I told you earlier, as far as the pre-race is concerned, Daytona's like a lion. If you don't tame it, it's going to take a bite out of you. I think it wanted a bite out of the Cheerios car, and that's exactly what it's done to that front splitter. It has definitely got a chunk out of it, and those guys need to fix that. Otherwise, that car's not going to drive that well.
And it is dinner time in the Hollywood Hotel. Jeff Hammond, Chris Myers, thanks for staying with us. NASCAR on Fox, the 52nd running of the Great American Race. We maybe get that ShamWow guy to smooth over that spot and let him race. They're going to finish this, right? They're going to go back
finish this thing. I don't think the NASCAR is going to give up on the racetrack, and I know the drivers are not going to give up on NASCAR. So, again, it's the toughest thing in the world to have to do. It's to start and stop, start and stop. But there's a guy right there that's talking to Kyle Busch, Richard Childress, the owner of the guy that's out front, and I'm sure he wants to win the Daytona 500 for the 3rd time, but he wants to win it racing just like his driver.
Yeah, we only have about 10 to 15 minutes of daylight left before the sun
but we
sets
got lights.
Here. Well, of course we have lights, but it certainly would affect things. Kevin Harvick has led the most laps. In fact, in his previous 8 Daytona 500s, he only led 15 total laps, and there's Kevin, and 34 today. Of course, he has a Daytona 500 victory. You heard him talk a little bit about the situation. You've been watching, compared to where we were in the first red flag, the break, how certain drivers adjusted and maneuvered.
Yeah, I was kind of looking to see whether or not Mark Martin would start making a march to the front, and he still hung back there in 22nd. But I also see that Tony Stewart and Matt Kenseth, who made big changes to their race car, they haven't really been able to make their way up through there. So I'm wondering if maybe here once again this break, is it going to give somebody like Tony like an opportunity to make that last adjustment, because he was talking about making a pretty big swing. Can they get it fine-tuned in there to be able to make it work?
Yeah, you talked about in the pre-race show how pit crew will be important, helping, assisting a team. Anybody jumping out so far? Because you can vote for the fastest pit crew. Text your selection to 2258, delivered by AT&T, the nation's fastest 3G network.
You take a look right now, our leader, Kevin Harvick's number 29 pit crew. They've been performing pretty flawlessly all day long, giving him solid pit stops. Not always the fastest, but keeping him up there toward the front so he hasn't got to race a lot of race cars. Casey Kane's guys have been doing about the same thing. And surprisingly enough, Juan Pablo Montoya's guys on the 42 have been pretty smart also.
So last year was a rain-shortened Daytona 500. And here, it's just been interrupted on 2 different occasions because of the track and rain from last year. But we've had the lead changes. We've had different leaders. We haven't seen the kind of wrecks or crashes we had leading up to this race through speed weeks. But, of course, over the last few laps, that's what everybody goes for.
We're not done yet, buddy. I hate to tell you, the Daytona 500 is just a few laps away, and things are going to get ready to be pushing and shoving time. We've already had a couple situations that got real close. We take a look right here at the 17 group. I think they're getting ready to make some pretty major changes. I see drills up on pit wall. And all of a sudden, you know, that's Drew Blickensderfer. And the main goal of all these crews up and down pit road, including their drivers, is to get to victory lane here, right across the way from the Hollywood Hotel. Been there one time. Kind of like it over there.
Congratulations as a crew chief. Kevin Harvick trying to break that streak of 8 different winners in the last 8 Daytona 500s, having won in 2007. And here is the summary so far, 161 through the 200 laps. The Daytona 500 has felt like 500 hours for some, but the 200,000 people, nobody's left, and they've seen some exciting racing. Not too many cautions. The record number of leaders, and part of that, Elliott Sadler, who's been a runner-up here before and who has competed. Let's join Elliott Sadler. He's standing by with our Dick Bergman.
Well, at the beginning, you were right up front and Dyson for the lead, and then all of a sudden you slid back. She loose?
Yeah, it got really loose. We got some tape on the front grille and created a lot of front downforce and just made my car so loose that we couldn't hang on, and it overheated, and you know it's not going to run long with it overheating like that. So we dropped to the back trying to get some fresh air until we can get to the next caution. So we got to come in now, put some water to it, make sure the grill's all good and clean, and go for it at the end. This race is far from over. A lot of stuff going to happen here in the last 39 laps.
Almost won the Daytona 500 last year. Just got past at the very tail end. Then the rain came. But you always seem to run up front here. Why is that?
I don't know. I learned a lot from Dale Jarrett here, and he taught me a lot about the racetrack and where your car needs to be good at to make passes and stuff like that. I mean, we had a dream race going for the first 130 or 40 laps until the stuff got on the grill. We run in the top 5, top 10 all day long. So we're in a hole right now, but the Stanley team are going to dig out of it. We got a few things we got to fix and prepare, but we're not out of it. Anything can happen. It's going to get wild. It's going to get 2 and 3 wide. I think still the best is yet to come for the Daytona 500.
And you got an opportunity for another pit stop. Let's go to Matt Yoakum.
Well, catching up with Jeff Burton, driver of the 31. So the conditions are, the temperature's going down, the lights have come on. You prefer this, or would you prefer to have it warmer with the sun out and slick?
Based on that run, we went the wrong way. So I think the slick was better, but you know, we just hadn't. We got up to 12th or so, and the 48 and the 6 got piled up together off of 2, and that backed us all up. And then a few laps before that, Junior hit that hole, and he slowed down 30 mile an hour, and so we were on the bottom both times that have lost a lot of spots. So that didn't work out for us, but the conditions are the same for everybody, and we got to be able to adjust to make it do whatever we needed to do.
You've won at Darlington. You've won here in the July race. What would it mean to win this race?
This is a huge race. I mean, this is the history of our sports right here, the heritage of our sports right here. This is it. And I've run a lot of these things and never won one. And there's 2 things I want to get done. That's win this race and win a championship. And I work really hard to try to make those things happen. And we're here, so it's time to make it done. It's going to be hard to do it from where we are. It's just hard to pass. It gets doubled up, and it's nowhere to go. But if we get one long run, that's our best shot.
Thanks, Jeff. Krista?
Well, Matt, David Rudiman knows all about waiting it out for a race decision. That happened in the Coke 600, his first career Sprint Cup win. But you have an interesting theory. All of you dirt track racers should have an advantage right now. Why is that?
Well, anytime you race a dirt track, if there's a hole, you just drive around it. That's kind of the theory. But of course, you're not running about 180 miles an hour to most dirt tracks anyway. But now we got a pretty good Airstream machine. It's just I know it's disappointing for everybody that as much rain as we've had and the cold temperatures and stuff. I mean, sometimes stuff like that happens. So. And you can't run there. If it was in a different spot on the racetrack, it probably wouldn't be a big deal. But it's right where the right side tires, if you're running the bottom of the racetrack, runs through there. So we're running the top of the racetrack anyway, so it doesn't affect us too bad. But if you run the bottom, I imagine it's probably pretty hairy.
All right, well, that's a good reason to stay up top. Thanks, David. Let's throw it over to Chris.
David Rudiman in his 4th Daytona 500, and they are continuing to work on the track. That's between turns 1 and 2. And I guess they're trying something, as Mike Joy explained, after learning the first time around. They have something they think will do the job so we can complete these last 39 laps.
And it looked to me, Chris, just like I say, a quick look at it, it looked more like an epoxy mix rather than the asphalt they tried to put back in earlier.
Kevin Harvick, your leader. Juan Pablo Montoya, then Clint Bowyer. You're watching Daytona 500 coverage live from Daytona.
Ready. Green flag. Stop. They're still spinning.
This is the calm before the storm.
18 and 5 are in your mirror. Hardy, just bend that corner, that cowl flap down just a little bit. Nice and easy, buddy. Just pick it up, bend it down nice a little bit. That wasn't nice and easy.
19 leaders, 44 lead changes, 5 cautions, the 2 red flags as the sun is setting on Daytona Beach. We have 39 laps to go, but for Kevin Harvick, that could be a long wait because only 8 drivers have won more than one Daytona 500, and he's trying to go into the history books and make it number 9.
What I'm liking about this right now, as far as Kevin Harvick and Clint Boyer are concerned, Richard Childers Racing has definitely stepped up their program since last year. The cool thing may be the last time they won a Daytona 500, they were a three-team organization. This year, they're a 3-team organization, and it looks like it's already starting to pay some dividends.
And let's bring in Darrell, Larry, and Mike from the booth, get their thoughts as we repair the track and await the final moments of this race.
Well, just under 40 laps to go. It'll probably be about 35 when we get back to green. So that would be a fuel run, and we'll see what happens with the pavement. But this is something no one could anticipate, is the condition of the asphalt after these torrential rains and what would happen to these seams and the various courses of pavement. And those of you that live in the Northeast and withstand the frost heaves of winter know that when it starts to break up, it's usually going to keep doing that unless drastic measures are taken. And they're doing everything they can to get us a raceable surface to get us through the rest of this event.
What I'm proud of is I'm proud of my driver buddies. We have interviewed, I don't know how many of them, almost all of them, and not to a man, nobody said, oh, you need to call this thing. We need to get out. Every one of the guys want to finish the race. This is the Daytona 500. We don't want to leave here with the race, with laps to be run. And so I applaud the guys down there in the pits, the drivers. Everybody wants to hang in here, get the track fixed. Let's finish this thing under green, give the fans what they came to see. And if we get to do that, you're going to get your money's worth, I promise.
Yeah. So, Larry, when they drop the green flag, not knowing how far we're going to be able to run, this could be Katie bar the door.
Well, I think once we get back going, and we will get back going, that they're going to open pit road. I think for the most part, everyone will hit pit road. They'll get their 4 fresh tires. They'll fill that thing up with Sunoco race fuel. That way, even if we have the 3 attempts at the green-white checker, that everybody will be set to go. But these crew chiefs know, and this is what's going in their minds right now, this could be the last opportunity to make the adjustment, and this track just keeps cooling down.
All right. Repairs continue out in turns 1 and 2. The cars are stopped along pit road. The drivers are out. Let's go downstairs and get some comments.
With Martin Truex, he will have run up front all day long. You going to win this race?
We're going to try. Can't promise you anything, but Napa Toyota has been really good, and you know, we've had a strange week here. We came here and unloaded. We didn't have a whole bunch of speed, but as the week has gone on and handling has become more of an issue for guys, our car seems to keep getting better. So we're up front because our car handles good. It's not the fastest thing out here, but we can hang on to just about anything out there and you know, stay on the bottom or on the top in the long runs and stay in line. So it's been a lot of fun. The race has been very, very exciting. It's been a lot of fun to race in. The guys are doing a great job out here. Everybody's, for the most part, keeping their heads screwed on. So it's been fun, and hopefully we'll get the rest of this thing in, and we'll have a shot at getting this Napa Toyota in victory lane.
I've been around this sport for a very long time, and everything I've ever heard and ever read says that it takes a long time for a driver and a crew chief to get to know each other, for a team to gel. And here you are with a brand new team running up front, and of all things, the Daytona 500. How come?
Well, they give me a great car. I mean, that's, you know, Pat does a great job. I've enjoyed working with him so far, and, you know, through all the off-season testing and talking about race cars and all the things we've done, you know, we've really clicked and hit it off. And he's got a great personality. He's easy to get along with, and I think, you know, I can pretty much get along with anybody. So he brings a lot to the table with his experience and his success, and we've just had a real laid-back, fun week, and things have gone well for us. So, you know, credit goes to him and all these guys and this pit crew that they put together. These guys on pit road have been phenomenal today. I can't say enough about them. So it's been fun to drive this Toyota, and hopefully, like I say, we can just stick around, hang around in the front here until 2 or 3 to go, and hopefully we'll be in the right spot to make a move.
Checker's not that far away. Krista?
Well, Dick Dale Jr. and I are just down here freezing, talking about how cold it is, but I know he wants to get this thing going because right now you're teamed up with your teammate, Jeff Gordon. Can you guys take your cars to the front?
Well, we'll probably have to get there separately, but there's really, the way these cars are handling,
there's really no working with anybody, but you just try to make the moves you can make to get you to the front. So we were moving forward a little bit those last couple of runs. Feel like we made the car a little bit better, and hopefully we can get get the race started here and get this thing finished.
I know a lot of folks at home watching us right now are all snowed in, up in the D.C. area with your Redskins. They're in like 3 feet of snow. One thing they can do, I know they could get amped up because you've got a new website out, the Amped Up website.
Yeah, ampupto88.com. It's a new website that AMP has started, and we're doing a live chat, which I haven't done one of those in a long time, next Wednesday. So that should be pretty fun. And I don't know. We'll have to see how that goes, but we're just trying to get that AMP Energy National Guard Chevrolet to the front right now. Just worried about getting this race started, what we need to do with our car, get it handling right. We made a couple changes, and we're sort of still not where we want to be exactly to get up there and challenge for the win.
Well, not a whole lot of racing, only 39 laps to find it, so it'll be fun when it gets going green. Steve?
Krista hanging out with Casey Kane. He was just talking to his crew chief, Kenny Francis. And, Casey, Darrell Waltrip mentioned it. Every single driver has said, we want to race to the end. We want to go 500 miles.
I do. I just don't want the 500 to end right now. It's been a great race. I think it's been exciting. There's been a lot of action. We just need to figure out how to get that track fixed and run these last 40 laps. And plus, I fell back a little bit. I need to work my way back up there.
I imagine it's fun with that horsepower you got under the hood. It looks pretty steamy.
Yeah, it feels great. Budweiser Ford, has been really quick all week. And I hung Jeff out, so he hung me out next time he got to me. And so I think now we're even. Maybe we could work together. We'll see.
All right, good luck, Casey. Let's go to Matt.
And the last time we caught up with Clint Boyer, he was leading the field, and then you hit the hole. What was that like in the race car?
It was big. It was what you weren't supposed to do, but I don't think it hurt it that bad. It broke the splitter. It was a little bit too tight there under Kevin when I was trying to run the bottom, so I tried to move up, and he got back underneath of me. But I think we get back out there. I think we're still got something for him.
Now, you've had a lot of e-ticket rides throughout your career, and your mom pulled out for me. It's kind of like when you don't want it to rain, you bring out the umbrella. Your mom pulled out a trophy for me that you had in your trophy case, the 1994 Yates Center Raceway Rollover Award with the car upside down. What's the story behind that?
Well, it's something I don't want to talk about right now if we're going to go back green, but no, I think it was my second race ever. I figured out what not to do really quick, and I came down here a couple years ago, a few years back, and did the same thing. But you told me you were going to get me with that one of these days. You finally did, didn't you?
I finally worked it in. So when you wrecked, you rolled it over. The next week you went to sign in. They presented this to you.
It's pretty embarrassing, huh? That's the only thing I got. It's a bit. Hey, in Kansas, when you're racing in Kansas, that's a pretty big trophy.
Very special trophy. Good luck in the final. Oh, and by the way, check it out. That's what you're really looking for right there.
That's the trophy that we're here for.
The Harley J. Earl Trophy. Hoist that one up later on. Chris?
Matt, back in November of 2003, Clint Boyer got a call from Richard Childress while Clint was working in a body shop in Emporia, Kansas, and that's when Childress offered him a shot at racing, and Clint thought it was a joke. He said, "What, are you kidding? This isn't for real." He almost hung up on him. Obviously, it's worked out rather well. And it's kind of like we hired Jeff Hammond. We called, we said, "You got a TV job." Is your kid? Yeah, they hung up. Thought it was one of those crank calls.
I thought it was a joke when they said I had to work with you.
All right. That's one for the crew chief guy. Hey, before we
New year, baby.
We have to update a few things here. We heard Casey K talk about a drafting partner.
Yep.
Once we get back to racing, I'm always fascinated by that. You have teammates, but then what if one of those teammates isn't there? Who makes the deal? Is that a crew chief? Does a driver have input once you're out there?
Yeah, I think a lot of times, you've seen in the past where Tony Stewart and Dale Earnhardt Jr., even though they're working on different teams, they like to race with one another. They trust one another, and that's a lot of times what you're looking for is who can you go with that you feel like will not hang you out to dry, that you can help them, they'll help you.
They have to be as fast as you?
Well, they don't have to be. They just have to work with you in the right place at the right time. You want the right dance partner when you want that. You don't want one that'll step on your toes. We saw earlier when Casey was talking about he and Elliott. Elliott had an opportunity to help him early in the race. He didn't. He kind of left him out to dry. A little while ago, Elliott got done the same way. So as he said, okay, we're even now. Let's kind of clean the slate. And if he can get to me, we'll work together and we'll try to win this race.
All right, so we'll watch once we get going. Dancing partners like Dancing with the Cars. And about a half-hour delay in this red flag. We had an hour and 41-minute delay earlier, but we're planning to finish up the final 39 laps at Daytona in just a bit.
You're watching NASCAR on Fox.
Hope you're enjoying NASCAR on Fox, and a happy Valentine's Day to all you out there watching. And we are under a red flag, so 161 laps through. Kevin Harvick is your leader. This season, Fox is proud to partner with DirecTV for head-to-head knockout competition. I know you'd like to do it. No, but this is kind of like think about the NCAA tournament, but with drivers in NASCAR, beginning with the Sprint Cup Series race at Texas. 32 drivers seated in the tournament, and then fans get a chance each week to pick winners, and then head-to-head matchups, and it's single elimination each week until the field is narrowed down to the fastest four, kind of like the Final Four, fastest four, who battles it out for DirecTV's NASCAR head-to-head knockout championship at Darlington May 8th, and the fan with the most accurate picks will win a 2010 Roush Stage 3 Mustang, one of only 103 that are going to be made.
I'd like to be able to win one of those. Am I allowed to play?
I think you can play.
All right.
You have expertise. If there's a perfect bracket, that results in the chance for a fan to win $1 million. Drivers will be competing on behalf of their favorite charity because NASCAR always takes care of other folks. And so you got $500,000 they can put towards a great cause, a certain charity, based on those weekly matchups. So you can go on DirecTV with NASCAR Hot Pass to follow this, or call 1-800-DIRECTV to learn more about head-to-head knockout. You can go to directv.com/NASCAR. Again, it starts in Texas, so we're giving you a little bit of a warning, so you can kind of, you're good about it. And the tracks they run over, Jeff, a little bit different. So you can't just say, well, I'm going to take Jeff Gordon every week, or I'm going to take Jimmy Johnson every week.
Yeah, and I like the format. I like the fact that, it kind of puts you in a position right now where you really feel like you're competing against somebody in a head-to-head type of competition, and you got multiple choices. So, I mean, it's not like this one driver you've got to pick. So I like this format, and I really think it's going to be exciting because we all like a form of fantasy racing. That's what it really turns out to be. And I think a lot of us here in the Fox broadcast group, I know we've been talking about this ever since we had the meeting back in Las Vegas. I think we're all pretty excited about it.
And I know, like Josh McDaniels, Broncos head coach, a big NFL fan, Mike Mularkey came by. They all want to. Joe Torre, manager of the Yankees, is in a NASCAR pool, so they'll love to be a part of this. And the good news, as the sun is setting, drivers are being called to their cars. So
those jackets off and get back to work, guys.
Track, and there's our leader, Kevin Harvick. Can he win his second Daytona 500? Right behind him is Juan Pablo Montoya.
Yep, he's stretching out right there and understands he's got some work to do left. We got 39 laps to go, and one thing we haven't really touched on, Chris, watch for pit road. Here's when you don't want to be making mistakes when they come down pit road. We've already talked about here's the repair work that's been done. You can see they have expanded the area that they were working in and trying to, keep this thing breaking up over the final 39 laps of this race. So that patch drying, pit stops coming up. You've got to do it right. Now's the time with the crews, and I think it's going to be a challenge. Weather's gotten colder. They've gotten tight. They got to be stretched out. I mean, this is going to be a very critical pit stop for not only the drivers but the teams.
We mentioned Kevin Harvick has led the most laps so far today. Leader of the most laps has failed to win the last 6 Daytona 500s. Tony Stewart hopes to come from the back. The last 3 winners of this race actually led less than 10 laps. So there's a reason to stay tuned despite who's out in front. I like Darrell Waltrip reminded people that the drivers we talked to, and we really appreciated their time through all of this, and the fans for hanging around. There wasn't one of them that said, we don't want to complete this thing. We'll drive around that or over that pothole, whatever we have to do to complete the race.
Where else can you go and sit down and talk to an athlete basically at halftime in the Super Bowl of their sport and get the kind of information, the kind of feedback we've been getting this afternoon? And again, they've been so pleasant. We see Greg Biffle right there. He's jogging back to his car. Looked like he took a little bit of break, maybe went back to the hauler or something. But to me, their enthusiasm, their willingness to talk to us as far as, opening up and let us know what they're thinking right now. Because this is a big race. I mean, this is the biggest race, I think, for everybody this year. It's the greatest show on earth, man.
It sets the tone. Of course, next week, California, then Las Vegas. And again, if you tune in a little bit late, if this is repetitive, bear with us, because we have had a Daytona 500 record of 19 different leaders. Despite some of the delays there, we've had 44 lead changes and 6 cautions. We talked about just 4 drivers that are actually out of the race. And during speed weeks, we counted as many as 15 crashes. We've already had a couple today, and we'll probably have a few more before we decide who the winner is here tonight.
We know Larry always likes to say you got to pull those belts tight one more time. I think we got to go back and use one of those old Cale Yarborough type theories. You better grab those gloves and pull them up about your elbows because you're going to have to get ready to go to work if you want to win this Daytona 500.
54-year-old Bill Elliott, and there's the guy going for 5 straight Sprint Cup championships. It begins here. He's actually had an easier time winning Cup championships 4 than Daytona 500s, 1 for Jimmy Johnson.
That's right, but it's just truly for Jimmy Johnson and his 48 team. It is a true drive for 5 this year. You hate to start talking about points this early in the season, but anytime you can come out of the box and slap your competition back to the bench, basically say, guys, you're not going to do it this year by winning the Daytona 500. It's a great statement to be made this early in the season.
You know, he's got teammates in Jeff Gordon and Mark Martin, Dale Earnhardt Jr. You always wonder when a guy wins that much, any other sport dynasty, usually everybody's teaming up against him.
Well, I wouldn't be one bit surprised to see his teammates finally, if they could gang up on him to take it away from him, that would be okay, especially the Rick Hendrick, because he's got a great stable of drivers, and I'm sure he would be just as happy if Dale Earnhardt Jr. won the championship as he would be as Mark Martin and as well as Jeff Gordon. So I think that, you know, Jimmy would understand that, but Jimmy's kind of, I think he's a little bit on the possessive side. Yeah. He don't want to turn it loose.
And Mark Martin at age 51, the oldest pole sitter. Him and Dick Bergman going to get the blue plate special here in a few moments, I think, if they grab dinner. Yeah, that would be the early bird special for them, I guess. But Mark Martin has led in this race. We kind of forgotten about him, but he's the guy suffered the heartbreak when Kevin Harvick shot through. We talked about that Daytona 500 2007. This is his 26th try at this race, and again, 5 times he's been a runner-up in the overall championship.
Yeah, Mark's had a couple of heartbreaks recently, you might say. He lost the championship last year to Jimmy Johnson, and now he's been the pole winner for this entire 2 weeks here at Daytona. He would like to cap it off with a Daytona 500 win, and I think he's a long ways from giving up. He's still kind of mired back in the field, but hey, we got a pit stop here. He's got the experience. We know he's got the horsepower to get it done.
And Kyle Busch hustling to his car. Congrats to him, recently engaged. She said yes, and he hopes to say yes to victory lane here in the Daytona 500. And we're just a few minutes away from hearing those engines crank up again. You're watching live coverage of the Daytona 500 on Fox. What's Mike got there? He's holding.
That's the local paper, Chris, okay. And the headline here, just above the fold. Anything can happen. They didn't anticipate this.
Here's what can happen. I've had breakfast in here, I've had lunch in here, and I've had dinner in here.
I was a little afraid that was the Monday morning paper he was holding.
Yeah, Dewey wins.
Yeah, there we go.
Truman, not so much. All right, we have a larger asphalt patch, and I wonder, is it worth telling the drivers? You drive through this, we can race a while. You drive around it, we can race all the way to the checkered flag.
Well, Tony Stewart, you know, at Eldora, when they race over there, they just run through potholes like that. But of course, they're not doing 190 miles an hour either.
A final check over of the epoxy patch over some loose asphalt due to the torrential rains.
Is it done yet?
Here in Florida, and I think it's cooked.
That's all we need to know. Run that truck through it one time. Let's see what happens.
No, don't do that. Well, we're ready to race. We've got 39 laps to go. And everybody knows you make your pit stop, and then this could be go for broke right here.
Yeah, but the one thing that concerns me is these 2 red flags, you know, shutting the engines down. And then I've been looking at the weather here. You know, it just keeps getting colder and colder and colder. And, of course, that puts these engines in leaner and leaner conditions. So I've got to believe there's going to be about 40 engine builders that are going to be nail-biting these last 30 or 40 laps.
What worries me is some guys are sitting over figuring out how to beat themselves because they're going out there, sitting down there now. They got too much time to think.
Oh, no question.
You know, you want it to, everything happens spontaneously. And when the race is stopped like this, way too much time to think about strategy.
So it's 50-50. The track temperature and the ambient temperature is 50 degrees, which means it's about the way it was when we ran final practice.
Oh, yeah.
Very close to
day.
it. Yes, yeah. Very close to it.
It makes for great racing. If we can get through this deal down there, if this patch will hold up for us for 38 laps, we're going to see some of the best racing we've seen all week.
Let's say the patch holds for 38 laps. You've got over 30 cars that are going to be in that lead pack. We're used to seeing 5 or 6 cars race for the Daytona 500 win. How do you get 30 cars into a spot where only 2 are going to fit on this last lap?
It's simple. You don't get them in there. They don't fit.
And I would say there's a good chance, you saw the yellow flag out, that's probably not the last time we're going to see that yellow flag as we close in on the end of the Daytona 500.
I think not.
33 cars on the lead lap, 39 laps to go. When they come around, if pit road opens, they'll make what they hope will be the final pit stop of the day and evening.
And then the pit crew, see, that's another thing that I'm a little, you know, I'm surprised Hammond hadn't brought this up. But these guys have been sitting down there getting cold and stiff, and you know, with the crews have got to come to the light up and come to the occasion here too, because it's a critical pit stop.
And this is when you need that 13-second pit stop, because track position now is paramount.
Oh yeah, if you have a problem in the pits and you fall back 15th, 20th place, you're probably done.
Yeah, you need a fast stop, but you need a mistake-free stop.
Larry, these pit crews practice year-round in all kind of weather. Some teams 5 days a week. Anytime they're not on the road, they're running pit crew practice, and we see folks jumping up and down, getting a little heat, getting ready to go. It's like, okay, put me in, coach.
Yeah, I mean, these guys, they're absolutely like athletes, and we continue to see Tony Stewart pretty much left his position on pit road straight into his pit box. They're making adjustments on the rear, possibly spring rubbers, maybe adjusting those rear shocks. And as what Jeff Hammond pointed out earlier, they continue to make adjustments under the nose of that car.
And with all the time to sit around and talk about it, that's what they're doing, Larry. They're back there closing up those rear shocks, probably trying to get this thing where he can drive it.
As the drivers buckle in for this final run, buckle up for fantasy racing action and take the checkered flag every week. You build a championship team while staying within a salary cap. Choose 5 drivers before the green flag drops and challenge your friends. Log on to Auto Racing Challenge at foxsports.com, keyword auto.
And Shane Wilson and Clint Boyer, they're in a little bit of a box. We've got 33 cars on the lead lap, and we're going to have about 35 laps to go. And I challenge Clint that I believe that big bite out of that splitter is going to make a difference the way that car drives, but they don't want to give up all that track position to try to repair it.
You can't. I mean, right now is not the time to fix that. You just you got what you got. Stay behind somebody. And then when the time comes, pass them.
Yeah, it won't be near as bad following someone as when you get out in clean air.
That's not a great big piece out there.
There are 3 cars who are in the top 10 now that were not in the top 10 at the last red flag. Kyle Busch, his teammate Denny Hamlin, and Brian Vickers. One thing the drivers have been able to do during this red flag period is change from the dark shields to clear shields for night racing. And you get a good look at the eyes of Carl Edwards. Focused, ready to race.
Pit road was closed that time. They have not opened it back up.
Yeah, again,
Joey Logano?
You got to admire these guys, though. Here they are. They've been out here since 1 o'clock this afternoon, and they still want to race. That's how much they love what they do.
They've been waiting all winter long just to do this, just as you have at home to see it. Ready to rock. Denny Hamlin.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to admire everybody. You've got to admire the drivers, the teams, the fans, NASCAR, the track. I mean, you got to give a thumbs up to everybody involved.
Now that safety truck is there, guiding the cars out and around the patch, giving it as much time to cure as possible.
You know what I'm thinking, right?
Yes.
Just leave it there. Just park it over the patch and go around it.
Leave the truck there.
Leave the truck there.
Never mind the orange cone.
The first time he giggled, I knew exactly what he was thinking.
That's the only way they won't run over it, I promise you.
Here's Matt.
Mike, interesting conversation between Juan Pablo Montoya, who runs in second, and his crew chief, Brian Patty, discussing whether to go 2 or 4 tires. And Juan simply said, whatever call you make, Brian, I'm with you. We win together and we lose together. I'd just rather win together. Then he started laughing. He goes, seriously, you make the call when we're coming down pit road, 2 or 4. And that's exactly what a lot of teams are doing. They're waiting at the last minute to play their cards, possibly call an audible of whether to go 2 tires for track position or go 4 for the distance here.
Bad decision to take 2 at this point. Let me tell you why. You've got to be able to drive that car anywhere you need to go. You put 2 tires on there, you're going to lose a little bit of the handling of the car, and when it comes time to cut it to the bottom or run it to the top or whatever you got to do, you won't have the traction you need because you only took 2 tires.
Yeah, we've got 13 laps on the tires that's on the car, and as we made note, you're probably going to have to try to get about 35 more laps, and I think at the end it will bite these guys.
Well, then, Larry, let me ask you, how far back in the running order do you have to be to think about gambling and maybe taking those 2 tires for track position?
Well, with 33, 34 cars on the lead lap, yeah, I mean, I look back there and you look at people like Ryan Newman, Paul Menard, Robbie Gordon, Bobby Labonte, Elliott Sadler even. Maybe you don't have nothing to lose.
So 25th or so on back.
Very possibly.
Well, then we can always think about our friend, the 48 car in his qualifying race. Maybe don't take any. I'm almost of the opinion I'd rather just keep the ones I got. If I like the set I got on the car right now and just put some fuel in and let me go.
I'll tell you who's a gambler and for a long time had the fastest lap of the race, Robbie Gordon. It would not surprise me that whatever every other team does, he does the opposite to get track position.
And we've seen Ryan Newman in that 39 car won this race a couple of years ago. He gambled earlier and took 2 tires, so at least he knows what to expect out of it.
So what you're hearing us say is We don't really know. It depends on your car, depends on the circumstances. Just roll the dice.
I'll have answers for you in one lap because pit road's going to be open this time by. We'll see who the gamblers are. Pretty safe bet that the top, say, 15 cars will likely get 4 tires to try to keep at the front and win the Daytona 500.
If you're not trying to make up for something, a car that's not handling right, a car that's not running right, a car that cannot win this race on speed, then you might gamble. But if you got a car like Kevin Harvick and some of those guys have been leading the race all day, you'll take 4 tires because you don't want to give yourself a disadvantage.
You do not want to lose this race because you didn't take 4 tires.
This makes me nervous because now I'm saying, so what if nobody takes 4 tires?
Oh, don't worry. All right, the Whelen safety lights have gone green at the front end of pit road. 36 laps to go when they come by. Kevin Harvick leads them toward pit road. Everybody should come in. What will they do? Krista.
When you walk outside your door, it's cold, you make adjustments. That's exactly what Greg Biffle's doing to his car. He said, it's colder out, guys. We've got to free it up, but just a touch. Slight air pressure. That's the call for Greg Biffle. Dick.
Martin Truex crew is going to do something different. They're not going to adjust that race car at all. Just 4 tires. Steve.
Absolutely no doubt about the 29 strategy. 4 tires for Kevin Harvick. Matt.
It's going to be a 2-tire change for the 33 and Clint Boyer chassis adjustment. Mike, who's going to win it off pit road?
It is Greg Biffle, the first car off pit road, gaining 3 positions.
Boy, Kevin Harvick made a good stop, but he couldn't get going. He was just smoking the tires trying to get rolling.
Now you see right there, Jeff Gordon in the 24, David Reagan in the 6, the big winners. It looks like right there the top 5 cars went with just 2 right side tires.
Yeah, Gordon did.
Here's the race off pit road. Biffle first. Boyer second. Carl Edwards.
See how those guys are just spinning. They can't get going. And Harvick was actually worse than that.
That was that close.
It's always close.
Biffle had a foot down. Wasn't going to lift. That's the kind of attitude you need right now if you're going to win the Daytona 500. Work on Matt Kenseth's car.
They've been working on both ends of that race car this entire race. Had the hood up one time underneath the back.
The 14 and the 17 have just been working on, I don't know, trying to get their cars in handle, I guess.
One team that really rolled the dice is Scott Speed. Last year's rookie did not pit with the rest of the cars on the lead lap. He is still out there. The 38 of Robert Richardson also did not come down pit road. He's also a lead lap car.
Well, just think back to the qualifying races, and Max Pappas stayed out along with Jimmy Johnson, but Max's car wasn't good on he didn't take any tires, and he backed up the whole outside line and almost caused a huge crash. That's the gamble.
Let me correct on Richardson. He came down before the pits opened and got his service. While the pits were still closed, he'll have to start at the tail end of the line.
Now, Jimmy Elledge, the crew chief on Scott Speed in that 82 car, they were last on pit road at lap 144 under that 5th caution. That's 56 laps to go, even with cautions. That's asking a lot right there. Evidently, he's banking on more cautions.
Well, Larry, I guess the bottom line is if you're somebody, and that's what we're saying, somebody mid-packing on back, what the heck? Maybe there'll be a lot of cautions. Maybe they won't have a chance to pass me.
Yeah, exactly.
You know? Because we know it's going to get aggressive. We know these guys are going to start pushing, shoving. When they do, there could be several cautions at the end of the race here.
Now, Tony Stewart also pitted before pit road was officially open. We saw the work going on Stewart's car, so he will start tail end when we go back to green. 35 laps to go right now.
But I know why Kevin Harvick has not been bothered by that patch. When you watch his car go through the corner, he is almost down on those yellow lines, which would put that patch just to his outside. It's the guys that go in there and shove up a little bit or having maybe some issues with that patch. I don't think it's bothering Harvick that much.
Matt Kenseth back on pit road along with Joey Logano. working on the splitter on the front end of Kenseth's car.
They got an issue on the Logano car. They're having to back him up because he was actually, his right front tire was outside the pit box, and the NASCAR official, to see the man right there, was right there immediately pointing to the crew that you're outside the box.
Why does his, it's the second time I think we've seen his brakes on fire.
And where you see the fire, that's exactly where the brake caliper is. So you got to believe it's something to do with the brake pads itself.
That, or else they're catching one of the ducts, maybe ducts for the brakes, but I'm not sure if you'd have any or not.
It'll blow out.
It'll go right out.
The minute he gets rolling, it goes out on its own.
It'll go right out if you get going.
So Scott Speed, who has not been on pit road since lap 144 or so, Larry, he has really rolled the dice.
Mm-hmm.
Because won't he have to make one more stop if this race goes the distance?
Yeah, because that's 56 laps to go. But I'm going to check this because our scoring monitor is telling us something different. We're going to check on that. We've got a monitor that tells us each lap that the car made their last pit stop, and get a feeling that we maybe have a score monitor glitch here.
I think so. He had to get fuel somewhere, right?
I couldn't imagine being out there right now.
No.
Ready to go back to green. It'll be 33 laps to go when they come back.
Yeah, our scoring monitor is wrong on that. The last time he was there was about, like we were talking, with about 56, 57 laps to go.
And that is too far to make it on one tank. So Scott Speed's team is betting this race will not run to conclusion without at least another caution where they can get fuel.
Now, I know that I've told him this many, many times. That's exactly where sometimes you like to be. Nobody can make it.
You interviewed a man in 1989 that was not supposed to make it.
Nobody can make 55 laps. It's never been done. It can't be
Except
done.
for 1989.
Never say never. I think the question would be more for him as fuel is just the pure speed if he could stay up there.
We're about to find out, and they have waved off the restart because a piece of debris has come off one of the race cars.
This shot right here, straightaway. This shot right here, Mike, is what my brain feels like right now. I'm going to be seeing all those pictures all night long.
So Scott Speed, who was 20th before pit stops, he is the race leader.
Now, every one of these caution laps that they run certainly helps the cause for Jimmy Elledge and Scott Speed. It's about a 2-to-1 ratio at a 2.5-mile racetrack.
Not sure about that one.
You see Regan Smith peeling off and heading toward the garage. Michael Waltrip peeling off and heading down pit road.
Regan Smith had damage, early, and I think they repaired the car, and he's back out there going around.
Yeah, he's 118 laps down, but still running. That was Michael coming to the pits.
Might as well fix the car. We're going, we've been here all afternoon, got time to repair it and get it back in the race.
Yeah, he was in that first caution back on lap 8.
Splash and go. I guess if you're in the back, no harm in doing that, since Willie could have as many as 3 tries at a green-white checker finish if needed.
Michael had moved up there just before this last caution flag. He was starting to move up a little bit. He's been pretty much around the 20s, but he was gotten into the teens when that last caution came out.
So Scott Speed will be the leader. His Toyota against Greg Biffle, Carl Edwards in Fords, Clint Boyer's Chevrolet, David Reagan's Ford. The rest of the top 10, Jeff Gordon, Martin Truex, Montoya, Harvick, and Kyle Busch.
Yeah, you've got the 3 Roush Fenway cars lined up in the outside line. Edwards and Reagan.
What I think we got to watch is Kevin Harvick now. He's got to get to the front, but he's got to not tear his car up doing it or cause a wreck doing it. And he's back there a little bit. He's got the best car. He just needs to take his time. The only thing that these guys are all worried about is that patch going to hold up for the rest of the race.
And Scott Speed leading on worn tires as they go through turns 1 and 2. Can he hold pace with Greg Biffle, or will he stack up that bottom groove?
Here's the other thing you got to watch on that 82 car. Will it take off? Even here at Daytona with the gears and everything, he can spin the tires, and if he does, he's in trouble.
They'll get the green with 32 laps to go in the Daytona 500.
The reason I mentioned about the tires, I haven't seen him clean them off. And you pick up a lot of debris riding around here slow like we've been doing.
Coming to the flag. Fans to their feet. Will this be the final restart of the night? Green flag.
Good start. It was a good clean start by Speed. He did a nice job.
Speed building, about 25 more miles an hour to pick up in the back straightaway.
Look at that high line right there. Those 3 Roush Fenway cars with Martin Truex Jr. in the 56, the 4th car in line.
Yeah, I really think that probably Scott Speed's biggest problem is he doesn't have enough speed to stay up there.
So far, so good.
Scott has speed. I'm not sure the car has speed.
There you go.
Biffle tries to edge ahead as now we're at full speed. Coming around, 31 to go.
Boy, these engines right now, Mike, and the cars, with as cold as the temperature has gotten, they are making some horsepower. Look at those cars bottom out. That's where that hole is, and they bottom out and dig the track up. Whoa, I see Harvick. Whoa, I saw Harvick back in there getting a little bit squirrely. Here comes his teammate Boyer on the inside. Whoa, Denny Hamlin.
Denny Hamlin in the middle.
Whoa, Denny. Oh.
They've almost rooted Harvick up out of that line. Rudeman into 00, jumps in behind Harvick. Look at him, 3 wide coming through the tri-oval.
Montoya got loose. And the 11, Hamlin, stuck in the middle. He's got Brian Vickers behind him. He's got a little bit of help, but it's the outside line on the move.
That's where Harvick, right there, was a good job of just keeping your cool. Don't panic. Still got a ways to go here. You're going to be fine.
Steve Burns.
And my Kevin Harvick spotter, Billy O'Day, said, way to hang tough, man. Way to hold your line. Don't let that 11 take anything from you.
Where you saw Biffle up to 194 miles an hour that time getting off into turn 3 with that little bit of a shove.
Yeah, we're about 3-4 miles an hour faster now than we were this afternoon.
Hamlin is still in the middle, and it's 3 wide from there on back. There are still 20-plus cars that can win the Daytona 500 with 30 laps to go.
I like it. It's like a heat race, man.
You can hear Hamlin. He actually got out of the throttle right there just a little bit because he had such a run up on Kurt Busch in that 2 car.
Yeah, he's just got nowhere to go. Stuck. Not going to sing my song again either.
Casey Kane on the inside by himself. Now Bobby Labonte slices down.
Oops.
And Vickers and Kyle Busch.
Oops, oops.
Boy, Busch put the block on Brian Vickers in that 83.
Vickers had a heck of a run. Now look at the 11 car. Hamlin's trying it up on the high side.
Well, that's high, wide, and handsome, isn't it?
Woo! He says, I can't make it through the middle. Let me try the outside. Larry, I may have been wrong about that 82 car. He's holding his own. He's hanging in there pretty good.
He's not moving that off the bottom, and you've always said that yellow line's your best friend.
That's your best friend, man. If you got a car to hang down there, hang it. The hard part about running that bottom is, especially off turn 2, the car wants to get to pushing with you, and that's when you get in trouble.
But yeah, as long as he hugs that yellow line like you see him doing right there, and as long as they're 2 by 2, it's going to be hard for that group behind him to get by him.
Yeah, but coming off 2 is the tough part when you run right on the bottom like that. Just think back to Allmendinger. That's what happened to him. He was down on the bottom, car pushed a little bit, got the wiggling, he spun it.
Dale Jr. in the middle with Montoya, trying to make some racing room, but backing up a little bit. And Casey Kane finds himself back in 21st now. Right the middle.
Oh, man. Wow. Right into his teammate.
But you could just see the back of that car being sucked around, and he was just having to correct it each way.
But that was a big hit. He's got a lot of damage on the right side of that car, and that kills these cars.
26 laps to go at the stripe. And Scott Speed hanging tough with Greg Biffle for the lead.
9 car's got a good bit of damage. I think he's probably going to get some body rub, get a little tire smoke here.
Now we see Harvick stuck in the middle. He actually just made a 3rd row in the middle with hopes that McMurray was going to go with him in that 1 car.
Well, what Kevin's got to do is he needs something to happen here for him, because he knows he's got the fastest car, but there's nowhere to go, and this is not the way you want to be going now.
And everybody else knows it. They stream on by him except for Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Whatever you do, don't get in the middle. I mean, we saw that with the 11 car. He had to go all the way to the back and regroup, worked his way back up.
Tell you what, we better keep a close watch on that 18 car Kyle Busch, because he is a man on a mission. We're riding with him right here as he's cracked the top 10.
Yesterday in the nationwide race, Larry, he slammed the wall early in the race. They patched the old car up, and he was going for the win. Spun out on the last lap going in the 3rd turn, but he'll hang it out. We know that.
So far in the outside lane, those Roush Fords have not broken formation. Biffle, Edwards, Reagan. While the inside lane, there's been all kinds of wheeling and dealing. Krista.
This is the part of the race Carl Edwards has been thinking about for the last 2 weeks. Says forget about the chess game. It's a poker game to him. You have to weigh all of the possibilities. You have to think further ahead at this racetrack than any other track in NASCAR.
It really did, Kristen. What happened? You got to start thinking about your move on the back straightaway when you're going in the 1st turn. Where am I going to be when I come out onto the back?
Scott Speed leads this race with a contrary strategy to everybody else in the field. He did not stop when the rest of the leaders came in. But Larry, with 10 or so laps to go, he might have to stop.
Yeah, you know, we ran 13 cautions since he basically made his pit stop. So that has bought him another 6 laps. But that still, it's just well outside the window of what anybody told me that they could run on fuel. We just have to see.
Yeah, I think what they were depending on, Larry, was some cautions, maybe, you know, before the race was over with. Right now, everybody's driving pretty sanitary, really. They're a little aggressive, but nobody's doing anything dumb yet.
All right, the Roush Fenway trio has been broken up. David Reagan in the number 6 got caught in the middle. Somebody got underneath him, and you see him back about 11th spot.
Because of the cooler temperatures, the handling's not going to go away on these cars like we saw it do earlier in the day. So they're going to stay hooked up a lot better and a lot longer.
Carl Edwards gives Greg Biffle a bump to push him ahead of Scott Speed entering 3.
That's passing gear. He just gave him a little passing gear.
Well, you could see what it did to the miles per hour. It shot it up about 3 or 4 miles per hour.
These guys are all over this racetrack, right up next to the wall, right down on the apron.
Scott Speed, another open wheel driver, coming to NASCAR after a stint in Formula One.
And you wondered why nobody left, and you wonder why people probably at home are still watching. It's because of this action we're seeing right here. Whoa, look out there, Junebug.
I think it's Robbie Gordon.
Washed up the hill with him, had to get out of the throttle.
And that just killed the momentum of that 7 car as well.
Boy, Kevin Harvick has found himself in bad, and he can't get anybody to go with him.
If you see the 00, got a quick hold. Sickle fill that, coming outside here.
Great job by the spotter. Just keeps him so informed.
21 laps to go.
You know, Krista was talking about this as a part of the race that Carl Edwards has been thinking about. When I look at a lot of the guys up in the top 5, this is the part of the race they've been thinking about their entire racing career, winning at Daytona.
Here comes Boyer to the inside of Carl Edwards. Edwards hanging tough as Greg Biffle's wingman.
With that 24 car, he's creeping to the front.
20 laps to go in the Great American Race. $18 laps to go as Sprint brings you an inside look at what's happening now in the Sprint Cup Series. 46.09, fastest lap of the day. Matt Kenseth said it. For more NASCAR stats, in-car audio, and live race radio, check out NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile at sprint.com/speed.
46.09, Larry. What's that? It's about 195, isn't it?
If not more, because what you got to remember, 45 flat is 200 miles per hour, so that's cooking on along right there.
Scott Speed of Manteca, California. He just raced internationally and finds himself, after one season in NASCAR, in the lead of the Daytona 500.
He's just trying to make me and Larry look like we don't know what we're talking about. But this thing ain't over with yet. The longer he goes, the worse his car probably will get on tires.
47 lead changes today. That's the most in any Daytona 500 in the last 30 years.
Well, it's been a whale of a race. It's just unfortunate for the interruptions, but when we're racing, we're doing some serious racing.
And those lead changes are only monitored at the start finish.
Jimmy Johnson.
Whoa, he's got a tire down. He's got a tire down. He was trying to get on pit road. He couldn't get it woed up.
Couple more.
He hangs on to it.
It's broke. I don't know if I got a flat or what.
You got a flat, dude.
Yeah, the way it looks right there, and he's got to get around 2.5 miles to get back to pit road.
That could have,
they're saying.
That could have been big.
Tear nothing up.
16 laps to go. Johnson will not win the Daytona 500 as the field heads for turn 3.
Yeah, we stay green. I believe they've kicked Scott Speed in that 82 in the middle now. He's going to have his hands full there.
You know, Larry, we've seen whoever can get out front has been able to stay out there for a little while. But when you get back here in traffic, that's where those 4 tires would have really been a help.
Now, the Roush Fenway twosome, Darrell, have been broken up. Greg Biffle no longer has Carl Edwards as his wingman. He's got Clint Boyer right up his bumper. Steve.
Mike, just listening to Jimmy Johnson on the radio, I don't know if he hit that hole, but he said that hole is back and it's huge, and it's a rear tire that has gone flat on the 48.
That hole would be huge to him, Steve, because he's got a problem.
Edwards lines up Boyer. Boyer goes for the lead. Clint Boyer to the inside.
And I mean, that was pretty much a power move right there.
Denny Hamlin up to 4th.
Come on now.
Truex 5th. Kurt
Who was
Busch.
That?
Jamie McMurray and
Mike
Jeff
Dillon.
Gordon.
Mike Dillon. There you go.
Mike Dillon, Clint Spotter. But you know, you mentioned Kurt Busch in that 2 car. Ever since those guys kind of got off sequence about mid-race, they have not even been in the picture. And here he comes fighting to get back in the top 5.
Well, that 16 car, he was fast in his qualifying race. He just happened to get messed up on the restart. But he's showing right now he's got a car that it's got the potential here to win this thing.
So now that Biffle and Edwards are hooked up together, can the 2 Fords slip past Boyer's Chevrolet?
Denny Hamlin in the 11th, with and without help. He keeps going all the way to the top of the racetrack, down in the middle of the corner, especially down in turn 3 and 4.
Well, remember, he got hung in the middle, and he went way, way back, and he squeezed in front of somebody back in there about 15th place. He got up on that high side, and he's been motoring back to the front.
And that's been tough to do. Kevin Harvick's been unable to break back into the top 10. Same for Kyle Busch, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Casey Kane. Nowhere to go.
The equalizer is going to be these last few laps. Some of these cars are really good on fresh tires. Some of these cars really run good for a while. I think the big deal is going to be, though, here with about 8-10 laps to go, the cars that handle the best will be back at the front.
A little bit of breakaway now for Boyer and Biffle. Kurt Busch is the new 3rd place car.
Boy, and here comes Jamie McMurray. Talking about side drafting.
In the number 1, McMurray down on the inside. And Harvick looking to go anywhere they'll let him.
Harvick
29.
Harvick is bad fast. We know that. He's just looking for openings.
Now they're going to trap Carl Edwards in that 99 car in the middle. He doesn't have a lot of help. Montoya jumps up behind him, so Edwards is able to squeeze in behind the 29.
Harvick made a similar move in the nationwide race yesterday, dropping to the bottom and pulling the slingshot. Here he goes again, drafts off McMurray, gets a little side draft, Goes up to the outside.
That car is crazy fast.
But Darrell, he's able to do that, but a lot because of those 4 fresh tires. You can maneuver the race car.
He is jumping from one side to the other, and he is coming, baby.
11 laps to go. Defending Sprint Cup champion Jimmy Johnson has gone to the garage. In the last 4 years, he's finished no better here than 27th.
Remember what you said 2 laps ago? Harvick couldn't go anywhere. He's trapped back outside the top 10.
Well, that was then.
Look at it. Look where he is now.
He's in the top 5 now.
Mr. Where the heck did he come from? Kevin Harvick has busted his way to the top 5.
Yeah, I don't
count him out.
I don't think it's not going to be a surprise today if he gets up there because he's just been that good.
Carl Edwards, meanwhile, in the 99 has been shuffled back outside the top 10.
And speaking of shuffled, Scott Speed has been shuffled all the way back to 29th position after that happened about 3 or 4 laps ago.
Remember we saw Elliott Sadler pull that same thing. He was up in the front. They didn't get tires.
10 laps to go.
I think we're gonna make it one more time.
A 7-car breakaway at the front of the field. Boyer, Biffle, Busch, Hamlin, Harvick, Truex, McMurray.
The guys that amaze me here, and Kurt Busch is one of them. When he's always at the end of the race, you find him somewhere near the top 3 or 4. Harvick's the other one, and Truex. What a great run for Martin Truex Jr. in that 56 car.
Here's Dale Jr. trying to get back into the top 15 behind Carl Edwards.
Whoa, what was that? That was crazy.
Look at McMurray in that 1 car, jumped behind Martin Truex Jr. in the 56, trying to make the power move past Denny Hamlin and Kevin Harvick.
From Denny Hamlin, getting a push from Kevin Harvick. Hamlin up the hill a little bit.
Boy, Hamlin's car is not handling all that great.
And that 7-car breakaway is no more. Here comes Montoya in the 42, Kyle Busch, and Jeff Gordon in the 24.
You know, when you look at our top 15 right now, we had spoke earlier, only 8 drivers have won this race more than 1 time. We only have 2 drivers in the top 15 that's won this 500, Harvick and Jeff Gordon.
Down to the garage, Dick Berggren.
With Jimmy Johnson, what broke?
Something in the rear end. I'm not sure if the left hub or the locker axle, something. I have 1 tire that's driving it. It's quite a handful with only the right rear tire pulling, but it's unfortunate. We had some issues through the day, and I think that pothole caught us early and damaged the tire. But we still had a great race car and was right there in the thick of it and had a shot at winning this thing.
He's not had good Daytona 500s several years in a row, but he wins the championship anyway.
Johnson will finish 34th today. Has 3 cars edge in front of the field. 1 Chevy, 1 Ford, and 1 Dodge.
Yeah, we've got all 4 makes represented in the top 4 right now.
We're going to have 2 teammates here before long.
Nobody breaks away very far or very long.
The first 5 cars in your tracks.
I think you're looking at the 5 guys right there in the front right now. Somebody's going to have to jump out of line, go to the outside to make something happen. Otherwise, you're stuck.
7 laps to go. The fellow who knows how to do that is right there, Kevin Harvick. That's how he won the Daytona 500. Came from deep in the field with 2 laps to go, and on the last lap made his move.
Trying to root Kurt Busch up off the bottom.
Wreck. Big wreck.
3 cars around in the middle of the back straightaway. Ryan Newman is in it. Through the grass goes the 37, excuse me, Travis Kvapil. Newman's car destroyed.
That's the army of none right there. None left.
And there is Travis Kvapil. Looks like he'll get back to pit road without a whole lot of damage.
I think they just get a little bit wadded up back in there. Boy, it was a hard lick.
That was a hard lick
for the 39 car.
Somebody turned.
Elliott Sadler got loose.
Yeah, he got loose, and here they all come and just piled in.
The 19 of Elliott Sadler.
Look at that 39 car. Those splitters, they're like snow plows.
Wow, Bill Elliott just missed Kvapil.
What a miss.
Top of your screen.
Yeah, you see Sadler, he just gets loose. As Newman's going by, and he clips Newman in the right rear and just turns him straight into the fence.
I know Ryan Newman won this race a couple of years ago, and we're getting a report Newman's out of his car. Everybody's out of their cars. But I'm telling you, other than that win in the Daytona 500, restrictor plate racing has been hard on Ryan Newman.
Not good to him. I still have visions of him flipping over down the front straightaway here a couple, 3 years ago. Talladega flipping over.
There's Ryan Newman in the black suit, making the walk to the ambulance for the mandatory ride to the care center.
But Larry, I know we're Daytona, we're not Talladega, but I haven't seen any of these race cars look like they want to get up in the air.
No, I think, you know, Jeff Hammond talked about it earlier, you know, the extension of that shark fin down the back window and making that one on the window taller. It increased the liftoff speed by 8 to 10 miles an hour, which is a good thing.
Yep. Oh, me, now what?
Well, it's at least the 7th caution flag of the day. Bit of debris there.
Think we're going to get inside that green-white checkered window?
It's possible, Darrell. 6 laps to go right now. It's going to take him a few minutes to remove Ryan Newman's car. Now, the 37 of Quapple was able to make a pit stop and continue. And he is still, I believe, on the lead lap. We'll double check that.
We're going to see some takers here because these guys have got 25 laps on their tires. It's almost like Kurt Busch came and then everyone from about maybe 12th or 13th back came, Krista.
Jeff Gordon, they had said they were going to do what everyone else did not do. They're coming in for 2 tires. Matt.
And Krista, that's exactly the same plan for Kurt Busch in the 2. Remember, 3 different times he has finished second in the Great American Race. They're going 4 tires on the Blue Deuce.
I felt like with 25 laps on some tires, maybe a little surprised at that 2 car. We're going to have less than 5 laps to go. We're only going to have about 3 laps to go, but I wasn't surprised all those guys at the back came.
Here's the beautiful thing right now for the 33 and the 29. If Boyer takes the outside line on the restart, Kevin will line up right behind him. The 2 teammates will have the 16 and the 56 to their inside.
All right, looks like A.J. Allmendinger is the free pass car. And this caution was a blessing for Scott Speed. We had feared that Speed might run out of fuel before the checkered flag. He was able to make his stop and come back out. Steve?
Mike, just listening to Kevin Harvick on the radio, he said, I cannot run the top. I'm going to get to the bottom as quick as I can.
We'll see if that's a winning strategy for the 4th place car.
Well, that's not a good. Then that makes me wonder what they will do, because if he can't run the top and he's got to restart 4th, does Boyer want to get out there and help him, or does he want to take a chance with someone else?
Nobody's better at, excuse me, pardon me, I'm coming in this line, than Kevin Harvick.
It's pretty good, and he got a fast car, so we'll see what he does here. Now, I think the teammates will work together.
Our top 12 cars, we still have about 30-something cars, 31, 32 cars on the lead lap. Our top 12 cars stayed out, so that's good friends for Clint Boyer in that group at the front.
And just to defend you and I talking about Scott Speed, he stayed up there very well until he got to rolling back through the field, and then all of a sudden he was back in 29 spots. So when we make calls, we make them looking at the big picture sometimes, not just a short run.
We don't say there's bad calls. We say this could be the consequences.
Yes.
The DirecTV blimp has a look down at the leaders of the Daytona 500 with 4 laps to go.
1 to go. We're on 1 to go, boys.
Aerial coverage brought to you by DirecTV. It'll change your life. Call 1-800-DirecTV. Jeff?
Guys, the one thing that might kind of be influencing some of this strategy would be this new rule as far as how many multiple green-white checkers we could get into. Fresher tires, if we get multiple restarts, will benefit the guys, I think, that came to pit road. And also, a year ago when we didn't have this double file restart shootout style, a lot of these guys have been a lot further back than what they are right now.
Well, I think you're seeing what I thought might happen. The 33 and the 29 are going to work together. Let's see what he has to say.
Dylan, we're just going to have to block both lines as best we can. We got the fastest car here.
Yeah, tempo.
That's Clint Boyer to his spotter, Mike Dillon. Matt?
Mike, right up until they got the 1 to go, Boyer was still debating about which line to restart in. And basically he says, look, Richard Childress told him, as soon as Harvick can get to the bottom, he's going to get to the bottom. So you need to try to make your move as soon as you can to the bottom as well.
Teammates on the outside in Chevrolets. Greg Biffle's Ford on the inside.
I think it's going to work out just fine. I think what's going to happen is Boyer is going to get the good restart, and he's going to be able to probably move to either side, whichever way he wants to go. The thing that's going to help the 29 car is Kurt Busch, or Kyle Busch right behind the 29 is going to be able to give him some pretty good push, I think.
You're riding with Martin Truex, who's told his team he has a vibration. This will not be a green-white checker restart. We're going to restart with 3 laps to go. NASCAR's controlling rule, if the leader takes the white flag under green, that's the race. Whatever happens after that ends the race. Caution or checker. Debris, we're not going to go.
I just might say that thinking that we're not going to get a green-white checker maybe more than once is pretty optimistic. Based on that, we're coming down to the end of the race.
So they put up 1 to go once more. So it will be a 2-lap shootout.
Pat Tryson's a little worried because Truex is calling in and saying, I got a vibration, and that could be a tire.
But I saw a little pump of the fist like, yes, that means 1 less lap we'll have to run here.
Right. Boris said and Travis Kvapil pit. That may be the debris right there that NASCAR's. No, that's just a piece of tape there.
I think it was actually down in 3 and 4. I thought I saw something land on the bottom of the racetrack down there.
1 piece high, 1 low. There's a look at it.
Should be able to get that up before the cars get back around here.
That looked like, yeah, it was a wing end plate.
Yeah, Travis Kvapil had been black flagged because he was missing one of the end plates off the wing, and I think we just found it.
Well, the Vice Titans, it'll be 2 laps to go, and there are still 32 cars within sight of the leader with a chance to win the 500.
Been waiting all day long for this, for the final few laps of the Daytona 500.
Been waiting all winter long for this.
Yeah.
I see that 3rd Richard Childress car there, the 4th car in line on the outside, Jeff Burton in that 31. Then you've got teammates side by side in row 3, Kyle Busch and Denny Hamlin in the Toyotas.
That's the best Burton's been all day. I mean, he's been back in the 15th spot most all day. Here he is now late in the race with a shot. We know those cars are, all those Childress cars are fast. Hamlin's car is not handling real good. It's kind of evil, so I don't know about going on the outside of him.
Jeff Burton trying to join his brother Ward as a Daytona 500 champion. Now, the statistics do not favor Clint Bowyer. He led lap 100, the halfway lap. It's been a long time since the halfway lap leader won the 500.
Whatever Bowyer does, I promise you, it will be spectacular. Whatever it is, I don't know what it's going to be, but
remember, Harvick in the 29 says he needs to get to the bottom. Biffle in the 16 will try to eke out a lead. He cannot beat Bowyer to the green flag. Clint Bowyer is the leader. 2 laps to go in the Daytona 500.
Here we go.
Green flag.
It's all on the line, boys.
Harvick got a decent restart.
Harvick wants so badly to clear that 16 car and drop to the bottom. That would be what would work for him.
Still there. You're clear, you're clear, you're clear.
Now, I see the 33 has the option. Do I stay in the high line? Do I stay in the low line? He can work both sides of this deal and go with the car that's coming the fastest.
Well, he jumped back up in front of his teammate. But here comes that inside line.
Boy, that was a team player right there to jump out there and help Harvick like that.
He's going to have about 1 more chance.
And you
as
see
Greg Biffle takes the lead, and Bill Elliott gets piled up in turn number 4 with, I believe, Joey Logano.
Caution's out.
The caution's out. The leader has not taken the white flag, so we will go into overtime.
Imagine that.
There were 3 cars involved up there at turn 4. Elliott and Logano couldn't see the 3rd car through the smoke. Let's see it as it'll come in, Darrell, from the right side of the screen. A lot of damage to Joey Logano and Bill Elliott.
Just a lot of cars back in here, a whole gaggle of them. Bill looks like he just took, almost like Bill had a flat tire. He just washed up the hill right into Logano, and here comes Boris Said, who's been kind of riding around at the back, staying out of trouble all day until the last lap.
But definitely Elliott's car, the 21, just looked like four-wheel drift almost.
It looks like maybe he got, see how it takes off back there? It looks like he's got a tire down to me.
So the 1985 and 87 Daytona 500 winner in the 21, Bill Elliott.
Joey Logano is just a victim of being in the wrong place. Oh, yeah. I thought I could see the right front a little soft on Bill's car. I'm not sure.
And I think Joey could see it happening because you could hear him starting to get out of the throttle, but too little too late.
Here's the reaction from Greg Biffle's pit. Not what they wanted.
Well, again, what they would love to have seen is Biffle come under the flag stand, and, taking the white flag, and then it would be an official race.
Oh, me. I'm going to have an official heart attack because.
So the Wood brothers are going to try to get Bill Elliott out there to finish the race. Running a partial schedule this season.
That's a shame.
They concentrated everything on this race. Time trial in the top 5.
Yep.
Now have a bent-up race car, but they will finish the race along with Joey Logano.
Can't see why. Well,
on behalf of race fans everywhere, our thanks to our NASCAR on Fox crew and to NASCAR and all the Hardy fans here, but the fellows who man the cameras up on the roof and around the racetrack, in the pits, and all of our technical staff. Their day began at 6:30 this morning to try to bring you the Great American Race as we go into the evening, trying to bring you a green flag finish.
Yeah, we started out this morning in overcoats, got into our shorts about 1 o'clock when race started, back to the overcoats.
From overcoats to overdrive.
I think it's been worth it, though. I mean, these guys have put on a great show today. Sure, it's been interrupted a time or two, but look at all these people. I have not. I've been watching the exits. Not seen anybody leaving.
They might be lined up in the aisles toward the exit, but they're not leaving till the flag falls.
And look at all these people over here in the suites next to us. They're all up on the edge of their seat. Some of them not even sitting down.
So we'll try it again. 2 laps to go under NASCAR rules. Green flag, then white flag, then the checker. If the race leader takes the white flag while the green is out, whatever flag flies next ends the race. Checkers or wreckers.
And I'd say there's a lot of attitudes out there that has that attitude.
9 Daytona 500s out of 51 have been decided by a last lap pass.
Well, I just think about the last 3 years. It's been almost unbelievable. Whether it was Kevin Harvick or Ryan Newman or Matt Kenseth, the last 3 years, they've just pretty much come out of nowhere.
This time, Boyer and Harvick will start side by side, and it'll be the 56 of Martin Truex alongside Greg Biffle for the restart. Dick.
Truex just asked his crew if he's okay on fuel. Crew chief Trayson said, right now you are. Steve.
And a deal has been cut between the 29 and the 1. Billy O'Day, Kevin Harvick spotter, just went to Keith Barnwell, the spotter on the 1. The Harvick's going to try to get help from Jamie McMurray from behind.
They are not teammates, Steve. However, both their engines come out of the same shop.
It's so hard to make a deal with the way these cars drive and the way they bounce around. And you can do all the deal making you want, but you're looking at a pack of cars. There's 30 on the lead lap. I guarantee you 20 to 25 of them still believe I can win this Daytona 500.
Well, one of the most unselfish things I think I've seen in a while was Clint Boyer going down the back, had his choice of lanes. Biffle's coming hard on the inside. Boyer jumped to the outside to pick up his teammate, Kevin Harvick. That is a teammate.
A Ford on the point. Ford went to victory lane last year, Matt Kenseth. Toyota on the outside. Toyota has never won the Daytona 500. As we're in overdrive, green, white, and we hope checker.
I don't believe it. I believe that 16 car is in the catbird seat. It's going to be hard for somebody to get around him unless Harvick and Boyer and maybe McMurray, because McMurray is almost like a teammate to those guys. He's got the Earnhardt Childress engines under the hood, so they're going to try to work together, but they're going to have to work hard to get by that 16.
If Greg Biffle can hang the bottom, stay near the yellow line, and if somebody will come up behind to help draft with him, he can win the Daytona 500. He's got a lot of fellows trying to make sure that doesn't happen.
Now, I'm sure that Pat Tryson's down there saying, wait a minute, fellas. I didn't just luck into this position. I've been here all afternoon. Don't count me out either.
Exactly. And he's one of the cars that changed 4 tires the last time they were on pit road. back on lap 164.
But behind Truex, the next Toyota is Denny Hamlin, number 11, who right now is in the wrong lane to help Truex. He's on the inside with Kyle Busch behind him.
I don't think so much manufacturers as it is teammates. And I think that's the only thing Biffle's got to worry about is the teammates.
Biffle's last win, September 2008, Dover, Delaware. Pace car is in, green flag, green-white checker. Here we go.
Oh boy, that 56 got a great restart.
And he's got Harvick pushing him when he took the green flag.
He's got Harv all up behind him.
Harvick trying for the bottom. Made it!
He tried to put the block on him, but Harvick was there.
That's what he
Wham,
wanted.
bam, and here we go.
Here we go, boys.
That's why Harvick had to get to the bottom. His car is junk on the top.
Look at McMurray in that one, jump to the bottom.
I got another wreck. Dadgum.
Kasey Kahne.
Caution is out. So we'll try it again.
Kasey Kahne in the 9, Robert Richardson in the 38.
Now I want to know who the visionary was that said we better try this 3 times, because once ain't going to be enough. But if these folks are going to stay here all day and wait on the finish, they deserve a green flag finish.
Everybody deserves it.
Now here's the restart. Watch Mr. Harvick. Pardon me, excuse me, coming through, out of my way.
Yep, muscle, man. He like he said, I've got to get to the bottom. I'm not good at the top, and we saw that on that last restart. He squeezes in front of Biffle. Truex says, no, you can't go there, and that was not a good move.
When Truex came down in front of him and got squirreled up, it took all his momentum. Here comes McMurray and everybody else.
And look at these guys wearing each other out behind Biffle because he lost his momentum.
But yeah, the door was open just wide enough for that one car to jump back in.
Middle of your screen, the 9 of Kasey Kahne.
Boy, Jeff Gordon, well, it just got bottlenecked in there. Jeff gave Kasey Kahne in the 9 car, a little bump, shot him into Mark Martin in the 5, and then they rebounded from there.
Now, because of this overdrive, this green-white checker, another attempt, we're being told that Martin Truex Jr. is being told to save fuel.
Okay. I'm sitting up here in the front of the field. What do you want me to do?
Under caution.
What do you want me to do?
Darrell, the way that accordioned, Mark Martin in the 5 got hard on the brakes. When Kasey Kahne hit him, it squirreled him up. And then Jeff Gordon got in the back.
Here's what happened, Mike. Jeff Gordon bumped the 9 in the middle of the corner there, shot him up to Mark Martin, and when he uncoiled off of Mark, he got hit. You'll see Jeff Gordon, I believe, come up here, bump the 9, shoot him into the 5. Boom, right there. That shoots him into Mark, and when it did, it just got him out of control.
Because when he came off Mark Martin, the second contact from Gordon, Kahne wasn't pointing straight anymore.
No.
Agree.
But that was right down in the middle of the corner when he did that.
Oh yeah, not a good place to be bump drafting, I might say.
From Martin Truex, Harvick makes the move. Truex tried to come down and block, couldn't do it.
Nope. And you see how squirrely everybody is here because of all that. You know, I think it was Jeff Gordon that gave, who was it, a shot at the last lap of the
at the Budweiser shootout.
Greg Biffle.
And I've got to say this. Back at Talladega, Jeff Gordon was the one that went to NASCAR and said, you've got to stop the bump drafting.
In the corners particularly.
I know we're coming down to the checkered flag for the Daytona 500, but he's the very one that did that.
But in this case, Jeff Gordon never would have gotten the back of the Kasey Kahne if the whole field hadn't stacked up in front of Kasey.
Good chance, but Darrell's right. You know, we saw him do it in the Budweiser shootout. We just saw it again.
Can't bump draft in the corners. I mean, and I'm not saying he was trying to bump draft necessarily, but he gave the 9 a shot.
Kevin Harvick has the lead. Steve?
Mike, when the caution came out, Kevin's spotter, Billy O'Day, we've mentioned him several times now, said, Kevin, that was a hell of a move going into turn 1. I couldn't help you there. Kevin said, this is the Daytona 500. I was going left.
This is what we talked about yesterday on Speed. It's going to take a driver who is willing to do whatever it takes to win the 500. Kevin Harvick is that kind of driver.
Well, here's some pictures of whatever it takes right here. You get into the 56, get him a little squirrely. You drop down in front of the 16. 56, Martin Truex says, not today, buddy. Kevin Harvick says, oh, yeah.
Not today, tonight.
It's my day.
I'm telling you, Biffle was pretty darn sideways in that 16 car.
You know, Biffle came up and almost took Tony Stewart with him.
He did.
I mean, Casey Kane went up.
But I do agree with what you said, Mike. It looked like the bump draft there, even that replay was a part of the accordion deal.
And it is the end of the race.
It is the end of the Daytona 500.
Exactly.
1 lap to green. And now?
We're not saying that Jeff Gordon did anything wrong. We're just saying.
We're just saying. That's what the new saying is.
Now, is Kevin Harvick right where he wants to be? Or is he in trouble?
He's got the 99 behind him. Hadn't seen a lot of speed out of that 99 today. Early maybe, but not lately. We'll just have to see.
And that could be a problem if McMurray and Biffle hook up, because Harvick's going to need some help.
I think what'll happen, though, I believe Harvick's car is so good on the bottom that he'll get a nice restart. When they start down the back, he'll go inside, outside, kind of work whichever way the cars are coming from. He's going to be hard to pass.
I'm going to tell you what, though, that little cat there in the outside in that one car, he has been wheeling that one car ever since they unloaded a week and a half ago. He won the last restrictor plate race we had at Talladega. He won here a couple of years ago in the July race. And I'd say he wants to win this Daytona 500 pretty bad, Jamie McMurray.
It's got to be kind of, you know, Martin Truex is sitting there in 6th place, and that's his old car right there. I know as a driver, you look up there and you say, man, that's my old car. I got to get around him some way.
And Mike, you pointed it out. That's Earnhardt Childress engine side by side right there on that front row.
2007 here. Kevin Harvick beat Mark Martin to the flag by just that much as cars were crashing and flipping behind him. Here's a look at what happened here 3 years ago on the final lap. That's Mark Martin in the 01, Harvick in the 29 with a full head of steam. And here they come off turn 4.
And if they had a frozen the field right there, Kevin still would have won because he was ahead of Mark when the car started to spin. But now they run on down here, finish the race. Looks like days of thunder.
That's Clint Boyer upside down across the line. And that race in 2007 is the last time Clint Boyer has been to, or Kevin Harvick has been to victory lane in a Sprint Cup points race.
Man's had a heck of a week down here, I can tell you, with his nationwide car. Tony winning yesterday, Stewart winning the Budweiser shootout.
So again, we'll try it in overdrive. Green-white checker. This time Harvick and McMurray in front of teammates Edwards and Biffle. Then Burton, Truex, Montoya, and Boyer. Green-white checker. Here we go. Green flag.
Pretty much a dead heat. It looks like Kevin got a little bit of a jump on the 29, got a little jump on the 1 car, and there's dad-to-be Carl Edwards right in the back of the 29, pushing hard as he can. Here we go up to back, 2 by 2, except the cat out front.
But look at the run. McMurray will get down that back straightaway, getting bumped from Greg Biffle in the 16 car. Biffle's all over the back of it. Edwards looks in the middle.
Whoa, I think
that'll hurt Harvick.
If I'd have been Harvick, I'd have gone to the outside and gone with that fast line.
Here comes Truex fighting his way back on the outside in that 56, but not a lot of help out there.
3 wide. Here comes Dale Jr. pushing Clint Boyer.
Where'd Junebug come from?
This will be the white flag. Jamie McMurray is in front to try to win the 500. This will be the last lap.
Whatever happens now happens, folks. They can all wad up down here, and somebody's going to leave out that second turn to winner.
Junior on the bottom with Boyer. Biffle ahead.
Truex trying to get up there and help McMurray, but Boyer's right there behind Biffle in the 16. Here goes Boyer to the outside.
Look at Junior. Come on, Junior. Come on.
Can they make it to the flag?
Nah, no way. They'll never get through this third turn.
Junior got squirreled up right there.
No, it's just perfect. He's flying through there.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. unbelievably has caught Jamie McMurray as they come to turn 4.
He'll have to go to the high side, though. McMurray will guard that line.
Crash at the back, never mind. Green flag still out. Checkered flag in the air. The 52nd Daytona 500 to Jamie McMurray.
Yes! Little Jamie, baby! Woo!
Hook, line, and sinker.
Yes, sir. Billy Bass.
How about that? Jamie McMurray, Teresa Earnhardt, Chip Ganassi, Felix Sabates winning the Daytona 500.
And don't forget Bono.
Oh, my God!
The cars that crashed.
That was so awesome.
The cars that crashed at the back were Robbie Gordon, I believe, and Jeff Gordon.
Yeah, Jeff got loose in the middle of that pack.
And you know what? We've said it many times. When you win the Daytona 500, it doesn't stay with you the rest of the season, the rest of your career. It stays with you the rest of your life.
Hey, this little cat's become a pretty good restrictor plate racer. And look at all the guys. You know, Jamie's a guy. Everybody likes Jamie. He's a good kid.
When Roush Fenway Racing had to downsize due to NASCAR rules from 5 teams to 4, it was McMurray left on the outside looking in. He hooked up with Earnhardt Ganassi Racing, and is Chip Ganassi's first Daytona 500 triumph, as well as the young driver from Joplin, Missouri, Jamie McMurray.
But boys, I got to tell you, you got to tip your hat to Dale Jr.
Wow.
He has not even been anywhere near the lead.
10th to 2nd in less than 2 laps.
He looked like daddy coming through there. Nice job, Jamie. Nice job, buddy. Blow it up. Just burn her down right there.
Jamie Mack becomes the 34th driver to win the Daytona 500. It is his 4th Sprint Cup victory.
He is in the mud now.
Choked her down. Yes! There is no feeling like accomplishing something like what he just did.
Well, and honestly, very close to the season being over last year. I don't think Jamie McMurray knew what he was going to be doing, and I'm not sure that team knew what they were going to be doing.
Right on both counts, Larry. He didn't have a lot of success with Roush Fenway. Some car owners thought maybe damaged goods. Well, guess what? Jamie Mack wins the Daytona 500.
I think if it's more like goody-goody. Oh, look at that.
Here's the run to the flag. Dale Earnhardt Jr. from 10th to 2nd in a lap. Got up behind McMurray.
I guess I gotta tell you, just look back there and look at the 00.
Finished 5th. David Ruderman.
I just noticed that on the scoring monitor.
But it's like when they bottled up on the back straightaway, that gave Jamie just enough room out front to be able to win the race back to the finish line. Here's where they got bottled up about halfway down the back straightaway.
I really thought that Kevin Harvick would watch and see which line was coming and the outside was, and he would drive up there and block it.
They were trying their best. Yeah, and this is Jeff Gordon, Robbie Gordon involved.
2-car, got into the wall.
Bobby Labonte.
But you know what? This was at the back of the pack. Attaboy to NASCAR for letting them race back.
Yeah, man.
The Daytona 500.
He's saying his prayers right there, boys.
And we'll be back to Daytona after this.
Man, we won! Good job, guys. I can't believe we just won the Daytona 500.
6 hours and 10 minutes after the drop of the first green flag of the day, Jamie McMurray has just captured the flag in the greatest day of his racing life. Down to victory lane and Matt Yoakum.
Unbelievable. You're spinning your tires out. I'm going to get him straight. It was awesome. Thank you so much, guys.
How about that run down the back?
Every kid growing up dreams of winning the Great American Race. Does reality tonight match that dream?
I told my wife today, I was like, she's like, if you win tonight, oh, I'm going to cry. It's unreal. It's I thought if I made it without seeing my dad or my wife, I'd be okay, but it's just, it's unbelievable, really. I can't explain it. And,
Hi.
It's just, it's a dream. I mean, it really is, and you know, to be where I was last year, and for Johnny Morris and Chip and Felix, Bass Pro Shops, to take a chance on me and let me come back, it means a lot to me. And I just, what a way to pay them back, and to give Christy a happy Valentine's Day, and my dad's here, and it's just very emotional. But after we won Talladega, we went to McDonald's. So I think tonight we'll have a Big Mac.
You go back to that final lap. So many people are jockeying around. Walk us through your moves to victory.
Well, Biville helped me out. I spun the tires on the restart, and you know, it's just a gamble of which line's gonna get the biggest run. But Greg gave me the unbelievable push on the backstretch. And then when I saw the 88 behind me, I thought, oh no. I'm like, it's, you know, he's had a good car, and I just, you know, Earnhardt at Daytona, it's just, I mean, they win all the time, it seems like, so you just never know what to expect. But certainly thank you to all the fans, too, that stuck around. That was tough having to get in and out of the car, but they stuck with us, and it was cool to hear the applause, and they got back in the car and sprint for everything they do. I went to one of their parties the other night, and Dan Hesse's just a great guy, and it means a lot. I mean, not only sprint, but everybody that's a part of our sport. With the economy the way it is, we couldn't be here to put this show on without with all these sponsors. So good stuff. I want to get with my team.
Congratulations, Jamie McMurray, the biggest win of his racing career.
34 different drivers have won the Daytona 500. Probably not since Pete Hamilton in 1970 has there been a first-time winner of this race that has appreciated it more than Jamie Mack.
It's okay to cry in racing. Trust me, I know. And that's a big deal to that kid, as big as anything ever happened to him. So, you know, I don't want to hear a bunch of people say, oh, man, I can't believe he's in victory lane crying. That's how big this is and how emotional it is.
Well, there's not a dry eye up here either.
No, I mean,
honestly,
we're so happy for him.
I'm right there with him.
He didn't need to say a word. Pretty much what we saw with his feelings pretty much said it all. But I mean, what a way to cap off Speed Weeks. We've been down here for a week and a half, and yeah, we had some trying weather. But we said it when we rolled in here about 10 or 11 days ago. Unpredictable, and I think that's as unpredictable as you can get it. Now, the last 9 Daytona 500s, 9 different winners.
That's what I was going to say, Larry. It's unpredictable because the last 9 races.
We think a lot.
What a great day. All day and night.
What a fantastic finish. And Jamie McMurray wins the 500 with a push from Dale Earnhardt Jr. How did he get to second place?
Junior, 10th to second in 1 lap. Do you believe it?
Well, I'm just disappointed to come that close and not win it. But I'll tell you, we did the right thing. We come down getting 2 tires. Amp Energy National Guard Chevrolet was pretty good all day. We were just working on some handling issues. And I don't know if we got them fixed or not. You know, when it gets cold, everybody's car handles good. But I want to thank my team for working really hard. The engine shop did an awesome job. The car, like I said, worked really good. And I'm happy for Jamie and his crew chief Bono helped me when I was younger. And that's such a good group. That's a good group of guys over there. And you know, I know we run second, and we probably shouldn't have tonight, but it's frustrating to come that close and not win it. And but I'm happy for them. You know, they had a good car all week. And we did good. You know, it's good points tonight for us, even though we're probably a little too early to think about that. But, you know, we got a good run.
Congratulations. Solid race tonight. Well done.
Greg Biffle came on the radio after that race and apologized to his crew. You said, I tried everything I could.
Man, I did. You know, I'll tell you what, I'm so proud of the guys and the guys of the shop, the engine department. You know, they built such good cars. They worked all winter. Hopefully California is as good as this was. But, you know, I just made a mistake. Just a lack of experience probably. Going into turn 1, I should have pushed McMurray instead of trying to make the pass then when I had the big run and try and make the pass come into the stripe or down the back instead of down the front. And, you know, third place isn't all that bad, but I'm just so happy for Jamie. You know, I pushed him to the win down the backstretch, and I feel pretty good about that.
Thanks, Greg.
Let's check out the final results unofficial here. And by the way, for Jamie McMurray, the fewest laps ever led by a Daytona 500 winner, just 2 laps, but good enough. And really, it was the Daytona 520, the longest race officially in Daytona 500 history, not just because of the 2 red flags and the time delay, but with the second green-white checker was actually 520 miles as we look at the way the order finished out. And Jeff Hammond, those tears of joy, what a comeback story. Uncertain about his ride, to a ride that won him the most important race, and he kind of came from nowhere. It just shows you long shots. In fact, in Vegas this week, I think he was 30-1 on the betting board for Jamie McMurray, who pulls into victory lane and beats the field and the track, surviving a marathon day-night doubleheader in Daytona.
Well, I think what it does, I think it establishes Jamie McMurray as one of the top restrictor plate racers that we have today, because, again, he did win at Talladega, the final race there, and he was able to win here today in a great effort and great moves at the right place at the right time. And one thing right quick, we see Chip Ganassi, one of the owners there, he's now won an Indy 500, a 24-hour Daytona race, and the Daytona 500. Pretty impressive right there by that owner.
And Earnhardt Ganassi Racing Chevrolet team giving Jamie McMurray this opportunity. His wife Christy sharing. Jamie was on the high school wrestling team in the 119-pound class. He gave it up after his junior year. He got sick of working out. He found his passion in driving. He won his first go-kart title at the age of 10. Then he would go on to win 3 more the following few seasons. In 1991, he was a world go-karting champion. But this is living the American dream.
Well, as he said, it is a dream, and he's now kind of like captured it.
Let's check in with Chris Devoto with Clint Boyer.
Well, the bad news is Clint Boyer did not win the Daytona 500. The good news is you were not upside down and on fire, and you had a chance.
Yeah, we did have a chance. You know, I really didn't need that caution. I don't know, the second to last caution when we were out there single file. I think we had the car to beat, and I don't think there's anybody who's going to contest for that. But Cheerios, Hamburger Helper, and thank everybody on board. What an awesome Daytona 500. You know, everybody, I don't want anybody to get excited about patching that track. They'll get it fixed. I don't want them to repave this place. That's why we all love this place. That's why it puts on one hell of a show for the fans. And if we have to wait a little bit to patch her up, let's do it.
One of the heartbreak stories, Clint Boyer along with Greg Biffle and Dale Earnhardt Jr., who wound up second. But the #1 car, he's the #1 man in Daytona tonight. More coverage live from Daytona in a moment. Promotional considerations provided by Jamie McMurray, still celebrating. High drama at the end. Only led 2 laps, but a Daytona 500 champion. Greg Biffle, you heard him talk about how maybe his inexperience thought he had it won with Kevin Harvick, Clint Boyer in the mix. And then there was a wreck in the 21 car. That's Bill Elliott. We had the oldest and youngest drivers, 19-year-old Joey Logano, 54-year-old Elliott involved. So the first green-white checker. Jeff Gordon actually causes a wreck here. As you see, Kevin Harvick trying to win a second Daytona 500. Dale Earnhardt Jr. in a restart on the second green-white checker as Casey Kane is involved in the wreck. Somehow, Jeff Hammond, he made it from 10th all the way to second, winding up trying to stalk Jamie McMurray.
Well, he had his great experience right there, but he also got a good shot right there with the 0-0, David Rubin. And right there at the start-finish line, he was definitely coming on strong and making Jamie McMurray sweat.
So in the bigger picture, after a lot of hours and a lot of racing, we mentioned 21 leaders. That's a Daytona 500 record.
Right.
And we had 52 lead changes, the kind of racing that we talked about that NASCAR wanted, the gloves off, bump draft, go for it. It's about winning, not just being in the top 5. And Jamie McMurray showed that he could do it.
I mean, this is the kind of racing you can expect, I think, all season long, because NASCAR let these guys do what they do best, race. I mean, the Great American Races definitely was not a bust today. hey, if you didn't enjoy that, folks, you're not going to enjoy racing as far as NASCAR is concerned the rest of this season.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. putting some pressure on as we look ahead now to California and Las Vegas. It's a totally different deal. The restrictor plates, you talk about the gloves being off, restrictor plates are off.
But you still got guys that are hungry. I think right now today was the kind of thing and the kind of finish that Dale Earnhardt Jr. needed to get him motivated. You've already heard from Greg Biffle and a lot of these drivers, Kevin Harvick, they really felt like they had an opportunity with 1 or 2 laps to go, and this is the kind of thing that kind of like motivates not only the drivers but the teams, makes them want to go back to the shop. They'll be back in there on Monday morning getting ready to go to California. I mean, ready to basically, again, keep the gloves off, bare knuckle, get it done.
9 different winner here at the Daytona 500 in the last 9 years, Jeff. But what does it say about this sport, or at least this event, that a guy like Jamie McMurray, who, as he admitted, that's why you saw those tears, he didn't know if he'd be even working again or be with a race team this year.
You never know, and you've got to seize every moment and every opportunity. And I think right now, you know, you got to give a lot of credit right there. There's Chip Ganassi getting ready to pop that cork on that champagne bottle. He knows how to do that. He's been to victory lane many, many times, and I'm sure that he is sitting there thinking, see, guys, I know what I'm doing as an owner. I know when to bring these guys back. He brought Juan Pablo Montoya back, made a successful driver out of him in NASCAR, and now he did it again with Jamie McMurray.
Next Sunday, NASCAR on Fox will move to Fontana, California. Matt Kenseth will try and defend his title. Remember, he won this rain-shortened Daytona 500 last year and then won out in California. He'll try and take home the checkered flag for the second straight year there. Coverage of the Auto Club 500 presented by Napa Auto Parts from the West Coast begins next Sunday. Note the start time of 2 Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific in high definition here on Fox. Well, Mark Martin, the pole sitter, wound up 12th. Kevin Harvick, who led the most laps, finished 7th overall, and we saw exciting racing from start to finish. They hung in there despite the 2 red flags and the delays.
I mean, when you think about it, Chris, you said it. How many different leaders do we have out of this
21?
43, so almost, or basically half the field led this race at one time or another, and I'm telling you, it was exciting from start to finish.
And the track did not win. At the end of the line, it was Jamie McMurray. Buckle up, things could get bumpy, but excited in this, our 10th season for NASCAR on Fox, anticipating more races like we saw today. We thank you for hanging in there with us, and thanks for being a part of NASCAR on Fox. For Darrell, Larry, and Mike, Krista, Matt, Dick, and Steve, Jeff Hammond, and our entire production crew, enjoy President's Day. We hope to see you next Sunday here in California.